Not.
Picked the wrong one, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Pull one of my stunts.
Stop doing
So
that.
what do you do with the thing over there? Is it does it download into the computer or something?
What thing over where?
The box over there that has the you said it had the program in it.
Oh, no, I have to remove the program that's on the computer first, uninstall it, and then install that one.
I hope it's not hard to learn.
It's very similar. Shabbat
Hi,
shalom,
Libby.
Livy. We're just discussing computer programs over here.
Computer programs.
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh, I've got an editing program on here. It keeps crashing on me.
oh,
Makes it hard. Makes it hard to edit my videos.
I I find the less that I load my phone up or my tablet up with apps is better.
Yeah. I need to remove some apps off my phone.
If it's not a tool that I use on the daily, I usually don't put it on my phone. I have such a hard time navigating technology regardless.
I'm not very savvy either. Although I admit I do have fun playing with AI sometimes though. I did a see if I can get that come up here. I did a pixel avatar of two of our cats.
Oh, cute. Yeah, that's pretty cute.
And that one.
Yeah.
Oops.
Did you
Sometimes
put
I can be fun.
captions on there?
Huh? Do what?
Did you put captions on them?
Oh no no no. No, what I do is I make memes that go on the end of my videos, little cat meme, and with something funny written on it or whatever, and I've gotten quite a few comments from people that watch the channel. They're kind of like, man, I love those cat memes. Where do you get those? They're our cats. They just take really cool pictures and just if you catch them a certain way, it's like, oh, that would make a great meme.
Whoops.
And I've got one of Abby where she's sitting there and she's got her head turned way to the side, just looking. And the caption I have in it is the look I have when I throw my lure in the same tree again. Like, huh?
That's a good one.
And there's one.
Cats and fishing make a good pair.
And there's one I don't think I've used it yet, but there's one that I've already downloaded on there that's it's a I did an AI picture of one of the cats and she's got a fishing hat on and everything. I mean, it looks just like a photograph, but she's got a fishing hat on and she's in the backdrop is a tackle store with a big display of bobbers on it, and the caption is, "Look at all the toys, Daddy."
Yeah.
So I can bap them things
Yeah,
around
I would think
everywhere.
they would like. Yeah, for sure.
And I got one of Micah where when he was younger, and he was looking down in a mason jar I had full of water, and he was looking down in it. And the caption reads, "Here, fishy, fishy." I don't have any of them on the phone though, because I've downloaded them on the computer. So I don't think I have. I may have one or two. I'm not sure.
But they're on this computer.
Uh, well, I have the pictures, just not the memes.
Oh, but you're not connected right now.
No, but that's the one where I had her in front of a rack of bobbers.
Oh, cute.
Look at
That's
all the toys,
great.
Daddy. And the caption of that one, I put them in a rod locker in a boat, and the caption on that meme says, "Oh, did you want one of these?" Because cats are always laying on what you're trying to get.
How are your chicks doing? They're
How are my cats doing? They're
or
doing.
chick.
They're
Your
actually
chick.
doing very well.
Yeah,
Oh, the
good.
chickens.
Well, I was gonna ask about the
Well, I
cats too, but
separated. Okay, I separated the. I call them teenagers. They're in between being the grown hens and the grown roosters. I call them teenagers. But I separated them. I have, what did we count? 8 or 9 roosters that we're saving for the freezer. And they're off in a separate pen so they can free range and pasture hens. Actually,
the younger
pasture
ones are called.
roosters.
Are, I think the
But
younger ones are called.
I had a lady come Sunday and she brought me 2 roosters back. She had bought 6 chicks from me out of the last batch, and she ended up with too many roosters. So I told her she could come trade them out for hens because I didn't need all my hens. So she came and brought me 2 more to add to the pot. So our grandson's stepmom, my new daughter-in-law, my bonus daughter-in-law, she's planning to do some cooking tomorrow, some of them. So we have a lot of people to feed around here now. About every Sunday we have family meals and they come and cook for us. So I told them they could take these roosters and add to the pot.
Hi, True. It's good to see you again.
Yeah, we missed you last week.
Hello, True. Yeah, we better quit talking about cooking chicken.
You're muted. We can't hear you.
There we
You
go.
go. There we go.
Molly has been staying in the house.
Have you been getting a lot of rain?
No. Truthfully, I forget why we brought her in, but she went back out to the porch yesterday and she goes to the chicken house all by herself starting today. Because we only have one left.
Okay.
And oh, can you turn the light back on? Just a minute. And we're gonna be gone for a week. So she needed to be able to have company, but now nobody's gonna be in the house anyway, so she's going back out for while we're gone.
Well, I wish we lived closer. I could get a couple.
I know. Yeah, I know chickens really don't do well all by themselves.
I didn't
Right.
know that.
Yeah, our barn hens had some more babies. They hatched out. One hatched out 8, and one hatched only 1. So they're out in the barnyard again with their babies. So I wish we lived closer. I would give you a couple to keep yours company.
Yes. We have, I mean, the neighbor is raising chickens, but there's that time, quite a while, that they need to be really close together without being able to peck at each other for a while. And so, and we hardly ever see the neighbor.
I have my new hens out in the area where my bigger ones free range, and they can go around the pen and talk to the new ones. And then I let them out a couple of days ago, I let them all out together and they got along fine. So,
Oh,
yeah, you
good.
do need to have them separated to be able to socialize. So,
Yeah. Conditioning time.
yeah.
I didn't know that about chickens.
Yep.
Of course, we don't have any, but
They have, well, even the mother hen, when she's sitting on her eggs, she's talking to them all the time while she's sitting on the eggs. So that's how the little baby chicks know their mother's clucks. Whenever they hatch out, they already know which one is the mother. And these two just hatched. One of them hatched only one chick, and the other one hatched 8. And for a little bit, they were fighting over them because the one with the one thought that she had sold her chicks.
egg thief. Yeah, we don't have all them chickens in our backyard, but we got. Do what? I was gonna say we don't have all those chickens in our yard. I was wondering
where Tree was going.
I'm going up to Washington State. My mom turns 88 this year, and both of her brothers are taking dementia medicine. And one is the one that used to always come pick us up, let us stay at the ranch for a week during the summer and then take us back, is most advanced. And if I have been told if I want to spend any time with him, I'd better do it now.
Okay. So will you be gone for a week or more?
Okay. Yeah. And my canvases have been delivered.
Nice.
My son opened the 40 by 40. I don't know if you saw it, the one with the door that has the inside real vague named future still unwritten. Mom has not received her praying hands canvas, and my daughter has not received her canvas. But I also got 7 card designs done.
Nice.
So first one is done.
Where did you order the canvases?
Right.
I ordered them from Bay Photo.
Yeah, that's who I use for my prints also. They do.
Oh, you do?
Really good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do really good. High quality.
That's what I heard. Yeah. It's kind of cool to hear somebody else that is using them. Now, what kind of prints do you do?
I've done just one image so far. It's an image of a charcoal phoenix, and I've done it on I think it's the satin metallic, and it is gorgeous. Yeah, it's gorgeous. And then I've done it also on one of the papers. Hang on just a second. I've got my samples. Hang on just a second.
Yeah, y'all talking about having all them chickens in the backyard. We don't have the chickens in our yard. We have 7 new little baby kitties.
I knew you were going to say cats.
From 2 different litters, and that's what we need in the backyard is more black cats.
Right.
Because it's once it gets to be too much, you can't name any of them because they all look alike.
So you can
not until you know their personalities.
Oh yeah, you can order the samples, and they'll send you the samples. It's a little expensive.
Oh, really?
But then you can see actually what a picture actually looks like on it. This is my favorite. It's the Elegance Velvet. And I'm not sure if you can see the texture of the paper, but I love this texture. Can you see the texture? Oh, there you go.
Oh, now I can, yeah. Oh, wow.
But yeah, that's my favorite. But there's a
Just a minute, let me write that down.
There's a lot of different papers
Elegance
that you could actually
Velvet.
have them printed on. Yes, Elegance Velvet. And then I have 4 different samples of the metallic. So this is one. It's metal. It's really stiff and hard. So this is the back, and well, that's my arm.
Oh, wow.
But this is textured. And so the back
oh, that turned out
metal.
Great.
And the texture, I'm not sure if you can see the texture.
Not really. Maybe if you put it kind of sideways. Oh, yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Yes, now I can see.
So that one's the textured. Yes, it's aluminum.
Okay. That's
You can put them back in the bag.
That's a 040. They could have at least beveled it. It's got a sharp edge right there.
Well, this is just the sample. The prints themselves actually do have the velvet edges, and you can order it with the rounded corners.
Yeah, that would be safer.
Yeah, some designs.
You can tell I didn't make this stuff because I round my corners off and bevel it, so don't cut nobody.
This one is sheer gloss, and it's also metal.
Wow, which one of the metal do you prefer?
My preference is the satin, which I haven't got to yet.
I imagine for each design you would have different preferences.
Yeah, it depends. It depends on the design for sure.
Yeah.
But for the Elegance Velvet is just beautiful for charcoal, pastels, things that would actually have the texture on the page. I'm not sure how it would be with oils and watercolors and things like that, because I haven't done those for a while. I don't like oils. I don't like messing with oils at all. But watercolor is one of my favorites as well. But I haven't done a watercolor in a while. My favorite is pastels and charcoal. But this is the satin, and
okay.
Yeah, this is
the satin metallic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is my favorite for this design. But I have also done the sheer gloss, which is just the metallic with just the picture printed on top of it. Now for that one, you have to make sure you have a transparent black background, which I did in Canva. Are you familiar with Canva?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've never used it, but yes,
yeah, that's how
I don't remember much about it, but I do recognize it.
Yeah, that's how I get my transparent background. And then the last one for the metallic is...
That's the funny thing about the two of us is we're both artists.
Yeah.
Oh.
We have so much in common. The last one is the high gloss, and it is also gorgeous. I mean, it's very glossy.
I spent hours trying to get a transparency yesterday. You use Canva to do it?
Canva, yes, and you can that feature is actually available on the free version of Canva, I believe. So then they also have samples of photographs, which I haven't really looked at yet, but their photographs are like really nice quality too.
Yeah.
But the metallic ones are a separate sample. Um, and if you do you could actually do the metallics with one of your the samples with one of your prints. Um, but the paper sample does not come with the print, and the photograph sample does not come with the print.
Got it.
So this is called the press printed swatch, and basically it's just different
yeah.
This one actually feels slicker than the other ones. But I got these because I just wanted to see, because they have so many options, and I was like, I don't know which one to choose. So I ordered these samples. And then I was like, oh, and I fell in love with the texture one, which is just gorgeous on the Phoenix. Just gorgeous. It is gorgeous.
Did you try them, Todd? For your art?
No, his artwork now is more geared towards metal, bending metal, creating things.
Yeah, I'm a sheet metal mechanic, so I make all kinds of stuff.
And fishing lures, and creating fishing lures.
Fishing lures.
That's cool.
I still have a painting on the wall here in the living room that I did back in high school, and it's she's standing right in the way.
Up a little bit. Oh.
Now that's an oil painting, and I think she's got another one I did of watercolor back when I was like, I don't know, 13 or 14, something like that.
I've got it. I haven't got it in a frame
but,
yet. But you have it.
No, I actually had when I graduated high school, I received a 4-year scholarship to VCU in Richmond for artwork. But my artwork was just something I did. It's not a career I wanted to make, because if you tell me to draw a certain picture, I'm not going to do it. Because if I don't see if I'm not interested in that picture, I'm not going to draw it.
That's very that's very artist-like, though, because I also don't like to be told what to draw.
Yeah.
I can remember in my junior and senior year, I had the same teacher for art, and she learned the first week of my junior year. She's like, you know what? Don't worry about drawing painting what we're painting or drawing what we're drawing. Just do whatever you want to do. I was like, really? She says, well, I noticed that the very first day when I put the bowl of fruit out there to teach y'all about shading, she says, you gave me the biggest eye roll I've ever seen. And I was like, honey, I'm sorry, I learned that when I was 5. I'm not worried about, shading.
Yeah, when he was 5, he was building skeletons out of Post-it notes and just, realistic looking skeletons.
With moving arms and all that
stuff. But Valentine is also an artist.
Yeah, Valentine
is
also
a painter, also a photographer.
Yeah.
I think he's kind of put his photography on the back burner, though.
Mm-hmm. I think so, yeah. Because he's pretty much retired, isn't he?
No, I think he still creates art, because he gets I don't know what it's called, but it's kind of like a grant from Israel.
I'm not going to be able to stay long today.
Well, we love having you here as long as you're able to stay.
Yeah, we missed you last week.
Yeah, I was frantic, and I will be frantic as soon as I hang up on this one too. Yeah. Trying to get ready to go somewhere when you've got dementia is not a pleasant task.
I imagine it's not pleasant being in an unfamiliar place either.
Right. And getting ready, you pack and then, oh, did I get that in? Where is it? And how do I find it? And you go through this bag, you go through that bag, you go through the other one, and then you don't remember what you checked. So you do it all again and a third time. And it's just.
You know what might help you with that would be creating a checklist that has
I
everything and
did,
then where
yeah,
it's
I used to
located.
do that and it used to help. Now it doesn't help so much.
Oh,
Oh.
I'm sorry.
You know, everything works for, well, not everything, but a lot of things work for a while, but there are workarounds. Workarounds are temporary by the nature of the critter.
Oh, that's what I've got in my John boat.
I can definitely.
Yeah, in my John boat, I have a launch list and a packing or a like a packing list or whatever. And basically, before I launch, here's a list of things I need to do before I launch the boat. And the very first thing is drain plug. And it's got all the stuff in there I need to do. I always check the list because I'm absent-minded. And I'll forget something, when I get in the boat or whatever and everything. So then when I pull the boat out, it's basically a reversal of what the other side of it is. And I laminated it so it can't get wet. So it just stays in the boat. And I read that list every single time because I will forget something. And I almost launched it one time without the drain plug in it. And I'm sitting going, oh.
That would have been disastrous.
Yeah, I think I would have taken on a little bit of water.
A little
bit. So yeah, I'm always doing it. And I'm always writing myself notes at the shop too. Make sure I do this before I leave, or make sure I do this before I leave because I'll forget.
I got notes all over Tarnation.
Because she'll even tell you I have a bad habit of being an autopilot. And I can have a complete conversation with her about something and forget about it a minute later because we did.
Yeah, well, I have post-it notes as a program on my computer, and then I also have a to-do list that I also have on my phone, so that
it's 56 pages long.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Mine's not that long.
But it helps you, and that's what matters.
Yeah.
Well, it used to. It's not so helpful now because I can't find anything.
Well, maybe you need to start checking them off.
I take off things when I get them done.
You just have a lot to do then.
Yeah, there's a lot that isn't done that when I get a chance, I need to do this.
I am really good in the house as far as like looking for something that I can't find. And then when I do find it, the very first thing I say to myself is, oh yeah, I'll put it there so I knew where to look for it.
Right.
I'm bad about that.
Sometimes it helps me if I think, where would I put it away? If I had it in my hand, where would I put it?
Or if I did do something to make it easy on me, I'm always like, gee, thanks, Past Todd. That was a lot easier.
Yep.
Now I know why you did that. Thanks.
He is so disorganized with his fishing stuff, though. So disorganized.
But yet at the shop, I'm completely organized. Because
it's just, you just have to build a system that works for you. And procrastinating on building it doesn't get it done. He's also bad about procrastinating. But that's going to be a big job.
Yeah.
Because he's got a lot of fishing stuff. He's got 2 buildings outside full of fishing stuff that are overflowing, and a bunch in our bedroom.
Oh, it's not that bad. I'll clean.
No, it's worse.
It's worse. I've cleaned a lot of stuff out of the bedroom.
Yeah,
I used to have boxes piled all the way up in front of the window.
Yeah.
Now they're all piled up in the building.
Right. Now you must bring home a lot of fish for eating.
Nope, I don't keep any of them.
We don't eat fish.
You just like doing
never
it.
Even liked fish, never.
I just fish for fun. Okay. There's something about. It's one thing to catch them, but to actually release them, because when you release them, no two are the same, and they just act different. Like I had one last week that I caught, and it was a pretty good sized bass. When I put him in the water, I mean, he took that tail, he just went wham, and water went all over me, all over the boat. I was going, I'll get a shower later. I didn't need one from you. But he told me how he felt. And I had another one that, I don't know, a year or so back over at the reservoir, and I released it, and he just sat there and just looked at me. So I put my thumb in there and caught him in the mouth again. I said, I'm going to get you again. And put him back in the water. He just looked at me. I said, I started patting him on the head. I'm like, you want me to get you again? So I got him again. I was going, why don't you go? And he just like slowly turned and just went on down. I was like, that's crazy how they're all different like that.
Almost like they have different personalities, like our cats do.
Probably.
People think fish are different because they live in the water, but they have the breath of life in them too.
Right.
It's just a wet one.
Well, I mean, but they get their oxygen from the water. Mm-hmm. And that's the way the Father designed it.
Yep. But it is interesting. When the farm pond I used to fish all the time, that was my testing tank. I used to love going there during the spawning season and mess with the males on the beds, because it was interesting that no two of them reacted the same way. Because I would like drop a worm right down the bed, and they always go shoot and look right at it, and then they'll pick it up by the tail, spit it out. So I'll put it back in there again, and this will happen 3 or 4 times, and finally they just like grab it to remove it out of the bed, and that's when I pop them, and I catch them, and I put them right back in there. They go right back in the bed, do it all over again. I'm sort of going, that is nuts. But that's just the way the males are. He was guarding the eggs, and I was just like, I don't want to bother. I mean, I'm not trying to remove them or anything like that, but it was just interesting to watch that. And no two of them reacted the same way. I mean, they're generally the same, but as far as their temperaments, I guess, is what how fast they got mad was different with every one of them. Some of them would just get mad instantly and grab it. Others would just get aggravated and grab by the tail, keep removing it, till finally they just got mad and grabbed it. It was just interesting. No two were alike. I just thought that was fascinating. Bless you. But that's how you learn.
Right.
Sarah.
I did love your newest design with the lace.
That was really exciting for me.
Yeah, that's beautiful. So are you going to sell your art prints?
Yes.
You'll have to share.
Okay.
Where you sell them from?
Yeah. Nah, I'm not that far yet.
It's a job and a half. So I just this past week I had my t-shirt designs on my website, and there was a problem. I still don't know what caused it, but it would not. The Printful is where I have them. The one that produces them, and it was connected to my website so that it would populate my store, but something broke in the connection, and I was just like, you know what? I spent days on trying to figure out what it was, and I did everything I could possibly think of, and everything that ChatGPT suggested, and nothing would figure it out. So I was just like, you know what? They're available on Etsy. If anybody wants them, they're available on Etsy, and I'm just gonna have to be happy with that. But yeah, it's a job.
You see how she threw that sales pitch in there?
That wasn't a sales pitch.
You use ChatGPT a lot for reference also, huh?
For problem solving, yes.
Yeah.
And also
I'm
for organizing
discovering
my
that quite a few people do.
Yeah, I also use it for organizing my thoughts, but you have to be careful when you use it for that because it will change your what because I will like take notes on my phone and then I'll say organize these into some into themes and it will edit.
Yeah.
Oops.
And so I have to actually put that instruction in there. Do not edit my thoughts.
Yeah.
I actually used it. I'm getting more familiar with ChatGPT. I mean, I'm weaning myself off of going to the internet to find something or whatever, rather than just going to ChatGPT and doing it. So I'm slowly weaning myself to know which one to actually use. But
What are you finding out?
I found it interesting this morning that uh, I was I was reading the chapter 1 of Genesis, verse 3 and 4 in Hebrew, and I was trying to figure out exactly how to say something. Well, I looked it up. I have a Hebrew app on my phone, but sometimes it gives you weird definitions of words. And I'm kind of like, that can't be what that word says. But so this morning I went on ChatGPT just to see if it would do it, and sure enough, it gave me the root word. It gave me, I mean, everything, and that was not the word that the Hebrew app told me it was. So I was kind of like, why would God fear? That doesn't make sense. It's not fear, and He saw. I was like, well, that's completely different.
Yeah, that's really
Right.
Like I said, I don't know so I scratch my head with that app sometimes, but it has helped me learn. But at least with ChatGPT, I'm always like, transcribe this in English. It'll transcribe it, and it also gives you whatever version it's using, such as
Yeah.
it was using the Masoretic.
You got to watch the transcribes also.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be able to review it,
Yeah.
understand it well enough to see if they've screwed up, because sometimes they do.
Oh yeah.
Well, it was something I figured out earlier. I mean, I'm a slow learner. Uh, we were watching Jerusalem Walker. Well, he stops in front of this synagogue, and I froze it, took a picture of it with my phone, and then took that picture to ChatGPT and said, "Can you transcribe this?" And it was just basically just mentioning what kind of synagogue it was. I was like, "Oh, well, I just learned a cool little trick right there." Instead of going to the app and then going word for word for word, figure out what it says, I just take a picture of it, ask ChatGPT, and there it is. I'm like, well, that's kind of cool.
But you've got to be careful letting Chat GPT do that for you all the time because Chat GPT will lie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been using it for my research on the Paul versus James book, and I check all the verses it gives me, especially in the Clementine homilies. I definitely have to just go back and make sure that it's not giving me a bunch of poppycock. It's not, so I check.
So how is your book coming along?
I work on it in in little spats. I don't work on it consistently because my mind just goes screwy. And
that's what I'm doing with mine also.
So I haven't worked on it in about a week or so, but I think I'm in chapter 4 of Galatians now. So about halfway through, I guess. But basically, I still think that James's letter was the answer to Galatians. So either he had a copy of it or he saw a copy of it. Because so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to compare verse by verse in Galatians versus what James said. And I'm doing them. I got the idea from Ross to do it like in a parallel chart type thing, and putting everything line by line, side by side, and other verses in the Bible that contradict or might back it up or whatever. And I haven't found anything yet to back up what Paul wrote in Galatians. I
am very fond of the book of James.
Yeah.
It's probably my favorite book of the Bible.
Well, not only that, but it's also kind of fun to find information, what Paul said in other of his letters that contradict what he said in Galatians. So I find that to be quite interesting.
Yeah, Charles. You have to unmute yourself.
Step on up, Chuck.
Um, there. How's that better?
Yes.
That's better.
Ah, good.
Are you still laying in bed?
I'm back in bed, but I have a cup of coffee.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, so not all is lost.
So how y'all getting along? It's just a little puppy.
Well, kind of avoiding thinking about it to the best of my ability for now.
So you just reminded him.
Well, I was asking him.
Yeah, thanks, Todd. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay, brother. It's okay. It hurt us all, and and the fact that she was out without a leash anyway was a family dispute issue. So we dealt with that last night, and of course, the one that let her out, he felt real bad about it. But I mean, you just got to pick up and go on.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's quite a few life lessons for that young man to learn, and he had been previously warned, but he wasn't paying enough attention because he didn't remain properly respectful of his parents' instructions. Now I'm gonna drop it now, but that's the family was going through that and more.
Yeah.
All right. Now, you mentioned the Clementine homilies.
Mm-hmm.
You do some research. I'm a little confused because some people use Clementine. Anyway, Clem's works, but there's another set of work called the Anti-Clementine homilies, and there was some dispute amongst some of my friends about which one of those was the biggest liar, the Clementines or the anti-Clementines.
I haven't heard of the anti-Clementines.
Well, anti would mean that the Clementine would be existing before the anti, because anti is against Clementine, so...
Yeah, so that would have to come after.
There was a very stark variance on the on between those two groups on the reliability of Paul's writings, bringing up things such as what you brought up, that not even all of Paul's writings agree with himself, and a lot of that went into well, you know how people, they try very hard to save that which they've built a foundation on, and so so there was a great variation in the level of trust of various things. Paul, purportedly Paul, most definitely not Paul, but everybody thinks it's Paul anyway. And I thought, if you're into Clementine homilies, that you would know a little bit about the anti-Clementine homilies.
I haven't even heard of those.
Yeah, actually, I've never even heard of the anti-Clementines.
Okay.
Didn't know there was one.
You know, we can't judge Paul because we don't know the man. We only know what we've inherited as his works.
Yeah.
And so that is what we have to judge, is whether his works actually align with what we know from the Torah and what Yeshua taught.
Well, I didn't. I was coming at it with a Texas education at the time, but I figured out that Paul didn't even agree with himself.
No.
It seems that way for sure.
And sometimes in the same verse.
Yeah.
He disagrees with himself. I find it interesting that you would think that the church would embrace the homilies because they're a collection of Peter's sermons, and also his teachings that he gave to Clement. But in, was it the 300s or the 400s, Rufinus went through the homilies and took out Paul's name and replaced it with Simon Magnus, and then he destroyed the copy he had. So we're
Can you
left
prove
with
that?
we're left with what Rufinus transcribed, and everybody thinks, well, that's Simon Magnus. If you read it real closely, you'll figure out that it's Paul. If you read it real closely.
Is that the only proof you have?
What's that?
Is that the only proof that you've got to read it real closely to
You got to
spot it?
read
Or
it
do you
real
have...
closely because, for one, Paul kind of lets it go a little bit in his sarcasm in Galatians when he supposedly got in Peter's face and said, you want to act all Jewish and everything with the Gentiles until your boys come in the door. Then all of a sudden you want to go off and eat with them, and he starts chastising him. And my thought is, I know Peter was a hothead, and do you think Peter's going to let somebody get in his face and say something like that without beating the crap out of him?
Well, they were in a big meeting, so maybe so, maybe not.
But it's just, I don't know, just something about that story just doesn't stick with me. I find that hard to believe, as hot-headed as he was, that he's going to let Paul sit there and go, yeah, without popping him in the head.
Yeah, but at the same time, as you get older, you are able to deal, and as you become more learned in what you know, you become better able to control your reactions. I mean, just look at where you were 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, 10 years ago, you'd have popped Paul. But now, you wouldn't. At least I don't think you would.
Nah, I would. I would just, if I was in Peter's shoes, I would just look at him and go, really, dude? In 10 more minutes, you're going to be disagreeing with yourself. Because we know how you think. But I find it interesting that the arguments that...
Maybe that's why, was it Peter or James that said a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways?
James said that.
Yeah.
Which is what I think he was doing, because... And he makes that known, like, right off the bat, about a double-minded man. Because I think that's what he was referring to, was Paul. And because after he says that in James is when he starts pouring on the stuff. But I also think, too, one big difference between Paul and James is that the introduction of Galatians, Paul's like, me. I'm doing this and everything else and this, that, and the other
but
for like...
But not.
Yeah, for like 6 or 7 verses, it's just me. And James starts it off with just one verse as a humble servant of the Father, this, that, and the other, and then he goes on with his letter. He's very humble, where Paul's like, me. And why does Paul say 4 different times in his letters, I lie not? I'm not lying.
So obviously
4 times
somebody
in his letters
accused him.
he says that. It's like, why would you say that?
Probably because somebody accused him. But that's guesswork. Speaking of guesswork, I'll get back to that same question. When you said Rufinus changed to Simon Magnus
Yes.
or whatever.
Yes.
What stable source do you have for that specific person changing those specific words?
I don't have like any paperwork or anything on that. It's the source I got it from was church history records, which I'm not sure how to find those. The guy that was talking about it on the video, he also reads Latin, and he's basically a retired attorney who does really good presentations on his channel, and will back him up with with the proof.
Are you talking about Craig Wynn?
No. Jesus Words Only.
Okay.
And he's not a fan of Paul either.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that guy.
Yeah, I've got his
slightly.
Yeah, I've got a couple of his books, but he gives you the storyline of when this happened, how it happened, and everything. And I've learned a lot about the church fathers watching his channel too. as far as how things were done, why they were done certain ways, why this got changed. I mean, he's got a lot of answers for a lot of that stuff. Bye, truthful. But
Bye, sister.
he does a pretty good presentation. I mean, he really does.
It was probably the Jesus words only, which I went through a pretty strong phase of that 7-8 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but it was either Jesus words only or Craig Wynn or somebody of the lawyerly mindset.
That would
That
probably be Jesus words only. He's very
who
he was Jesus words only. He's a lawyer.
I'm pretty sure Craig Wynn was something of that sort. A journalist. He started out a book called Tea with Terrorists. He went and interviewed a bunch of after 9/11 of 2001. He went and interviewed some terrorists, some Islamic terrorists, and then he got he after he got through going through the Islamist works and laid them out, and he did a really good job of that. He started going through the Hebrew, and so he's still online. But Jesus word, I don't even know why I quit looking at Jesus words only. I probably got distracted. It's probably that simple.
He gets a bit repetitive. Like he is stuck on Paul.
Well, it's kind of easy to get stuck on Paul. If you look at my last 10 years, anyway.
Well, we used to watch it quite a bit, but after about 5 minutes into the video, I would glance over at her, and she's dozed off in the chair. And I was going, man, that was pretty good. She goes, I can't help it. The tone of his voice puts me to sleep. I'm like, but you missed the whole video.
My dad's real big on Craig Wynn. Hours per week listening to Craig's stuff, but I just don't. It's an attitude thing.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard of him.
I haven't either.
Craig, does he have? Is that his channel name?
You can probably find him that way, but if you want to look at his website, it's Yada Yah or Yada Yahoah.
Wait a minute, I think that's the name of his channel, isn't it? That sounds familiar. Wait a minute.
Yada Yahoah, I believe, or Yada Yah is one of his books.
Yada Yahoah, yeah.
Anyway, my dad listens to him a lot. It's some people you just don't click with.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't really know anything wrong with them other than let me go get another glass of iced tea. I just need to get up out of here.
Yeah, when you have to get away from it, that's when you know something isn't meshing with your spirit.
Yeah, we were watching. I can't think of the guy's name off the top of my head, but there's a guy that we recently just popped up on the feed, and was watching him a little bit. And she even mentioned a couple of weeks ago. She says, he's not really saying anything that I disagree with. And I'm like, no, I haven't heard anything either. And it's not like he's really not. I don't know if he calls himself a Christian or what, but he's, he believes in what the Torah says and the Sabbath days. But there's some things that he says that we're kind of like, think you got that a little wrong there, dude. Like he did a video last week about commerce on the Sabbath, and people who don't want to spend money on the Sabbath, he thinks that they're doing it wrong.
What's the name of
because it's talking about people not working, this, that, and the other, and I don't think he grasps the reality that if you spend money on the Sabbath, then that means you're making somebody work.
No, he grasps that, but he takes it a step further. Like if you even turn on your faucet, you're making someone at the water plant work. on Sabbath, but the water plant doesn't. I mean, they don't work like that.
Yeah,
At least the ones in our city doesn't.
Basically, he was trying to say that it's okay for commerce to happen on the Sabbath. It's just that he says that people just take it out of context or whatever. It's like, no, dude, no.
That channel is called Finding the Ancient Path.
Yeah, Find the Ancient Path. But we were watching last weekend. He was doing another Sabbath deal or something like that. And then he says, just like what Paul says, and I went, click. Don't care what he says.
Well, yes. I kind of wanted to brings up something else. I would rather have this conversation around a campfire with you or on a fishing boat, but this is a very small group, and Libby's used to people that freak out. She can handle us, I think.
I think Baxter can too. So.
Okay. Baxter must be Samsung.
Yeah.
Church of God remnant. Yeah, I'm kind of a Church of God remnant myself. My parents started that when I was 7. The worldwide. So hi, Baxter. Like I said, this has been going on for better than the Ancient Path guys is worldwide. Okay, I appreciate the info,
that.
Baxter. Okay. Well, according to Baxter. Anyway, the question I have is, after 10 years of going through this, I was in I'm going to call it a redneck survival group that was Torah focused Christian group out of Oklahoma. Anyway, I was a part of that, and we did Bible studies and teachings and stuff, where everybody would get a chance once a year to teach the others. And so I was looking through there and preparing for one of the questions I had to answer. And I found the answer, but it was best spoken, most clearly articulated by Paul in 1 Corinthians. And I'm awfully sure that Paul wrote 1 Corinthians. I don't think that's one of those.
1 Corinthians is one of his better letters.
Well, I found the only answer that satisfied my soul and my spirit, if you can hear me, to that particular question came out of 1 Corinthians, like chapter 8 or chapter 15 or something. I don't even remember exactly right now, but then my wife is as solid a Christian as you'll ever find. I mean, like, if she prays for you, buddy, something's fixing to happen. More than 9 times out of 10. And she gets a lot of strength from what she remembers of what Paul wrote. But then one of my sons, he uses some of the things that Paul wrote that he's been taught when we were still going to Christian church weekly. Some of those things, and they've got him skewed in making some bad decisions based on what he thinks happens afterwards. It's you've heard the term greasy grace. Greasy as in slippery, grace as in translated forgiveness and forgetting, and so it becomes opportunity for continue going the wrong way, because I can be forgiven when I get finished, and so he misapplies some of Paul's writings that got misapplied and taught in the church, if you understand what I'm saying.
Right.
But at the same time, some of the things that Paul wrote, I find to be pretty encouraging. Am I bleeding through or something?
No, it was other people. You're fine.
Okay. So anyway, I don't like talking about these things with a whole bunch of people, because I really, really don't like pissing people off if I don't have to. But
I think you'd have to try really hard to piss anybody off that's in this call right now.
Yeah.
Well, David and Patty and Libby, I know, but I don't want to. I don't want to hurt anybody.
Oh, dude,
I don't really.
Baxter's wide open, man. You got
Okay.
he's got as many questions as you. I mean, you know,
Oh well. He don't know
he's just
nothing
kind
then.
of shy. He likes to be in the background, and watch everybody.
If he's got as many questions as I do, he's probably just as stupid as me. uh, and, so I'm not as hardcore. Um, I'm not as hardcore in preaching my anti-Paulism as I used to be. Um, and trying to get along with people, but at the same time, um, I don't hardly look at it anymore because my mind's kind of made up.
Right.
Yeah.
And my dad, he still looks at it real hard, and he keeps going through the Craig Wynn materials. Craig Wynn used to be up in somewhere up around northern New York, um, but he's over in some Philippine island or something now.
Hmm. We know
And
you're talking about how some of the Paul stuff that you think is good and everything, and we don't disagree with that. I mean, we think that
he does have some really good stuff.
There
is
some
good.
The
problem is he has some really bad stuff mixed in with the good stuff.
Kind of like a little leaven spoils the loaf.
Yeah, that was one of his good things. That was one of the good things he said.
Kind of deal, but I mean, he doesn't always spew, anti-Torah or anything like that, and he does make some good points in his letters. Mm-hmm. I mean, we've admitted that I think there's only one letter I think that we studied that we didn't find anything in it. It was a very short letter. I'm not sure if it was Philemon or
we didn't find much
or
that
Titus.
We disagreed with in the Corinthians either. I don't think.
Yeah, there wasn't
Just
a whole
couple
lot
here and there.
Yeah.
Well, 1 Corinthians 13, according to some of the things I heard, 1 Corinthians 13, with the exception of one word, was a plagiarism off of some other philosopher that wrote from some other country and some other philosophy. Mm-hmm. That chapter 13, the love chapter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was found to have been written by somebody else from a different culture, and apparently one word of it got changed, so it's not an out and out plagiarism. But that was my mama's favorite chapter, and she thought Apostle Paul was one of the most geniuses ever, but he was plagiarizing according to some. Now, that's why I bring up what I brought up earlier about the Clementine and the anti-Clementine, which was Peter's not cartographer. Clementine was Peter's Baruch, right?
Basically, yeah.
So, and I don't know where I heard the anti-Clementine stuff. I thought maybe you had something on that.
No, sure don't. Sorry.
Okay.
Like one thing that Paul wrote. I'm not a big fan of Romans either, but I will say that chapter 1 verse 32, when he says, "Who knowing the judgment of Elohim, they which commit such things are worthy of death, not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them." Kind of like he's saying, if you follow the crowd and you enjoy seeing that, you're just as guilty as them. Which is, I think, is kind of interesting, and that could be of anything. I mean, it could be, people who like to watch like satanic rituals or something like that. Well, they're basically being a part of it themselves.
Okay, are you talking about the pseudo-Clementine recognitions, as the anti-Clementine?
Pseudo-Clementine, that was the correct word.
Yeah, those were actually composed in the mid-4th century. So basically, that's somebody writing their disagreements with the Clementine homilies. Which means that the Clementine homilies actually predated that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right, Angel. It was pseudo Clementine, not anti Clementine.
Right.
Well, that's what I get on a half a cup of coffee.
That's all right. We figured it out.
I just find it interesting that there's the one section. Well, it's also called the Nazarene Acts, which I don't think is the correct title, but uh, it's interesting that there's a section of those letters that when we were printing it out, it had a subtitle to this one section that said this was a very hard section to transcribe, and I'm sort of thinking, why would it be hard to transcribe unless the writing was just not that good or something? That's not what it meant. It's because Peter starts describing to Clement the stuff that were not originally in the Torah, and what the truth really is, and all that kind of stuff, because everybody's used to the stories in the Bible and what they are and this, that, and the other. And Peter basically says to him straight up, he says, you think Noah was a drunk? He says, you think Abram had a couple of different wives? You think, this, that, and the other, and it really goes against what the Torah says. But he got his teachings from Yeshua, and he was there to correct everybody on Torah. And maybe that's what he did with Peter, or maybe his disciples, or whatever. But he was like, look, guys, the Torah says this, but that's not what happened. And I find that to be interesting that Peter does that. And that kind of started us to question a few things ourselves. And
then we found the documentary hypothesis.
Yeah.
I was going to bring that up next. The documentary hypothesis. Now that we can look at what Ross has taught us, and we can see it because of the way he teaches. That's an important step.
And the funny thing is, we caught on to the two different stories of Noah way before the documentary hypothesis. Because we were kind of like, wait a minute, why is it repeating over and over again? And then you start looking at it and going, are there two different stories here? And we start looking more into it and couldn't find out, yeah, it was two different stories. And then we came across documentary hypothesis, and we're kind of like, that makes a lot more sense. Why there's two different stories.
And it took away a lot of my anger, the documentary hypothesis, because of things that didn't match up. Like, how do you match up the scribe of the pen of the scribes has done violence to the Torah? How do you deal with that until the documentary hypothesis? And then I was still very angry until such time as I saw how easy it was for me to make just as big a mistake against one of the writers by not understanding that they may have, and quite considerably could have been, doing the best they could to, like you mentioned with Clementine and Peter trying to correct him about something. Boy, I'm not saying this right.
No, we're understanding what you're saying.
Yeah. Valentine last week sent off a huge light bulb in my head when he mentioned that in every community there's always three rabbis that make the decisions for everybody, that decides everything and upholds the law and this, that, and the other. And that light went off in my head. I was like, you mean as in Acts, when you have James, John, and Peter that Paul was talking to, those are the three rabbis of that community. And that clicked. And I'm sort of going, that's why Paul had issues. Because he says, these seem to be pillars. He's being sarcastic. The church doesn't preach that. A church will tell you straight up, oh, he's admiring them by calling them pillars. Not when he says, seem to be pillars.
Yeah,
that
two verses
sound
later.
Loving to me.
He's just disrespectful.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I've got a 23-year-old. I know what disrespectful sounds like.
Well, not only that, but if you read Galatians and how the attitude that Paul gets, especially in Galatians, it matches the attitude problems that Simon Magus has when he's going against Peter. They're very similar characters. Very similar characters. And I found that to be interesting. Because Simon
I had
Magus,
some suspicions about that, but I haven't seen any. That's why I asked you earlier about this Rufus character. You know, I don't know where that came from.
It's been a while since I heard the story behind that, so I can't really remember off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But a lot of the church fathers, though, was changing things, especially when they came up with the Trinity. And well, we got to go back in the New Testament and change some of this stuff to show that hey, there's a Trinity. And the only thing that's really in there that proves a Trinity, and the church uses this, is I think it's
Peter.
No, it was one of the 3 letters John wrote. The one escapes me right now. But when he says that these 3 agree, which is the earth, the fire, and the water, these 3 agree. Then it was added in, and these also 3 agree, which is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I'm still going, aha, bingo. And that's...
Yeah, you know, you spend enough time around Ross, you start picking up on how easy it is to spot when the voice changes.
Well, it wasn't really Ross.
Before we met Ross.
Yeah, we were doing a lot of this before Ross, before we even found Ross. It's just that we just didn't have any guidance in what we were doing. We were just happening to notice, hey, did you notice this right here? How come this is just doesn't seem like it fits in this whole entire verse right here? And why is it? It was actually the New Testament that we started going after first, and which led us to, eventually the Torah and stuff like that. And ain't nothing sacred. Question it.
Yeah, there's nothing of that is above being questioned.
Right, because we are left with what they gave us. We don't have access to the original writings, although I do find it interesting how different the Moses scroll is compared to Deuteronomy. And I do find that, but I also believe too that that what was found, I still think is just a fragment of the whole entire writing, because it just starts somewhere and then it just ends, and that's it. It's like, okay, well, that's great. I mean, we're thankful we have that. But at the same time, where's the beginning and where's the end? That can't just be all it is.
So, I still question that. What was it? All there was? Was this a? I'm talking about the Moses scroll. Was this a king or a prince that was getting his copy of his daily Torah reading ready to go? If so, why did he have 2? Was it scribal practice? And was it a meditation that somebody put together and then they hiding out in a cave in the desert or something? I still haven't figured it out, but I should probably, all the stuff I don't know, I should probably not be talking, but doesn't stop me. Doesn't stop me.
Well, you ain't got to worry about that here.
Yeah, keep talking.
Hey, JJ, what's up, brother?
Give the rest of us crazy people something to talk about. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'm just doing housework. I'm just doing housework today, and I've been distracted by things, so I saw I did a little bit late, or a lot of it late. So, but I figured I could at least listen in.
There you go.
While I'm. There's a lot to do to get ready to move overseas. So.
Yeah. And you got what, 2 months? Before you
yeah, well, less than 2 months. So,
2 months.
Yeah, less than 2 months. So I'm trying to put things together. Like, all right, I got to divide all my stuff into. This is what I'm going to store here. So when I come back in a few years, this is what I'm going to take in my suitcase. This is what I'm going to take, so that it's there within 30 days, and this is what I'm going to take. So whenever the cargo ship gets there. Yeah, the rest of my stuff is there, so I'm just trying to, be smart and everything. So
you're keeping the house and everything then?
Yeah, so I'm gonna keep it. Keep it, and if I sell it, you know, I just bought it a few years ago, so I'm not really making any money on it. And
Right.
a house will be that much more expensive, you know, in 3, 4, 5 years whenever I come back. So,
No, you could always rent it out while you're gone.
True.
yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I got a guy who's gonna look after it for me, and then it's crazy where, you know, where I live. It's a pretty decent. I'd say it's what do you say? It feels like the country because I don't probably only got about 15 neighbors, but we're just offset a town, so it looks like you're kind of isolated into your little community. But but anybody can walk into town in 15 minutes. I mean, walk into town in 15 minutes.
Wow.
So it's nice. Well, it's literally the other side of the track. So literally the other side of the tracks and downhill. So it's not bad.
Yeah, if you could walk in town in 15 minutes, and that means you live about a mile out of town, then.
Yeah, a mile or two out of town. Yeah, but probably a mile into straight up downtown. So yeah, and I've been trying to work on my yard, doing native gardening, you know, native plant type stuff. And man, it's like I hate to see it go, but yesterday just walking down the neighborhood, and you know, I felt there was like, well, I'm gonna go this way today instead of the other way. And then I ran into like 3 neighbors, all of which stopped me for a little bit. I ran into my neighbor that had heart surgery the other day, or a couple months ago, and he's just getting ready to go back to work. So, and he said he was doing good. And then I ran into another neighbor who lives down at the end of the street, and we were chit-chatting. And then a guy who bought a house like just a couple months ago. He came out, and my dog ran over to him to say hi, and I'd never met him. So I went up to that guy and said, hey, sorry about my dog and everything. And we got to talking. And he's like, hey, man, I love your native garden. And I'm like, oh, I'm going away, and I can't find anyone to tend it. He's like, brother, I got you.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, so, you know, so I don't know. It's like little things, you know. Follow those little whispers in your ear and try to keep perked up, and
yeah,
you know, and live the right way, and so it's you know, it's beautiful, but it's a lot going on for sure, man.
Yeah, I can't imagine cleaning up, picking up and moving, even if it's just temporary.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean the crazy thing is even just you know, when I moved so the only time I've moved inside America is when I retired from the Navy. Well, I guess when I first joined the Navy, but that, you know, I was still a kid. But then when I moved as a family from Virginia here to the St. Louis metropolitan area, and that was the first time. Every other time I move overseas, so moving overseas for me is like I know the drill. It's like, okay, prepared. It's by myself now, so it's like, oh man, what can I move? What can I keep? What can I go? What can go? So yeah, every time it's like cross the ocean, man. Maybe my 3rd time to Japan, but I've lived in Hawaii and Spain, and
wow. Well, that's pretty cool though. At least you're getting a pension from the Navy, so
yeah. So
that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not much, man. It's not much, but it helps.
That's just like my buddy's dad. He's in his late 70s.
Yeah.
I think he retired maybe not quite 10 years ago, maybe, but
yeah.
He retired from the Navy, and then and like a lot of Navy people, he became a postal carrier.
And I noticed that. I
know a lot of Navy guys are mail carriers.
Yeah.
And well, actually, a lot of military, but a lot of the Navy guys are. But he's also retired from that, so he's got a pretty good double pension coming in.
Holy moly!
He's not hurting.
Yeah.
His retirement. I mean, he's got a house he bought, which I'm sure is paid off now, and just recently bought it was used, but it was still about a $75,000 bass boat that he got.
Oh boy!
I'm sure it's paid for. and everything. So he's got, he buys a new truck, I think, like every 3 or 4 years.
Oh man, I can't.
He's got it made. He's not worried about it.
Yeah. Well, I can't
I
quite.
think his wife got an inheritance from the family too, if I'm not mistaken, from her.
Oh, okay.
Family, so I could be wrong. I could be wrong about that, but he's got a nice house.
Happen.
I mean, he's got a. I remember when he bought it. They bought the house, and it's got a swimming pool around back, and of course it's up in the mountains. And
oh wow!
I still remember the 3 of us standing on the diving board, pitching lures with the rod, like watching these lures in the pool, and she's up on top of the hill going, "Y'all get out of my pool!"
Oh man!
Well, dang, Marlene, we're just trying out crankbaits.
Yeah. Right, leave us alone, man. We're having fun.
Yeah. Gosh, that was a long time ago. That was 25 years ago, I think, when that happened.
Holy cow!
Do you know how long you're going to be overseas for, JJ?
So yeah, I'll be in Japan. So it's the way they do like these. I guess it's almost similar to how they do the active duty. It's like I'm going over there for 3 years. So I'm quitting my job, which I can keep my job as long as I want to. Now I don't have to quit, and they're probably not going to fire me because I do good. So I'm quitting that job to go over to Japan for a guaranteed 3 years. So after I'm there for 2 years, I can request to extend up, 2 more. So request to extend up to 5 total, right? And that's pretty much it. Everything after that is pretty hard. So after about 3 years, I'm going to start trying to get hired back where I am now. And then, so we'll see I'll have to see how it goes, So,
and
yeah.
What you said you're going over there to teach?
Yeah, well, do a little teaching. So they have, the Navy's got, these, like a bridge simulator. A bridge is where you like essentially drive the ship from.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got a bridge simulator, and I'm going over there to run it, I guess. So it should be fun.
A boatswain mate.
Well, I'm an old quartermaster. So
quartermaster, okay.
Yeah, so yeah, I have a lot of experience up on the bridge. I guess just like a boatswain mate would. But I've also been officer of the deck and in charge of the safe navigation and execution of the plan of the day. Underway.
I got a story about me and a buddy of mine, JJ. You'll probably get a kick out of this.
Yeah. Shoot.
He was in the Navy also. He served in the First Gulf War. And
as a what?
He was in the Navy, and he served in the First Gulf War.
Gulf War. Okay.
We went on a float trip down the James River, and we were in a boat, and we didn't have the trolling motor out. We were just paddling. It was real deep. We started getting to a set of rapids. Now I'm not talking about big rapids. These weren't even class ones. I mean, these were just kind of a rippling kind of a thing.
Okay.
It was super shallow, and we started going sideways, going down the river. I'm like, dude, what are you doing back there? You don't paddle on the same side I paddle on. Paddle on the other side. And we just we kept arguing back and forth. And finally we did. We ended up sideways on the rapids.
Oh my God!
And I looked at him. I said, "What are you doing, dude? You were in the Navy. And you don't know how to steer a boat." He looked at me and goes,
"Tommy."
Yeah, he looked at me and goes, "Hey, I was on the flight deck on a carrier. Shut up."
Well, he knows which way the planes are supposed to be pointed when they land and take off.
So I told him, I said, "You get out, and push us off these rocks."
Yeah.
And he did. He got out. He was mad there for a little while, but eventually, and we talk about it now. We still laugh about it.
Yeah.
It was like, dude, that was the perfect answer you gave me when I said you were in the Navy and you can't paddle a boat. So I was on a carrier. Shut up.
Yeah. Yeah. Carriers. Man, there's a whole lot of people on a carrier.
He said that during the First Gulf War, he said they used to make a lot of money on the deck because.
Oh yeah.
Well, because you had Marines, you had the Navy, you had the Air Force. They would always bet on how many times it would take an Air Force guy to land.
Oh, wow.
Because they would do touch and goes, sometimes miss the boat.
Yeah.
Because you're trying to land on a moving target.
Yeah.
And the Navy and the Marine guys are just like shoot, 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 shoot every single time. The Air
Yeah.
Force guys would be like, whoop, try it again, whoop, try it again.
Yeah.
He said those $20 bills would just fly on the deck.
Yeah. Like, what's the over under on this guy?
I would say turn yours off. I would say something totally. That guy's full of it because aircraft, U.S. Air Force planes do not have arresting hooks, and they're not built to land on carrier decks unless it was an emergency, and they don't even know what a meatball is. And if you knew what a meatball is, that's the landing lights on a. I worked on the meatballs for NAEC, New Jersey. So I've never heard in my life of an Air Force plane landing on a carrier deck other than in an emergency. And they wouldn't even be able to land on the normal deck. They'd have to land long ways. And I'm sorry, but this is what I did for a living, and I smell shit. Just being honest. An aircraft F-15 could crack apart if it landed on an aircraft carrier. The F-14, the F-35.
I smell a meatball.
The F-35 that's made for the Joint Strike Fighter that's made for the Navy and Marines is 2,000 or 3,000 pounds heavier because it's made to land. The Navy pilot, why they're so great, they fly into the deck. They don't land. They're still flying. And that arresting hook, they got 3 cables going across the deck. That arresting hook better catch or they go around. In my opinion, unless he's talking about an Air Force pilot that got into a Navy plane like an F-18, which I would doubt. It's about training, and their whole training. They can go up to 6 plus or minus 6 feet of waves and still land at night, which means they're like astronauts or something. I mean, they're amazing people. The Navy pilots, and when you fly in a plane, you know when you got a Navy pilot in Delta, because all of a sudden when they come into the airport, it banks quickly, it banks again, and they're not smooth. And when they land, they can. And again, if you were worried about your life, I'd want a Navy pilot.
Ronnie says controlled crash.
Yeah, it's a scary. Well, I worked on the meatballs.
They are going full blast. They are going as fast as they can when they land.
Right, they're flying into the deck. And those meatballs, the meatball is there's 3 lights, and you have to get them to go all green before you can land. So this means like at nighttime, that's how they know they can land on the deck. If you don't see those 3 green lights, you just keep flying. And it is an amazing thing. But I've never heard. I think in World War II there was a B-24 that landed on a Navy aircraft carrier, but they need like half a mile to land an aircraft plane, and that's why I think someone said. Now there's fights between Marine Corps and Navy. They both think they're the best, but that's just me. And I have spent 50 years in this business, but maybe I didn't know about other things that were happening. Now, I also know that a Navy pilot, when they land here at the base, the old Air Force base, they can stop in about a third the time an Air Force pilot can, and so that's my view of it. But I don't want to call shit on somebody if it's not if they know something else, but. I certainly don't think Air Force pilots ever land on aircraft carriers. And like I said, the planes are not built for it.
It's the tail hook and everything.
Oh, my God. And the tail hook's a big thing. If that hook doesn't catch, you're not stopping. You hit the old afterburners and take off. And you got 3 chances, essentially. Then you better find a place to land on land. And, sometimes they go out, Navy pilot, and the sea gets crappy, and then they're told you can't come back. You can't come back home, buddy, because we're swaying 12 foot each way, and it's kind of hard to land like that. Anyways, I know a lot of F-18 pilots. I knew a lot of S-2 pilots, and I knew F-14 pilots, F-4. So the F-4 Phantom for the Navy and Marines was 6,000 pounds heavier than the Air Force Phantom. And because the F-4, because it was so built to, and you got to realize they don't just built for landing once. They're built for landing a whole lifetime. And we looked at things like fracturing of the metals and stuff. And I don't know. I just think someone's not being truthful when they talk like that. But
I find it fascinating with the close-ups of those planes landing on deck. You can tell that there's a lot hitting that deck.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can tell it. I mean, it's like, oh my gosh, that thing weighs a ton.
Yeah, we went out of Jersey and just watched. Was back in the day of the F-14. That's a monster plane. It can track 8 targets and shoot at 4 at once. Has a swept wing. You know, it was. And I saw one out at sea. We were tracking a new system out there, and they did the mock flyby, and you see the plane go, and then all of a sudden you hear the plane. You know, it's silent when it goes by. It's really fascinating. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyways, I wanted to ask a question for y'all. You were talking about the New Testament, and I'm just curious. Tilt rotors can land. Yeah, the V-22 is really a Navy Marine Corps plane. What is it? How do you feel? And again, because I left the New Testament a long time ago, Patty and I, but
not me.
But yeah, you're still.
I still follow Jesus' teachings.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But I don't. No, but I don't feel it's necessary for me to read them anymore. Now, I agree. They led me out of Christianity, and I think Jesus is straight up. But I like the Book of James, and I like Peter. I always had trouble with Paul, even when I was. But the point is, do you all that we're talking so much brilliant detail? You really obviously are experts at these books and things. Why do you still read those books in your faith? And it's no judgment. It's just I'm just curious. Like James Tabor is an expert on the New Testament, and he makes money by selling classes. But you know, I didn't throw the whole thing away, but I certainly don't believe that I need to follow Jesus to get into heaven or to pray to him. And I don't believe that he gave me salvation. That's my own personal opinion, and you could be different than me. But why is it that you guys still follow or study those books? Because you're looking for more insight, or you just like them? Or I'm just curious what
First of all, I'm so offended. I don't know, always looking for more, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Ow! Really?
I heard the cat meowing or purring.
No, he just gave me another one of his little love nibbles.
Oh.
That wasn't no nibble. Punk. Anyway. I guess he's hungry. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I don't know. We're just always looking for more information, more. Mm-hmm. Maybe confirmation.
And it's also interesting to go back and read what Yeshua said after learning the different things that we've learned, mm-hmm. and getting different things out of what Yeshua said based on what we've things that we've learned since the last time we read it.
Yeah. Yeah. I think by questioning things, you look at what he taught in a different way. Mm-hmm. Because it's like now you can read what he says and figure out, was that added in?
Yeah.
Because now it doesn't really flow, and of course don't ever say that in church.
No.
But
do you believe that? Do you believe you have to pay to him? Is he the mediator between man and God? Do you have to pray to Jesus?
I don't even think he did that.
No, I'm, and if you do, I'm not judging anyone. I feel that it's the Yud He Vav He. That's the Almighty God. Mm-hmm. That's my King, and my knee will only bow to him and him alone. That's it. I am a monotheist.
I think Yeshua was a really good rabbi. I mean, I think he was learned in the scriptures, and I think he taught his disciples things that rabbis are still talking about today. They just didn't get it from him.
And Jesus was trying to clean up the religion of his day. I fully understand where he's coming from.
A Reformed Jew.
Because I could go to Jerusalem today and say the same things Jesus said to those rabbis walking around worrying about their coats and their hats and their hair. I mean, they're more worried about that than they are about the word of the Almighty God. What about the Ten Commandments? And, one thing that really turned me off about the Talmud, I won't use the exact words they said because it'll make you upset, but they're like nothing. The only thing worse than a golim is a golim that converts to Judaism. This is true story. And he said they are worthy of death. It's in the Talmud. And I find that extremely aggravating, and that the Golim don't have to follow the commandments. They're like animals, and they should be working 7 days a week. The Sabbath isn't for them, and that's when I said I'm not going to Judaism.
Not all of those are the same, though. They're not all. Other people have said it differently.
No, I get that, but that was some of the thinking that went on about the exclusivity of the club.
Okay.
Yeah.
And here's what I'd say: if you're no matter what you call yourself today, you could call yourself an Irishman. It doesn't mean you came from Ireland. It means maybe recently your family was from Ireland, but where did you come from if you go back 12, 15 generations? And the other thing that there was a big argument with the Tyler family. We have I think 5 books of the Tylers in America, the genealogy. Like my aunt said, who knows who jumped in whose bed, and are there paternity tests to say that this was your 12 sons, or what I mean? There's no proof that you're a Jew from the time of Judah. Let's just say there's no proof. And so you could be from a converso line, and it's been 10 generations, but you know what I'm saying, and. That's all. Is this? I go back to what does God really want from us? He wants us to follow the 10, to do His best. I don't agree with all the priestly laws, and who am I not to agree? But I'm just saying from my reading. But I agree with a lot of them. I think that there's a lot of good things about how to deal with people, how to deal with lawsuits, how to deal with your sexual relations. There are things that I don't disagree with in there, and the documentary hypothesis was a revelation to me, because once you see it that way, the first time about 20 years ago I read what was called the Book of J, and that was a book that is only the Yahwist writings of the, and I started reading that and I go, this makes sense. That this person or whoever, these authors had a view that was very Yahwist. And then there was the Elohist view and the priestly view, like I try to tell people, and I'm not trying to be mean, but it's like the IRS. Every time there's a law that they make, they always seem to benefit, personally.
Yeah.
I don't want to piss people off, but those are just my views after all these years of reading it. And the Deuteronomy, I mean, it's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
And then there was the other ones. I got people to hang up on you. I'll stop talking. But the issue is, the other issue is that that was a different deal for me. And so,
well, one of the things that we've been figuring out, because we've been questioning things.
Yeah.
It opens your eyes to certain things, like when Yeshua was teaching in the synagogue and he says, unless you eat my flesh and drink my blood. If he was a rabbi, he knew that he would know that if he said something like that, it was going to cause a stir.
And it's blasphemy.
And it doesn't make sense. We have wrapped our heads around just that one verse, just trying to figure out what exactly is he trying to say. And I think if you go so far with that, you should start to wonder, did he even say it? Because if you sit there and
I don't think he said it. I mean, it doesn't sound. Oof.
I spend a lot of time trying to Judaize things that just don't belong in the first place.
Yeah. And if you think about it,
you don't have to turn it.
Well, if you think about it, if
you can talk right
in
through
front of him when he says it, you only hear it one time.
Turn that all off.
So here we are. Here we have it in the book, and we've been spending a long time reading it over and over and over, and still can't make sense out of it.
Turn everything off.
Then there's no way he could have said it.
I just don't think he did.
Granted, he did say that some parables that he spoke was because some would not understand, and I can understand that. But to say something one time, or only gets heard one time, and expect somebody to understand it, when we study it for years and years and years, still can't make sense of it. And everybody has their own. Every scholar has their own viewpoint on what he meant. And that he couldn't have said it.
Well, I used to think, well, he just meant internalize internalize the word by eating.
Right.
And I used to try to make up, like, is that what is called apologetics, but I used to try to make sense of it. And now I just don't think it really belongs there.
Exactly.
So we're on the same page there, guys.
Well, he's also, there's another verse too when he says, I'm the way, the truth, and life. Nobody comes to the Father but through me. I think that's taken out of context. I think it's possible he could have said that for the simple fact of, since he represented Torah, that may be what he was referring to.
Yeah.
Nobody comes to the Father except through Torah, which is obedience. Right. And that might be what he meant.
Yeah.
But Todd was not. He was speaking to the Jews then, right? Mm-hmm. Or I mean, of course, the stranger in the land, it would be applicable if they're living there. But but no, I agree with you. But how many people look at some of the text and they go back and they try to find, well, this is what this means, because they try to go back and proof text it based upon they want it to fit a certain
right.
meaning. That's done. Look, we've done the same thing.
Yeah.
Because we don't always know. There's a rabbi I've been listening to lately. He says, "How many of y'all when you read a text, do you read it based upon the mindset of the culture at that point in time?" But if we don't know the culture and we don't know the language, it's kind of hard to get it exactly straight. I think that's my opinion.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Most of the time when we read something, we read it based on our current understanding and our preconceived notions and things like that, not necessarily in the
historical context.
Yes.
I think right. I think the 10, though, you don't have to worry about context for the 10. They 100% are applicable today. Some of the other ones,
David.
Yeah.
David, since you brought that up, okay?
Yeah.
Which 10?
The 10?
There's that's 5 different translations.
Okay. Let's go with this. No. Obviously, there's only one difference that is significant in the 10, so if we go with Deuteronomy and Exodus, those 10, and they're slightly different. You can say they're different, but they're slightly different.
Right.
And the way I look at it is this. I'm not going to get into exact verbiage. Love God above all things. Do not use his name in vain for lying and deceit. Honor the Sabbath day. Honor your father and mother. Don't kill. Don't lie. Don't cheat. Don't commit adultery, and don't want anything that anyone else has. Don't lust for those people. If we lived life like that, it would be. And I get my Jewish friends get angry, but I say Jesus kind of summarized them: love God above all things, and to do this, you must love one another as I love you. That's our life. It's not a complex religion beyond this.
No, that's Torah too.
Yes, it is, and that's why that's the part of Jesus I love. Is those authentic, that authentic part. And like I said, I respect Jesus. I think he was anointed. There's many anointed, not just Jesus, but he was anointed to be able to put a Torah and over 1 billion homes, over 1 billion homes. Because of the Christian Bible.
But wait a minute. I'm sorry. Let me interrupt you, though.
Go ahead.
You said he was anointed. Was he ever really anointed?
John could have been
based upon Scripture?
Well, let me put it this way. I don't mean anointed with oil. I've been anointed with oil.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Dennis Jones anointed me with oil and made me a minister of the United Israel World Union, but I don't know if that counts. But his spirit was anointed by the Almighty God because he spoke the truth.
I understand that. I mean, when we discuss this stuff with people, they throw certain words at you, and they use the words out of context for their own definition.
Yeah,
I don't mean it. So that's what I like to clarify.
Yeah.
When I ask a question, what exactly do you mean?
Well, I mean, David, king of Israel, was anointed by Samuel the prophet. That's an anointing right there. And
Right, right, right.
but David's spirit was also anointed. If you read the Psalms, and again, I go back with why David is such a great person is because for me to look at is because he was a real person. He committed horrible sins, but he still loved God. And he's, I'm just saying, I love the story of David is not the ascetic, perfect Jesus that the Christian church created isn't a real person, in my opinion. They
I
wanted
agree
to
with
worship him. They wanted to worship him. So I would say at the end of the day, for me, an anointed person, Jesus impacted the entire world. There's no question about it. I mean, and they made him something he wasn't, in my opinion. This is after all these years, and so I love Jesus the way he taught, but I don't think I need to pray to him, and I don't think he sits at the right hand of God and all that other stuff. God is God alone in my view after all these years, and if I'm wrong, I will tell Jesus I'm sorry. You're gonna kill me,
But David, let me ask you this then, okay? I don't think Jesus did it. This is my opinion.
Right? Me too.
The manipulation of Jesus's message is what's done it.
Absolutely.
I think that's it because I think Jesus, I mean, if you look at the text, right, what was he here to do?
Right.
I mean, wasn't he supposed to go and get the tribes back together and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, and to
You
bring,
know,
yeah, I agree. And the other thing is, what happened to his message is exactly what he was saying about the Judaism of the day. They did the
Bingo.
same thing, and they and I think, Jesus said another powerful message, because I got an engineering background. He said, not only will you not get into heaven to those scribes and Pharisees, but you impede, like impedance. You impede those who want to get into heaven. And that is powerful speech right there.
right?
He's a fellow brother in the Almighty when he says like
talking
that.
about when he's talking to the Pharisees, and he says that you
make them more proselytes of hell.
Make them more proselytes of hell than you do.
Right.
Yeah.
And
it's also interesting too. You guys are talking about anointing.
Yeah.
There is no record anywhere of how Jesus got to where he was.
No.
And my question is, did he put up a fuss as much as Moses did?
And also,
I don't want to do this, man. I can't do this by myself. What are you talking about?
Moses wasn't anointed with oil.
Yeah,
right. You're exactly right.
He was anointed by being in the very presence of the Almighty God, called the theophany. That's what I think is powerful. He stood.
The same thing happens everywhere today.
Yeah.
People who get in God's presence are anointed.
Right.
In the vernacular of what I'm going to call the charismatic Pentecostal types.
Be careful, Charles. Be careful. You're talking about me.
Oh, and I think, all of us are coming to the Almighty on our own paths, and it's not the same path. We see that same bright light, the Yud Hey Vav Hey. When I was praying one time intensely, I was just had the Yud Hey Vav Hey in my mind, and all of a sudden it started to glow and emit light. Now this is probably my brain doing that, but man, I'm like, this is my call. This is the light at the end of my tunnel that I'm going to meet someday, and I feel so blessed that we're in a country and at a time where we can follow our paths and talk about it, because a couple hundred years ago, you might have been killed for talking like we're killed. We're blasphemers to those people. They'll kill you like they do in Islam. I know a lot about Islam because of my work, and one of the things is it's in their book. They don't always do it, but if you say I don't believe in God, I don't believe in Allah, they have a right to kill you, and that happened to Christians before, and that's why I love Zwingli and Martin Luther and those original Protestants who said, nah, something's wrong. And they didn't, I mean, you can buy a plenary indulgence. You can buy your way into heaven. Are you kidding me? when you read those things, I remember I knew I was that was the 1970s or 80s when I read that. But
oh man, you're beautiful.
What?
Thank you.
Thank you. Max is beautiful.
You're beautiful too.
Max.
What you're talking about though, Dave, is
yeah.
I find it fascinating.
Yeah.
How all of us have different, or we're all different in this walk that we're in.
Amen.
Because we all because we all come from different backgrounds.
Absolutely. Totally.
And I enjoy hearing people's different backgrounds of how they got to where they are, but we're still on the same path.
I just wanted to say that, Todd, that I find it amazing that we all, independently of each other, have come to similar conclusions.
Well, if you look at Ronnie Fulcher, just for a moment, from
no,
Ronnie, Ronnie, I'll tell you why, Ronnie. I know what kind of man Ronnie is. When my son died, he drove here from Mississippi. And I don't know how long that took him, but it had to be 2 days.
We'll never forget that.
And we'll never forget that, Ronnie, because that means about your caring, and that's why we love you. But Ronnie was, what would you call it, an evangelical preacher or something? Or
Pentecostal.
Yeah.
Pentecostal preacher.
And then you went into the no-hide movement. I know you told me this whole story, and you've been on a long path just like us. And, and there's still things. I feel that I have to be able to stand on shaky ground sometimes because I don't know the whole what happened to the documentary hypothesis or this or that or the other. I don't know about any of those things. I like Todd said, I research them and they interest me. And so, for me, I have to accept that God is God, the Shema and the 10. And my point is, after that, what?
We have to be open to correction.
We have to be open to correction, and I think God knows this, that we're searching for that true north, that light that is His, and I think if we study it long enough, and I hate to use Jesus again, but what did He say? He said, if you pray, or if you ask, it will be given.
Ask and you shall receive. Seek and you shall find. Knock and it shall be opened unto you.
You're a good Christian reference there, Angel.
I just wrote that. We gave a copy of our book, The Way, to our old pastor, and that was my autograph to it.
Did he want to burn your house down?
I don't know.
But I got to say, that is a true statement because. God bless you.
Let me tell you the story, if I may.
Sure.
You talk about giving books away. I gave a book to a lady, Restoring Abrahamic Faith, years ago. I don't know if you've heard the story or not, but
no.
I gave it to her. I go to Chick-fil-A for breakfast a lot, and so she was there. We talked, different people would get together. I gave her the book. So she took it with her on a camping trip out to the reservoir tabor, and she got to read the book, and it made her so mad she threw it into the water.
Oh my gosh!
And James Tabor felt his hair getting wet for no reason at all.
Yeah. So the next morning, this is at night. The next morning, she gets up, gets in her canoe. The book is floating on the top of the water. It's hardly wet at all. And
I never heard this one.
You never heard it?
No.
I told James this story. She picked it up and continued reading it, but I'm like, these little things. You said something a while ago. I think it's so important, and I'm going to use a word. Our consciousness is leading us all to the same place.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking happened.
Yeah.
Because we may not agree on every little minute detail, but I think all of us in this group right here, we are bound together by that consciousness, and I think that consciousness is God.
Yeah, absolutely.
Leading us.
Yeah.
I really do.
No, I know.
The same path.
He knows what you want in your heart, in your consciousness, the heart of your consciousness and your soul. He knows what you want, and I want to know the truth, and that means I have to put down my understanding of life in general. Look, Lord, I am a rough stone make me into one perfect for your temple, your spiritual temple, the one. That's why I don't believe in the third temple. I believe that is the temple. Jesus said that well, that the temple of God is within you. So get it ready, for that Holy Spirit of God to come in you. Make sure it's clean, and of your thoughts, and all that. You can have dirty hands, because of your work or whatever, but it's the soul inside that can be pristine. And another thing that the guy from Associates for Scriptural Knowledge, what was his name? He died.
Martin.
Martin.
No, that's his last name.
Yeah, Martin.
Ernest Martin.
Ernest Martin. I got to meet him through James. He had a lot of good books. I don't agree with everything, but boy, the place of the temple is the one. It's a good book. It makes you think. That's all I'm going to say. But my
Dave,
point.
let me say this. Since you said that, you talk about the temple. Because we were discussing with somebody yesterday about, because they say, well, Jesus is supposed to build it, but you know what? The Temple Institute's got the stuff. They got the stuff that they want to build it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it would have to be for a messianic figure to step on board. Are they going to team up with the Temple Institute, or is the Temple Institute just not going to do anything at all? I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah. Well, I have issues with that, but let me say this: it is in Ezekiel, obviously, but we have to make ourselves clean temples for God's Spirit to be in us fully. I think He's even in evil people, and He's there if they want to talk. If their consciousness goes, they could be murderers, they could be sociopaths, but if they lean into that calling, and I believe everybody. This is my own foolish belief. I believe everybody has that in them, but they quiet it down. They don't want to hear it. Like my dad used to say this, "Not now, Lord, I'm having too much fun."
Oh, yeah.
I kind of look at it in the sense that, Christians are always talking about being saved. Are you saved? I think we're all saved, and you can unsave yourself,
But Patty, what's saved, Patty?
Yeah, that's the thing. What
is saved?
Well, what are you saved from? Also, that's
what I'm saying. Are they trying to get away from the Romans because of the persecution issue?
Yeah. No.
Well, when Jesus heals someone, He says your faith has saved you. You're saved from your illness. Is all that matters.
Well, but remember, didn't Jesus also? Now I'm trying to remember because it's been so long. Didn't Jesus say?
Read the book, David.
I'm trying my best. Let me just say this. He said, "The wheat and the tares," right? Mm-hmm. So you're not going to be saved in the sense He was discussing until
the harvest.
And I ain't been harvested yet. So
right.
I think I'm what's that called when the fruit is fully ripe? I'm ripe to.
He's overripe.
I'm overripe. You can take me at any time, but no, I'm just saying that the whole issue of you can't say you're saved. You're not with the Father in heaven or whatever that is going to be after we pass on, and that's why I don't believe in salvation the way the Christians teach it. That's just me.
You're talking about the temple. If one thing that we have learned, and you were talking about, why do we still read, about what Yeshua taught and everything. It's fascinating if you catch the things he says, he's telling you the truth of what is supposed to be in Torah. One of the things that really caught our attention, this has been a couple of years ago, I think this might have been before Ross, was when he says, you say this temple. Well, I tell you now, before your generation expires, every stone will be gone. Every stone will be turned. There won't be one stone left. Now, he's talking about the temple.
Right.
Why would he say it's just a building, it's going to fall down with rocks? Now, why would he claim that if the Father didn't want one to begin with?
Right.
Because I still question the whole.
If the Father wanted one to begin with.
If he wanted one. The tabernacles, I even question that he told Moses to make, and with the Holy of Holies and the tents and this, that, and the other.
Right.
The whole layout of that sounds exactly like an Egyptian general's tent.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Well, and 2 Samuel 7, he said, with heaven as my throne and earth as my footstool, where are you going to build a place for me?
exactly.
He's the owner of the universe. So the other thing that Ernest Martin said, I was going to bring this up before, is that it's pretty proven that the kavod was never in the second temple at all. I mean, that's, it was in the first temple apparently, according to Chronicles and Kings, but it was not in the second temple. And so, what was that saying? If that's true, I've read a lot about it. I think he's right, but I don't know for sure. But and the other thing about the casting of the lots, that always bothered me. Like,
Yes.
why do you gotta play dice if you want to hear from God? It's just me. I mean, you might believe in it, and then maybe that's true. And I know that Samuel had the Urim and the Thummim or whatever, and
Right.
But it's
I
divination.
yeah,
It's divination, which the Torah also speaks against.
Yeah,
yeah,
if you're having to flip a coin to see what the father's decision is, that's almost like gambling.
yeah. I'm gonna keep flipping till the heads come up. I'm just kidding.
Angel, a while ago, we was talking about something, and David, you did too. In the book of Revelation, they got up there and they talk about those that call upon Lord, Lord,
Yeah,
and they're not going to be the group.
right. Lord,
So I
Lord, he
mean,
goes, yeah, you did not call me, you workers of iniquity, which means lawlessness, which means anti Torah.
Yeah.
well, the other thing, if they call him Lord, are they using the same term they call Jesus, the Kyrios,
Yeah,
was just a designation. They
right,
call Caesar
right,
Lord.
right. He
So
was a god. Caesar was a living god to those people.
that's exactly right.
Yeah.
But see, people don't see that. We do.
Right.
Yeah, Charles.
Am I got to see if my microphone? Yeah, my microphone's good. Concerning the casting of lots on that occasion where the guy took some the gold and garments from, I believe it was AI or wherever they
I
got wherever. Yeah, after that casting of lots and they found out who it was, Moses asked him, or Aaron did. Somebody asked him to confess, and so there was a second witness, not just the lots. He confessed that he did what he was told not to do. So the casting of lots, or maybe the Urim and Thummim, maybe they did that confirmation afterwards on the other things too. But the one example that I see in the reading is that they ask him, "What have you done?" after his name was chosen.
Well, Charles, what about when people put a fleece before God? It's almost
Oh,
like if this happens, is that not almost like divination too? Or is that
well,
trying to prove
No,
Ronnie,
something?
that's testing God.
I'm
if
sorry?
if I I've done that. Now, I'm not saying that I've got a fleece and I was living in a cave and I put it out and then it was wet and I put it out and then it was dry. I'm not saying I've done things like that, but I have said, hey, if I don't know what to do, whichever way you want me to go, make it so that I know. Similar to what Samuel told Saul when the Holy Spirit was going to come on Saul, he says, do as occasion serves thee. It was the instruction he was given. And so when it comes to following the leading of the Holy Spirit, sometimes earlier in this conversation, I said that I was looking for an answer to a specific redneck Bible study question. And the only place I found the answer was in First Corinthians. And I don't even respect the writer of First Corinthians, but in that particular place, I knew that I had the answer I was praying for when I found that verse.
What was that question? I didn't hear that. What was the redneck question?
Oh, it was before you came in, David, and we were talking about we were talking about we were talking about Christianity and Judaism.
Yeah,
Uh,
I got here late. I was going to try to get there before you got to cards, but I was at the door for like 10 minutes.
I think he needs to be muted
They
there.
would allow the key, be pushed in.
so We were talking about the difference between Christianity and Judaism. My wife's a firm Christian, gets her prayers answered all the time. I get answers when I'm looking for something, when I'm praying for something. I sometimes, as I mentioned in like that one answer that came from First Corinthians, that I could not find anywhere else to the satisfaction of my soul. But I found that answer there, and then I understood a little bit more about one of the particular feast days is what that was concerning. And
I see. Okay. Oh,
so
that's
so
good.
I'm saying, so my point in saying that, this is before you came in, David, but my point in saying that is that we were discussing the mixture and the editing and the things that, we say Paul wrote that, but maybe, probably Paul didn't write that. But if he did write that, then who else modified it? Like, for instance, we were talking about not, I've given too many for instances. Let me just shut up.
Oh, I'm learning. I'm learning. We're learning, Chuck.
Yeah. Go ahead.
From me? Well, you're in trouble.
We learn from everybody. We learn from everybody.
Chuck, let me ask you this, okay? Okay, I read Paul's writings too, okay? But my question, I posted this on Facebook the other day. It's like, who died and gave him the authority to people going to accept his over anybody else's writings? Because there's a lot of stuff left out of the New Testament. Why we know why it wasn't put in there, but still, I mean, who died and made him God per se?
I'm sorry, Paul. Ronnie. You made who God?
Christians
made Paul
do.
God, and I'm not saying he's God, but like, why do they accept Paul's writings?
Who died and left you in charge?
Exactly. That's a better. Thank you, David.
Jesus.
Do what now?
Jesus did.
Watch out.
But there's like David was talking about with the guys with the hats and the coats and all this other kind of stuff, and Yeshua even said to his disciples that they wear the phylacteries on their head. You see them praying in public. They make their tassels long or whatever. They have their reward.
That is their reward.
And there's no difference today. I mean, especially when we're watching Jerusalem Walker on the market and stuff like that down in Jerusalem. You'll see these younger guys with the white shirts and the black pants and tassels hanging down to their knees, swinging as they're walking. And then I see I guess they're the the Jewish sect that
Sephardic.
I don't know if it's Sephardic or not. I think they're like the modern day
Ashkenazi. They're all out of
they had the really weird looking hats. I mean, all different kinds of hats, especially the one I call the marshmallow hat.
Yeah, that's Russian Orthodox.
That's Russian. That's Russian ultra Orthodox.
And they got the huge curls coming down, and they've got the black jackets, so that you know who they are. And I'm sitting thinking, then they have their reward. So nothing's changed. It's just that, and even when they're praying in public, they're always doing the bobbing and this, that, and so that they're praying, and that they're holy.
And they repeat the same prayers every day,
which Yeshua said don't do.
I've never said the same prayer, although I've explained how the Our Father is a good prayer. I pray to God about things that are important in my life, and they're different every day. So, but I always say thank you.
Like he's sitting right here in the room with me.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, there's just so much that he taught that you see today, and you realize that they haven't changed. I mean,
humanity hasn't changed.
Yeah, here he is in Jerusalem teaching these guys this, and nothing's changed. The people are still the same.
Well, like you said, Todd, they murdered him because he said it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And if someone
that's how I feel about it. I mean,
yeah.
If someone came again today, they'd murder them too.
Oh yeah.
Somehow they get rid of them.
Oh yeah.
Because you got to figure, man. I mean, he was really putting a corkscrew in what they were doing.
I mean, yeah, just look at how we've changed our life. Just, not celebrating Christmas anymore. Celebrating Sabbath and things like that. Just those two things right there have separated us from our family and our friends.
Yeah.
And not worshiping a three-headed God.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's like my buddy Tommy. He understands that. I mean, he doesn't understand why we do it, but he understands about that we do Shabbat.
It took him years to accept it, though.
Yeah, it took him a while to accept it. And he even sent me a text just a little while ago to let me know that the guitar parts were in, like that one I showed you last night. Oh. And so he sent me a text, but I'll answer him when Shabbat's over.
Yeah, no, I get that. And the other thing is, Shabbat is something that's even mentioned in the book of Isaiah for those who were not called or were not of Israel and celebrated Shabbat. There'll be a special place in the future for them. So Shabbat, I said this before, but in the pre-Nicene fathers, they finally got to the point where they said, they wrote a letter and published it and said, we will not celebrate Shabbat on any day the Jews do. And if you read the Shabbat isn't the Jews, it's God's holy day. And it's, as we all know, it was the first thing that he said, afterwards, that I created this whole thing in 6 days and now I'm going to rest on the seventh. So how could you say that changed?
And science has now discovered that our bodies actually work on a 7-day cycle. The rest, our bodies need that rest every seventh day.
I believe that. It changed my life. It also gives it also gives you a reference point. I used to work 7 days a week, and I had no reference point, and you're spinning out of control. And Shabbat says,
stop.
I don't go with as far as Clody saying "cease," but I cease on 7 days.
I just like to hear her say it, though.
That was funny.
Yeah,
she'll never live that one down.
No, well, it was really funny because it is a related word. And when an engine seizes, it does not do anything. So, but we're here talking today and considering, yeah.
Sherry Brumgard.
Actually, Shabbat was given at creation.
Right.
God made the earth and
right.
and mankind and the animals, not in that order. Obviously, I just said it wrong, but and then he rested.
Yeah.
Because he showed us that.
That's how he designed us.
He didn't need a rest. He didn't need a rest.
No. Sherry Brumgard died today. I don't know if anyone knew her. But Patty just got us.
From Ross posted it on Horeb.
Ross posted it. She was a follower of United Israel for many years.
Yeah.
Let's see how old she was.
What happened? Do you know?
She had some illness, right, Pat?
Yeah. But people were praying for her for a while ago.
Yeah, I think it was somewhat related to cancer, wasn't it?
I didn't know that it was,
this close. Yeah.
In that way.
Ross just posted it, so.
Yeah.
May her memory be a blessing for all of us. She was one of the early ones, and a very understanding woman who really had great understanding and view of the Torah and the way of life.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, they were always in the after class.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find out.
We're going to look to see what we
can.
She
got married in 1974.
She got married in 74, so.
That was like 10 years before us. She was at least 10 years older than
us. She could be in her 70s then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow. It's sad. We'll have to reach out to her family.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, 70s is still young. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Well, David. David said 70 years is the perfect life. I'm just, I love that movie of David with Richard Gere, and when he's dying, he said, "Okay, now, Almighty One, let me see your face."
Mm.
Seek my face and speak my name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're talking about Ronnie earlier. I don't know if you guys ever get him, but he sends me some funny stuff on Messenger.
Oh yeah. We have some funny stuff about the OSHA laws and people who
Oh, yeah,
violate
those
them.
are really
Yeah.
fun.
They're real funny. I have 3 ladders put up against the building. They're loosely
Stacked.
connected, stacked, and then you wonder why when you grab the gallon of paint, you fall off 30 feet down.
Oh, I've told her stories about us and ladders back in the day or whatever, and she just looked at me. She goes, "You're lucky to be alive. Were you stupid?" I'm like, "Yeah, we were."
Oh man,
I mean, I can still remember having a 32-foot ladder fully extended. Of course, it had the stabilizers on it, but we're working on stuff, and rather than climbing back down and moving the ladder over, I just grab it on the sides because I already had the section that was put together. I already had it tied up, so it couldn't move. And I would just take that sucker, start jumping the ladder sideways about 30 foot off the ground.
There you go.
To get to the next section. She's like, "Were y'all stupid?" Like, hey, we got it done.
That is why men do not live as long as women.
Preach it, Angel. Preach it.
Oh, we did some stupid stuff, but it's basically, get it done, guys. It's like, all right, that's what we'll do. Hope OSHA don't see it.
That's what kept me employed for 40 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to, when I didn't want to go to college, my dad got me a job in the Revere copper and brass plant, and I ran a crane that was attached to the roof of this place called the Dead House, and I just had a great time just going back and forth. And one day it made the sound like the beginning of Jaws, doon 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 doon, and when it would start moving. And one day I wasn't watching where I was going, and I hit the end of the building, and the guy came out and said, "You're done here." So my dad got me a job in the cash shop, which is kind of like the Greek version of Hades. There was these lights way at the top, 40 feet up, and there was these big melting pots of copper. And the guys would come out there they had a mask on. They'd come out, and they'd be black, charcoal black everywhere except for where the mask was. A lot of those guys had Cadillac Eldorados back in the day, but they died when they were like 42 years old. And I said, calculus ain't that hard.
Oh no, I can remember. There was a guy that used to be on my crew who I told my supervisor at the time. I was like, "Dude, that boy's about as smart as a bag of screws." I said, "Something's going to happen with that boy one of these days, and I'm going to be there to see it." I said, just can you move into another crew or something? I'm going to tell you what, this boy's dangerous.
Yeah.
He says, "No, you're stuck with him." I'm like, "Oh, great."
Yeah.
It was on a Saturday, and we were at this one house that they were renovating, and there was like a porch roof that we had just put metal panels on.
Yeah.
And I was up on the side on a ladder with another guy, and we were working on this window seal. I was teaching him how to do these miters and stuff on this window seal out of metal. And the guy, he throws the ladder up on the edge of the roof down there, and it wasn't 10-foot long panels. It wasn't that long, and it wasn't really that steep. Maybe 312, 412. And he starts coming up there. I said, wait. I said, give us roof about an hour, dude. I said, there's dew everywhere. Don't come up here. And he goes, "Well, I'm just going to go up there and get that rope and everything." I said, "Don't do it." Well, we're up there working on a ladder or whatever. I told him, I said, "Just go down there and just get some of the stuff out that we need and set the tables up and everything else." Oh no! All of a sudden, a quarter of me and Mike's eye, we just happened to look over, and there he is on the roof, grabbing the rope to tie himself off. And what happened?
Oof.
And we heard, on the rope, and I was sitting going, "Oh man!" And it wasn't that high off the ground, but I yelled up. I can't remember the guy's name, but I yelled at him, "Are you all right?" He goes, "Yeah."
Yeah.
I said, "Are you okay? Can you come get me?" I'm sitting thinking, "Oh no!" So I go down a thing. Well, the lanyard had not stretched. It did not come out of the compression thing. So he's standing there. He's got the tips of his toes on top of the brick column that was there, and he's swinging like this in midair.
Wow.
With his toes on the brick, and I was like, "Are you all right?" He goes, "I will be when you get me down." And so when I got him down, I had to pick him up, and Mike had to get on a ladder and unhook him from the rope.
Yeah.
Said, "Did you learn anything?"
Yeah.
He goes, "Yeah. When you tell me not to come up here, don't come up here." Like,
sometimes they learn the hard way.
That's just common sense, dude. That's just common sense.
Well, there was a in the smelting part of the factory, there was a press that could compress 10,000-pound ingots of hot copper. Nice. And they were in there fixing it one day, and this guy left something in there, and he went in, and someone started the button to see if it would work, and it squashed him to death. I mean, there's things that you got to follow, that way. And another one, my grandfather was a electrician, and he had they had 880 coming into the factory because they needed high power. And my grandfather said there's a guy that touched two of the wrong terminals, and it ejected him across the plant, and he hit the wall and died. So when they tell you about safety in a factory, they mean it, especially when you're doing all those things. And even my dad got his thumb caught into a press that he didn't know was coming down, and it squashed his thumb. It was about 4 or 5 inches wide, and they took him to the hospital and kind of just reformed his thumb, but his thumbnail never grew. He got the use of his thumb again, but it was when they gave you all that kind of stuff, it's one of those things for me that I just I really and it's easy because you go there every day and it becomes normal. It's kind of like my dad said about the good pilots. The good old pilots are ones that go through the checklist every time they get on board the plane, and they look around the plane and they don't take it all for granted, Anyways, Baxter was a question about the documentary hypothesis. What was that, Baxter?
Well, I'm new to this. I only heard about it being around y'all. It just makes so much sense. I get it to a degree, but I wanted to ask. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers. When was they? I get Moses wrote Deuteronomy, most of it, part of it, but the other ones. Does the Yahwehist, the priestly, did they write it at different times? Was it done after around Josiah's time when they did the reorganization thing? If that makes sense, and the equidistant lettering thing, gematria, supposedly they pull up so much stuff out of the Torah, which would be the 5 books, that would make it seem like, it was pretty divine written. Any comments on anything like that? Or am I just out there left field where I hang out a lot of times?
I could tell you my view after studying it for a long time. We can't say when they were written differently. There's theories, but you can't say. Maybe it was the person that put them all together that was worried about the gematria. I really don't know. But in some sense, I think God had his hand in all of it. And so I just have to remain open to see what happens. Other people might have much more official views, but even the experts argue vehemently. A lot of people think the whole thing was written in, even after the time of Josiah. They think it was 5th, 6th century BC that it was written. But I don't know. I think there's parts of it were written a long time before that. I've been studying the book of Job, which is kind of something that doesn't fit well into the whole, Tanakh, in the sense of he's not an Abrahamite. He's not, of the tribe of any tribe that we can say. He was probably a Gentile, and yet it's still in there. And it is in terms of the Hebrew, it's one of the most difficult books to read because it's very poetic in its native tongue. So, I don't know what to answer there, Baxter, other than right now, I just don't know when it was written. I think they were written at different times, and they could have been from different traditions that people had, especially when you consider Judah and Benjamin and the Levites kind of being the southern and the northern 10 tribes being different. It could have come out of that. You can easily see in the prophets that there's northern prophets and there's southern prophets. So I keep an open mind about it is my answer.
David, can't you, David, though, if you look at the pros and cons of it, it helps give it. I mean, to me, it makes things understandable a little bit better.
Oh, yeah,
Because,
I agree.
I mean, if we accept it point blank, this is exactly correct.
Right.
It's like accepting any other writing, and we know that, everybody's got philosophies and opinions and stuff like that, and that's what these people came up with. But,
yeah.
So we got to look at both sides.
I do. I do. Yeah. I don't think it was one contiguous document, the 5 books, the Pentateuch, the Torah.
No, I'm talking about the documentary hypothesis.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, again, some of it makes a lot of sense. Other parts of it don't when they start mixing the names.
Exactly right.
And so only God knows at this point. He's the only one that knows because no one that did it was living. So we'll have
a theory.
What's that?
Well, Baxter's question about the documentary hypothesis, and we all know the anger of discovering that something that we believed was has been modified, falsified, or whatever. And rather than go down that path, Baxter, which I did on the documentary hypothesis and several other things, I got some comfort from thinking, okay. There were times when people did not have a copy of the written, but they had heard it, and so they tried to remember it and tell it to others. This is a theory that comforted me. And I'm almost done with it too, David.
Oh, good. It's good.
So what I'm trying to say, Baxter, is that I can't prove any of this, but that I got away from my anger over being told 2 different things and both supposedly true by thinking somebody put in a great deal of effort to try to remember something they had heard and wrote it down. And you and I and everybody knows that human memory is not everything. And so I tend to give now, rather than get angry, I tend to lean toward grace that somebody made their best effort. That's all I had to say.
Great points. I think that's true because these were oral traditions for a long time. And another thing that's a belief of Judaism is that it was the women that kept the traditions and taught them to the children in the beginning. And so, and again, I can't prove that, but I've read about that. And I think you're right. Another thing is this that we know from the law enforcement. You could have 3 eyewitnesses to the event that happened, and you'll probably get at least 2 or 3 different versions of what that was. And then as we go back to remember it, we kind of make it into a story, and you try to remember what the truth was, and it becomes extremely difficult to remember the exact truth. And that's why forensics today have been so powerful. And they now have these closed circuit cameras, and you can actually see the event going on. And that, if you're standing somewhere, and it's kind of like this in the New Testament, the 3 synoptic gospels have 3 different endings to Jesus's life, and the 4th gospel doesn't say a word about it. So I think that these people were trying to remember to the best of their ability what happened, and it was told to them in a certain way, and that's what they wrote down. So I agree with
David.
Yeah.
From the time of Horeb to the time it was written down was a good bit of time, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So I mean, something else you have to remember too. I said something else you got to remember too with what Baxter was talking about is the fact that no single person wrote down what happened to them. This is all word of mouth, traditionally taught throughout the tribes and this, that, and the other. until eventually somebody started writing it all down.
Right. You're exactly right.
So anything can happen with those stories.
Yeah.
And I think that the priesthood took liberty with some of that to give them a nice, comfortable life.
Look at the New Testament. Yeah. Look at all the different thousands of stories they put together.
Yeah.
Or amalgamation of all the different things that were written.
Right. And then someone writing the whole thing down tried to make it all smooth out and work together.
Yeah.
You know.
Right.
Yeah, and that's the thing, it's a good story if you do this, that, or the other. And my point is that God gave us a brain and this seeking that we were talking about before in our consciousness to go after the truth and find the truth. And I think that's why there's people like us and others that are in these little groups that are like, well, let's take a really good look at this and see what God was trying to tell us. And even among us, we'll have different views of it. But the fact is, we're seeking after the one God and what he wanted for us to live, and what does it mean to serve him. And, even something as simple as, what is love, right? What's love got to do with it? Hey, Valentine. Anyways, that's my point, Baxter. I hope that...
Let me ask you this: the gematria and equidistant lettering, God code. I read that years and years ago. Dale Washburn's book, Theomatics, that started me, and that helped get me out of the Baptist church probably 25 years ago. But are they just making it work, or do you think it does have some credibility?
Well, you're asking someone who was a mathematician, so I would say that there was someone that had to make sure that it was correct. That's just me. Hebrew is a very unusual language in that the numbers are in the letters. There was no separate numbering system. So I could see why that was a way to transmit and make sure that the book was written correctly. And so it's an encoding of sorts, so that when you wrote down the Torah, if someone got it and read it and said, hey, but your numbers aren't matching, that means that it wasn't correct. So it's kind of like today when we send a file, they're encrypted, and there's what's called a checksum on the file. And if that doesn't add up, it means you don't have the file that was sent. So I think it was also used like that. That's my opinion.
Well, it's supposedly the times of the world wars and kings' names and presidents' names and all that in there. They wouldn't.
Ross points out a couple discrepancies.
Yeah, that's not my belief of it, but they're trying to make their stories fit. I'm sorry to say that, but that's me. And again, but if it is in there, and then wow, so be it. But I also think all prophecy is dynamic, and for people to say, oh well, this many years and this many years and now it's going to happen and this is going to happen, I think that's everyone who's claimed that they knew the end of the earth, they're wrong, right? And if you keep saying the end is coming and then it does come, it'll be a guess, in my opinion, as opposed to the people opposed to what it means. And I think God is always opening the door to say, come to me and be my people and I'll be your God, is his talk and his way. And a lot of my Jewish friends think that's only for Jews, but I don't.
And then the quantum scientists think that that's just one of many possible outcomes depending on the behavior of the people.
Right.
So that's right.
There's different views. So yeah. I think that it's a dynamic thing. And if we start behaving better and following the 10, the world's going to be a much better place. And Ross gave that talk, No Time for War. And we're not there yet, obviously. And the world isn't there yet. But, to say that it predicts all that stuff, I think that's people reading into it and saying, I got an answer. World War II was huge. I have to find it in the Bible.
Well, it's almost like the blessing and the curse. You have a choice.
Right.
And it's like you said, dynamic in that way.
Yeah, but he was asking about, the gematria and the predictive elements.
You guys,
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to thank y'all for praying for me, whoever did last night.
Oh,
I'm
we
feeling
were
We
praying
better.
all
for you.
did.
We
How
all
are you
did,
today,
Betty.
Betty?
Yeah.
Thank you. I just need a lot of good rest, and I know I'll be better. Every day this week, I've been going over to my daughter's 3 or 4 times a day, taking care of her dog and her gecko and the fish, and it's been exhausting. Um, Her dog is different. She's very sweet, but not like Braca. Anyway, but I have an urgent prayer request from a very long time friend. I don't think any of you know her, but I met her in 1989, and her daughter was just rushed to a hospital with a 1.5 inch uh, brain tumor, and they are planning on, well, they're doing more MRIs to determine everything, but they're planning on doing surgery on Monday. And it's very scary, and right now it's consuming me. But these are very, very sweet Torah observant friends, the whole family.
What's the name, Betty, so we can pray in their
Her
name?
name, well, they like to put, her name is Lisa,
Okay.
but her Hebrew name, which my friend wrote, is also Elisheva
Oh,
Shoshana. Elisheva Shoshana.
okay.
And I don't know any details. I didn't even know she was having trouble. But she's just a delightful, delightful person, and it's just really, really sad.
Yeah.
So
Well, we'll
praying
be
for
praying.
grace.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Elisheva, last night we prayed for Levi, one of my brother's friend's son, who was sick 3 or 4 weeks ago, and they got him to
Uh-huh.
the right hospital, and he has a brain tumor, and we're praying
Oh
for that young
no.
man too. He had his
Oh,
operation, and he seems to be doing well, but he's 17, and I don't think it was fully glioblastoma, but it's a brain tumor is never a good thing.
no,
Yeah.
it's never
Yeah.
a good thing. I'll include your Levi in my prayers too. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
You got to going back. We were talking about the documentary hypothesis. I think it would be interesting to see a documentary hypothesis on the four gospels, because if you think about it, since the priests did what they did to the Tanakh, to the Torah, why wouldn't the church fathers be guilty of the same thing with the gospels?
Oh, I'm sure.
So that would be kind of interesting to see something like that.
Maybe you can work on it.
In your spare time.
I ain't got that kind of smarts.
Come on back.
No nonsense.
Is there a book on the hypothesis that you would suggest reading, or is it just the one in the ABS Bible or whatever Bible?
Elliot Freeman.
Elliot Freeman, yeah. Who wrote the Bible?
Okay, I got that. Okay, I just need to read it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I got that.
Hey, is this a good time to ask a question?
Sure.
I got something that's always bothered me a little bit, and I would love to hear everybody's opinion on it. And that is, I'd love to ask people about prayer. And what I mean by that is, let's just throw out a situation. Say somebody, well, like my friend Levi, is had this, I should say, my friend's son has this tumor, and my friend Jeff is big, what I would call probably conventional Baptist, Christian. My question's always been, I've always wrestled with this. What does prayer, this is going to sound bad, and please don't get mad at me, because it's kind of a touchy subject, but if a lot of people pray for him, will that change the outcome? And if not many people pray for him, will that change the outcome? I've often wondered, uh, can we, I don't know, is prayer just good for us to do? I mean, do we, it just, do people here think that it changes God's mind? That's the thing that, or changes the outcome. I've always, no, don't get me wrong. I think prayer is great and I do it all the time. But I often have wrestled with, what does it actually accomplish? Again, you got to do it. But is it more for the person who's praying? Just to show, not that you're doing it on purpose that way, but, it doesn't seem like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like we can change God's mind, and or we can change destiny.
But God's mind did get changed. If you think of the stories in the Torah and the prophets, God did change his mind.
Based on prayer or reasoning or what?
Well, I guess when Abraham was talking to God about Sodom and Gomorrah and getting him down from whatever to 10 righteous men, to me, that was a conversation, but that certainly was in Abraham's mind as a prayer.
Right.
I think a good answer to your question, Stephen. I'd love to hear Valentine's take on that.
Yes, I would too.
Before Valentine goes, I would like to say that I actually studied this in college. There was several studies about the effects of prayer that people were testing out, and there was a study in 1988. There were 393 coronary patients that were randomly assigned to receive prayer or not, and neither the patients nor the doctors knew which one was receiving prayer, so it was double blind. And the researcher, who was called Bird, reported that the prayed for group experienced fewer complications. There's been a lot of studies about that where there have been tests that prayer does change things, and I'm a big believer in energy. So I honestly think that when there are more people who agree in prayer, that does produce a positive effect.
I agree fully. And I had read maybe not that study, but another one. And I've personally experienced healing in my family as a result of prayer.
I have
nothing else. I mean, it was like, you're doomed. This is going to happen. And it didn't. My daughter had cancer when she was pregnant with her second baby. And anyway,
what if you were in Alaska or something, or your daughter was up there by herself and nobody knew it? I mean, and say you weren't aware of it, would that change the outcome?
Well, if you weren't aware of it, how would you know to pray?
Yeah, if she prayed, God certainly answered her prayer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe it is more of a positive if more people pray. I don't know. I think part of that is just like Angel said, energy, all the energy coming forth from all these people. But some people have a very strong energy and vibration, and my daughter is one of them. She has gotten so many answers to prayer. I mean, she had a son who had cystic fibrosis, and he was not supposed to live. And he did. And then he was not supposed to live past 18. He's now 36. So
that's great.
And his cousin, not to be more down on my daughter Kim than Amy, but her big sister Kim also had a son with cystic fibrosis, but he got complications partially because he was hospitalized and got pneumonia, and he didn't make it. And they were the same age within 2 weeks. So, how do you explain one lives and one dies, and prayer was for both of them? I don't think we
That's
know the
exactly what
answer.
it is.
I
That's
don't think
exactly what I
there's an
mean.
answer. I don't think there's an answer, Steve. I know the Hebrew word for prayer, tefillah, and Valentine can go more on this, I'm sure, but it means to judge yourself. So when
Ah,
we pray
ah,
for ourselves, when we pray for, it's like we're judging ourselves. Um, I know that sounds kind of strange, but Valentine, are you there? Help us out here.
I am here, and
Yes.
it's good to see all of you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, with prayer, there's a couple of kinds of prayer. Okay, one, Betty just touched upon it just a moment ago. She said that prayer, when we do like if you do like the Siddur prayers, the prayers every day,
Mm-hmm.
you pray, you say it slightly out loud. You don't have to be loud, but you would say, let's just say, hold on, let's say, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. I can pray to that volume if I'm just praying by myself. If I'm praying with 10 other people or more, then I can pray loud, and that's good too. But the thing is, that kind of prayer, daily prayer, I'm supposed to hear it because it helps me to get myself in line with
Yes.
Hashem, with God. So
right.
there's that prayer and a daily prayer, but the one we were talking about earlier, which is I think extraordinarily important, is the prayer. It's like an intercession kind of prayer. It's a prayer for healing and wholeness.
Mm-hmm.
And with that one, you actually name names, and you ask Hashem, beyond the people that I pray for, I'm adding this person, or I'm praying specifically for this person. And there, someone said about energy, there is energy in that, but remember that part of the levels of spirit in our soul, soul in each person, the neshama is the higher level, but the middle one is called ruach, and you've heard ruach. It's also used in modern Hebrew for wind and things like that. But the ruach is based within, like, let's say your midsection, because you think about it like where your lungs are in your heart. And the whole idea with ruach is it comes out your mouth. And that's why it's important to try to not use your words in a careless way, or in a way we've talked about before of cursing, or based in anger or whatever, but to use when you can, especially when you're focusing on this person or persons that you want to pray for in a healing manner, then you got to focus on that. And it does help them. I mean, that's just my opinion, but I'll base it on, I'll base it on this. This is the prayer of healing that's used worldwide by every Jewish person every day. And, if you want, I'm not going to try to put anybody on the spot, but if you want, we can pray for whomever you'd like to right now. We can do that in a minute, because it's a good, healthy thing. And we got so many people here. People might want to add a person and to their list. And this is a really good thing. Now, I want to tell you, I'm not trying to get brownie points from anybody. Okay. I just want to tell you, I'm looking through the people here, with the exception of JJ, because I don't know JJ, but everybody else here, and Samsung, I don't know Samsung.
That's Baxter.
That's Baxter. Okay. Yeah. Baxter's on my list. I don't even know first name, last name. I just have Baxter. But all of you are on my list that I pray for. And And there.
And you need to add JJ. JJ. JJ is JJ's JJ.
Sillery and Baxter Miller.
Great. Right.
You can't miss JJ. His beard gets there 30 seconds before he does.
Yeah.
I just wanted to turn it on. Yeah, let's turn it on. Let's digress.
There
Let's
you
Valentine
are.
go back. Yeah, I'm gonna back plug.
Yeah.
There are these prayers though, and they are powerful. And the thing is, what makes them powerful is not just your connection with the Creator, with Hashem, but also your intent for the person. And I would just say, don't judge yourself when you go to pray. Don't get involved with, well, maybe I should have been this or should have done that. Don't get involved with any of that. Use your intent of what you want for this person or yourself, and you hit it that way. You go for it that way, and that is the purest kind. As far as ourselves, before we get to the prayer, there's a part where we do teshuvah. We correct our alignment, so to speak, and so that's there too. But when you get to the prayer for people and healing and wholeness, boom, you just do that. Even if you can't do the other things, just do that. It is a prayer. It is a connection with God, with Hashem. And this is absolutely respectable in the sense of it is a real prayer, even if you're only doing that. And you can get so many names, it becomes overwhelming. And then I get this map in my mind of all these people, and I can see them because I've written them down on a big piece of paper, and then I have to change them once in a while. And it's hard.
Put a check. You can put a check when your prayer is answered.
Well, yeah, but I suppose so.
When it's answered in the affirmative, I should say.
Have you guys ever heard of? He's a minister, and I was actually going to check to see if he's still alive. He was from Plano, Texas. His name was Dave Reagan, Dr. Dave Reagan. He used to have a radio talk show long ago called the Lamb and Lion Ministries, and he and I met 45 years ago, and about 12 years ago, I was in contact with him already, and he sent me a book. It was very nice of him and signed it, but his wife had developed dementia. And I'm telling you this real quickly. I'm not going to belabor all this. He asked me to pray for two people. Now, I prayed for him also because I've known him a long time. And now he's not a face on their platform anymore. And I know he's probably about 90 if he's still alive. So I was actually going to contact them and see if he's still alive. But the reason I'm saying this is that here's a guy that when his wife had dementia, I prayed for her for 6 years until I found out that she was no longer with us. But I didn't know that at the time. I also prayed for a fellow that was on his board of directors. It was like the second, like vice president, not vice president. You know what I'm talking about, and the boards of directors. Anyway, and I kept praying for him for years. And then when I talked to Dr. Reagan, it had been so long, and the fellow had passed away from cancer. And I didn't know it. I just kept praying for him. And he told me, I didn't even remember I had asked you that. His name was John. I'd prayed for John like 8 years past, But these things happen. So it's a good thing to update your list and check off things. But also, couples that are like elderly couples. I've got two couples that now are single. Both of them are single. The two men, their wives passed away in the last 2 years. And so it's good to keep up with that. But it's not for us to determine who's living, who's dying, who's going to go with sickness or whatever. God forbid they are sick. hopefully they have good health. What we're praying for is healing and wholeness, because that's all we can do. And if they, I mean, even people that I've talked to that have financial troubles, I'll add that if they ask me to, because that's a hard thing to do. It's hard to focus on things if you have that issue. So these are things that are acceptable and absolutely part of the wholeness of the person, when we're looking at that. Now, this is my take on it, but I've talked with lots of rabbis. I've talked with all kinds of people, but I can tell you that when you pray and you put your intent on something, it doesn't matter how far away you are from the person, or even if you talk to them on a regular basis or not at all. You could pray for them, maybe never having even met them. But if your intent is there and you're praying for them, nothing's going to stand in the way of that. And if you pray and they get sick, or somebody, God forbid, they pass away, well, that's not your doing. That's not your fault, and it's not your obligation or responsibility. It just happens. I can't explain it, but it is. It sometimes happens. But I will continue to pray for them as long as I know they're there and alive. And so personally, I think that's good. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
It's a really let's see if we can agree upon something. Sure. Number one, prayer is awesome. I do it all the time. I think we could all agree upon that. Number two, I think we could agree that praying, it's a very foggy, nebulous concept, because I mean, not necessarily the concept, but the outcome of it. Because we've all prayed desperately for something that didn't come true, and we've all prayed desperately for something that did come true. So I just think it's one of these really, really, really hard to define concepts. In fact, one of the reasons I'm asking you this today is because I have an atheist friend who I'm always trying. This guy his wife is a Baptist. He's an atheist. And, if I see something really neat in science that just kind of, almost again proves that, or it's just such an amazing piece of science, I will send him a link to that, and try to get him to, start to think outside the box of science, and he had this dog that was sick, and it was a little dachshund. He really loved this dog. And now this guy, who is an atheist, he actually said to me, he goes, "Steve, my dog is really sick. We're going out to Albany." He goes, would you pray for my dog?" And I did. And unfortunately, his dog ended up dying. But, he questioned me a lot about praying. And that's why I just wanted to bring it up today, because I respect everybody's opinion here. But I think you'd have to agree that it's a good thing to do. I sometimes wonder if the real benefit of praying is to the person who's doing the praying, because I think, Hashem has an agenda for most things. And, I'm not so sure how much we can change it. I'm not going to say we can't. I'm not going to say we can. But it's certainly, if you're praying and he sees you praying for somebody, gosh, that's a good reflection on you, right? I mean, so it's just that I'm telling you, it's a tough concept, and I don't think I'll ever totally understand it.
Okay. I always end my prayer with Father.
I could say something about that real quick too. It's like, my kids, they just grew up watching my wife and her faith, their whole time. And then, like, when she got cancer, they were only praying for her, they were praying for her healing, And then it didn't happen the way that me or they had hoped, but it really wrecked them. It wrecked the kids, and I'm just trying to be a good witness for them, right? And in my faith journey, in my walk with the Creator of the universe, and I'm trying to help them understand and everything. So prayer, it's there's got to be some type of foundation for each person, like when they want to start praying and what they really truly understand in their hearts. and it's something I'm just trying to work with my kids patiently through in the life. So we all have to move forward, but I want them to move forward with love. With the love that the Creator wants. For us to love our neighbors in our heart. I want them to have all that stuff. So I wanted to share just about that.
I have a couple things too before. Okay, does someone else want to say something?
No, go ahead.
Thank you, JJ. Thank you for your.
I learned a couple of things. I think that Jesus gives us a few instructions on how to pray, starting with the All Father prayer, that Our Father prayer that we all know. But he also says when you're praying, but believe that you have received it. And I think that when my son died, I wrote an article on my blog about let your prayer of asking for something end with a prayer of thanksgiving for receiving it. And if you believe that you have received it, then you will receive it. And that's one thing that I've learned. Another thing that I've learned in watching near-death experiences, testimonies of people who have gone through really horrible things, is that this is part of their path. This is their journey. Their dog died because they were meant to learn what grief of a pet is and things like that. And so we can't really interfere with another person's journey. So sometimes if I'm praying for healing for someone, I also say, ask that God's will be done with this person. With that if they're not supposed to be healed, that they're supposed to learn, or they're going to heal and learn, that the will of God's divine plan is carried out in this situation. So that's all.
Thank you.
You covered what I was going to say, Patty.
Oh no, I'm sorry. You probably
you said it just fine.
Just take the wind right out of her sails.
Well, you can expand on that for me, Angel. Okay.
No, you did a great job. I don't have anything to add.
Okay.
These are all good. These are all good things. I appreciate
I'm going to put
everybody.
a little link into my little paper that I wrote in case maybe it helps.
I'd love to read it.
I had a blog a few years ago, and I started writing articles, but I have this really bad habit. And when I get something down and I see, okay, I can do this, I'm going to go do something else now. I can sing in a cover band. I don't want to do that anymore. I want to write our own songs. And so I never, keep going with something until as long as I should. So, but I think I'm going to go back and revisit it.
Here's something that I was thinking about the other day. Like take my friend, his son Levi. He's got this big community of religious people that are praying for him. He's got a big family that's praying for him. And let's contrast that to, I was riding my bike the other day, and this guy got stuck with his lawnmower. And I rode by the bike and I go, oh man, I hated to stop my bike ride, but I said, maybe I'll just turn back and see if I can help this guy. And to make a long story less long, I ended up helping the guy get his lawnmower unstuck. And somehow, I don't know how we got on the topic of it, but he said his mother was in the hospital and, she was having some problems with her circulatory system. And, I told him I'd pray for him and pray for her. And I did. And for several nights, I kept praying for her. And I was on another bike ride a little bit later. And he was out in his yard. And I stopped in. I said, hey, how's your mom doing? He goes, oh, she's doing great. She's in the house. And, she's doing great. And I was really happy. I don't know if I said I prayed for her or not. But I mean, it was just, I left on my bike really feeling good. So then a few weeks later, I ride by again. And that second time I talked with him, he said, no, I got to go in for a quadruple bypass. And I go, really? I said, when are you going in? He goes, like next Tuesday. So I prayed for him too. And a few weeks later, literally about 2 weeks later, I'm riding my bike again. And I see this guy in front of his house out in the road. And as I get closer, I see it's him. And I'm like, oh, he must have, done good. And I noticed what he was doing. He was trying to get this huge branch out of this tree. It had broken and it was like dangling and dangerously in the road. And he wanted to get it out of there. So I went up to him. His name is Chuck. I said, Chuck, did you have your operation? Well, it was like last week. He goes, yeah, it was like last week. It was like 8 days ago. I go, Chuck, you're trying to pull his brake. I said, I just had a friend that had, bypass surgery, and you're not supposed to pick up anything over like 10 or 20 pounds. He goes, oh, the hell with it. He goes, if I'm going to die, I'm going to die. So I ended up, I ended up taking this rope that he somehow got up on this branch, and I pulled it out and I got it out from him. But he was doing good too, and his mom came out and, she was saying, she goes, I think you must be some kind of religious guy. I said, why do you say that? But she said, well, my son said that you had prayed for me and I'm doing good. And all of a sudden, I'm worried about him out here trying to pull this branch from the tree. And all of a sudden you come up on your bike and you pull it out of the tree. And she wanted to give me a hug. And it was really great. And I was thinking to myself about prayer. I was thinking, if I know this sounds kind of stupid, but like my friend Levi, he's got this strong community of people praying for him. But this guy up on Stokes Hill, I think his wife, I forgot her name, but Chuck and his mom, I asked him at one point, I said, are you a religious guy? And he goes, no, I'm not. And I'm thinking to myself, could prayer maybe be more effective in a situation where you're praying for somebody who doesn't have prayers? There's like this guy and his mom that were kind of atheist. Does anybody think that's a possibility?
Well, you might have sparked some belief in him to start, believing in God and reaching out to him.
True.
The fact that somebody stopped and is bothering to pray for you, some people find that absolutely mind-boggling. Some people are affected by that. So maybe you affected his way of thinking. And like I said, I just want to say one more thing and then I might have to go. But when I'm in a really bad situation, whether it's illness or whatever, I try to stop and think instead of crying out in despair, I try to think, what am I supposed to be learning from this? And the situation, am I supposed to be learning something before I ask to be delivered out of this situation? And I don't know if it's working or not. I could just say I have learned a lot of things and have been delivered out of a lot of things. So maybe that helps a little.
Yes, very good.
Steve, you said something there about that tree branch and going by there and talking with the guy and the woman's thought to you. And here's a thought for you, and it's something I keep in mind, and I'll encourage you to think. Sometimes you are God's person on the spot. You're the person, you're the man right there. You are the presence of God in that person's life. Doesn't who else is there? You're there, and you're doing this, and you don't know where that's going to go. And as far as people being atheists and all that, fine. That's not going to stop me from praying for somebody if I'm going to pray for them. I mean, that's just a place where they are at the moment.
One more thing I wanted to add. I hate to keep talking, but I studied a lot about the hiding of the face, Hesiat Panim and Hester Panim and Nesiat Panim, and that God was available to answer prayers and interact with the people directly at certain times. And some people in Jewish thought think that we're in the hiding of the face period right now, and that it's prophesied that when we call, God will answer in that time of Nesiat Panim, the unhiding of the face. So that's all I'm going to say.
Interesting.
So do you think that hiding of the face is overall, or does it
I don't know. I
include each of us as individuals?
I can't say. I have to say I don't know. But some people think that in 1948, when Israel was delivered, in 1967, when Israel was delivered, that God started looking again upon the nation of Israel collectively and started to intervene in affairs. So
Right.
that's just something I'm studying. I don't feel really qualified to talk about it, but I just wanted to mention it.
Well, thank you. My opinion is that there may be a collective hiding of the face, but I wouldn't think that, but this is my opinion. I wouldn't think that Hashem would hide his face from his children who are calling out diligently to him.
Correct. I think his eyes
faith.
are upon those that love him.
Yes.
So, yes, I agree with you on that point there too, Betty.
I think the best thing you can say is maybe the best thing I can say that I did say to my atheist friend is I said, listen, we just pray, and we have faith when we pray that those prayers are being heard, and the result of it is whatever our Heavenly Father wants. And I think that's the best you can say. And I think the problem is people like myself, who's an engineer, you want an explanation for everything, and there's a lot of things that just aren't explainable to us at this point. And so that's why I continue to pray, and I know it does good, and I know it does good for all of us. The thing is, as my atheist friend was trying to pin down, I guess I can't pin it down other than it's just a great thing to do. I continue to do it, and we'll let the ultimate judge, have the outcome the way he wants to.
Okay, but consider something. If you're praying for somebody, and you want this prayer, let's not say to be heard, but you are praying for somebody or a situation. That is your prayer. That is you asking Hashem specifically for something. So I don't want to sound callous or hard about this, but it's really not up to them at that point. It's you asking for something. It's you asking Hashem to do something and intervene. And
Okay.
that's a whole other kind of prayer. But really, in praying for healing, wholeness, whatever, when you're praying that is you praying for that person. And so maybe, I've been told I was told by one person, quit praying for me. I want to just let it go. I want it to go. They were dying of cancer. And here I was praying for them. And it's like, look, Val, just need to let this happen. So I changed my prayer. I'm not trying to pray that they get some kind of healing at that point, but that they have that wholeness, they have comfort. And comfort is a very good word, especially for people, as you know, with cancer. So, but it's not in our hands. But what you pray, expect it to happen. And I don't know, I shouldn't say things like this probably, but it's not up to the person sometimes. You're praying something. It's kind of like it's not even it doesn't even matter whether they like it or not. You can pray for things and things can happen, and it goes beyond reason or beyond anything else. It's not like you're smarter or better or somehow holier. It has nothing to do with that. But if your intent is so focused on it, you'd be amazed at the things that you can pray for and will manifest, and it defies reason or anything else, and it doesn't matter who agrees with it or doesn't like it, or it's just what it is. And that's something you hear about a lot by the Kabbalists and Sfat, and there was a lot of those guys I used to pray with. And to me personally, I'm glad that I was a child when I learned to pray, because I've always just taken that straight through my whole life, my teenage life, my adult life. And that is, I'm praying for this. This is me talking with you, Hashem, about this or this person or whatever, and this is what it is. And if it's not right, if I'm in error, okay, I'll figure it out somewhere along the way, or something will indicate it. I'm not perfect, but if I get on it and start praying about it, I expect things to happen, and anybody should. And I think it even might sound naive, but it's a good way to approach it. You're
I think
powerful.
it's a good naivety, or whatever you say, naivety, whatever. I think it's good to be that way. I'm that way, and I can't help it. That's just who I am. And one of my favorite Hebrew words, and correct me if I'm wrong, but is kavanah, which is intent.
Yeah,
it's your intent, like your heart's intent. That's what you are praying. And to me, that's how we pray. We pray not half-heartedly, but with all of our being. That's our intent. This is what we want. We don't know what the outcome is going to be. This is what we think is good. But
that begs the question: is a prayer a demand or is it a request?
No, I don't think we demand. Do you, God?
Well, I'm just saying, if you pray, that it's going to be this outcome. I've heard people say this, and this is I'm just throwing this out for discussion, but I've heard people say, oh, Steve, the reason your prayer didn't get answered was because you didn't have faith in your prayer. And that to me kind of implies that you're kind of praying in a little bit of a demand thing, like I demand this to happen, I will this to happen. Whereas now I pray my prayers are requests, because I realize the intelligence of the creator, and I realize my intelligence, so it's just a request, but it's a sincere request, and it's a wholehearted request, but it's like I acknowledge that ultimately it's his call.
Well, wouldn't it seems to me that if you were praying as if it were a demand, and your prayer was not answered in the way that you would want it to be, you would be angry, because you
exactly.
Hashem, I demand that you heal my granddaughter. Okay, I didn't.
Right.
I mean, we all prayed for her for years since she was a teenager. She never got well. She was never whole after that, even though we kept praying and praying and praying and praying, and it was like a back and forth, and she was better and then she was not, and then she was better and then she was not, and it was heartrending. And finally, when she passed away, I really couldn't say thank you to Hashem, but it was a relief for her not to have to go through the living hell that she was going through. And the same for my sister. The very same thing for my sister.
I have actually thanked God for ending someone's suffering when they died.
Well, I've done that. I did that when Roger died.
Absolutely.
But because he suffered for years and years and years. But I shouldn't say, I mean, in a way I did say thank you, but then I kind of felt bad for saying thank you. But I thanked Hashem for looking out for him and for my grandchildren and handling things in the way that it needed to be handled. And I guess that was to give them peace and to alleviate more suffering. Anyway,
it's just as painful for the family to watch someone suffer as it is for the person suffering. It's just a different kind of pain. I mean,
different.
I think we should be thankful, and it's hard in the moment, especially when it's someone we love. But it is something to be thankful for, that they're no longer in suffering.
Exactly.
Lots of interesting stuff here. Can I just read one quick thing to you from Isaiah, and then I'm going to have to sign off?
Sure.
Okay. Isaiah 54 says, "For a brief moment I forsook you, but with great compassion I will gather you. In overflowing wrath for a moment I hid my face from you, but with everlasting love I will have compassion on you." And another one from Ezekiel is, "I will not hide my face any more from them when I pour out my spirit upon the house of Israel." And he goes on to say in Isaiah that before they call, I will answer. While they are yet speaking, I will hear. Then you shall call, and Jehovah will answer. You shall cry, and he will say, "Here I am." So I think and I pray sometimes for this unhiding of the face, for that time to come when we can want something, and before we speak, he hears us. And I think that's going to be a beautiful time. So
Yes.
I'm going to sign off, everyone. Thanks for letting me.
Patty, before you go, Patty,
okay.
I got to tell you something. I was going to tell your husband earlier. So you guys live in like Rome, New York, right?
The one and only.
Okay. So I had a problem where my Bank of America credit card got hacked. Somebody got in and used it, and they canceled it. But I'm in Israel, so for them to send one to me takes like 2 or 3 weeks. But it dawned on me, oh my gosh! So this card, I use it for my Apple accounts, all my stuff, stuff stored, and that pays on the 27th today. Okay, and so I thought, oh well, I already put in for the card, but I don't have it yet. But it's got to be from an American account, so I thought I need help with this, right? Okay. Mm-hmm. And so I go online to Bank of America and I said a prayer. I said, Hashem, help me with this. I need some help here. And this person helped me from Rome, New York. That's where he told me he was. I'm not kidding at all. I said, I'm about to talk with some people, and they're right there in Rome, New York.
A real life person.
A real life person. If you wait long enough, it takes only about 28 to 32 minutes, but you'll get somebody. Anyway,
I thought maybe you were going to ask me to go retrieve your card and
No. No. I just thought that was so cool because I was able to get a digital thing online and then pay the thing, and I did, and it was at the right time. It was so perfect. So anyway, I just wanted to tell you because of the Rome, New York thing. Yeah, that's all it was.
That's wonderful. And I think little prayers can be answered too, don't you think?
I think so. Absolutely. And please tell your husband that I pray for his eyes. I hope he feels better. And what surgery did he get? What eye surgery?
Oh, he had some growths that grew on his eyelid, and Steve had the same thing. And I think their mom had the similar eye growths. It's like maybe a hereditary kind of thing. Hard to tell, but he got that removed, and he's doing much better today. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Is he in pain, Patty? Is he in pain?
He was a little bit yesterday, but he's okay now.
Good.
You know, he's out schmoozing and wheeling and doing his things that he always does.
That's so cool.
Have a wonderful rest of your Sabbath, everyone, and Shavua Tov, and nice to see you all. Thank you, Todd and Angel. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Patty. Have a good week, sweetie.
That's so sweet. I'd just like to add, because I know it's getting late for me and I got to go soon because I got here late because of the Bank of America thing. But anyway, it's 10:22 and I know I'll be fading before, too long. But prayer is good. Pray. Don't judge yourself. Don't judge others. Pray. Help people. Pray for them specifically. Pray for them in general, whatever. But, your prayers matter. It's not empty. It's, and it doesn't matter if they're atheists. It doesn't matter whether they're a different denomination or even religion. You're praying for them, and it's important.
I think that's great.
Here lately, I've been fascinated with like beginning and ending my prayers in Hebrew.
Oh,
And
yeah.
a lot of that is because
I lost my glasses.
Since you got me on the Siddur, I've been reading some of those. I mean, I don't always agree with some of them because it is very doctrine oriented or whatever, but they're beautiful prayers.
They are.
And I'm just, and it really influenced me. And I'm sitting there going, maybe I need to start, at the beginning and the ending, doing Hebrew, and to me, it makes me feel more connected.
It does. It is. That I absolutely agree with you. And look, I years ago, I had a big problem when I hurt my back. I had surgery. I told you guys about that, but I couldn't stand. And of course, Hebrew prayers are meant to be done standing, and I couldn't stand very long. So I shortened out my prayers for about 8 years. I shortened it down to like the Shema and the Amidah. And by the time I was done with that, I was worn out and I had to sit down. I had a high stool for a while. I could lean against that. Okay. I'm by myself in my own room doing this, right? So it's not like anybody's going to see me and judge me, but I just tailored it down to what was needed, what I could do, what I felt good about. And there you go. Whatever, when you're praying, oh my gosh, if I go down there to the shul with the guys, okay, now they pray pretty fast sometimes. They pray a lot faster than I do, but they'll go, 45 minutes, 50 minutes. Okay. I got to tell you, I can do the Shema and the Amidah. I can even throw in the 13 blessings, and I'll be done with that in 20 minutes. But that's me. And I'm taking my time with it because I'm not just rattling on. Da, 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 da. I'm not judging anybody. That's not a judgment. Okay. I'm not mocking anybody. I'm just saying, okay, look, here you go. This is it. I'm got the Siddur, right? So heal us, Lord, and we shall be healed. Rofei Adonai v'nirofei. Just like you were just saying, even if you start with those words and you finish with, how's it finish here? Baruch atah Adonai, blessed are you, Hashem, or blessed are you, Lord, healer of the sick people. And this says in Israel. Well, maybe I want to pay for people that are not in Israel or not part of the family of Israel. That's okay. I can do that. You can do that too. So don't even ask for permission. It gets complicated. Just do it. You know what you want. And that's it. And I totally agree with that. I learned a long time ago, it's good to ask questions, but people in their attempt to simplify things complicate things sometimes.
Me too.
I'll take it down to the bare minimum. Okay.
And, what's funny is early on when my husband and I were studying Hebrew and trying to learn it, Roger asked the Gabbai, who is kind of the one who leads the service, why is it that you guys pray so fast? I can never keep up. And the guy said, well, we just have a lot to tell Hashem. And he said, what you can do is you read the first of the prayer. This is for you, Todd. You read the beginning and you read the end. And if you can do that, then you're off to a good start.
There you go.
And I do the same thing as what Valentine said, Baruch atah Yahovah.
Yeah.
It's funny, the small Siddur says Adonai, but the big Siddur actually says Yahovah. I thought that was kind of interesting. But again, and I'm always with the Baruch atah Yahovah Eloheinu melech haolam hatzan haolam. In other words, sustains the world, and then always top it with atah shamiti.
Whoa!
You are with me. And then
I like that.
At the end, same thing, atah shamiti, and then at the very end of it, I always say Baruch Hashem Yahovah.
There you go.
And it's just, and for some reason,
that's beautiful.
Just like even now, it was like gives me tingles.
Yeah, but it should. Good for you.
It should. Have you read Todd, have you read the any of the nighttime prayers, the bedtime Shema?
I have some things marked in there for like different
it
stuff.
ends in Adon Olam, which is Lord of the world, and it is one of the most beautiful prayers you'll ever read. It is so beautiful, and at the end, it basically it's that you're with me, and I shall not fear. But right now, and I know it in Hebrew, but right now I can't. My mind's. I've not had enough sleep lately, but it's beautiful that you're with me, and I'll not fear.
It's like oh, sorry. Go ahead. Well, I was just going to say, like Psalm 23. You know, Hashem is my shepherd. I lack nothing. I lack nothing. Now, maybe I do, maybe I don't, but in the relationship with Hashem, I lack nothing. Sorry, go ahead, Todd.
No, I was just going to say, I was telling her last night, she was lighting the candles along with Patty's prayer on the Friday night deal, and I told her, I said, I would prefer to do Genesis 1, 3, and 4, because she gave me the idea for it. You know, let there be light, then there was light, and then he separated light from the darkness. Yeah. And I was looking at it today because I've got that. Well, I showed it last night where the Tanakh that I have is Hebrew on one side and English on the other. Yeah. And I really found it interesting that the more I learn to read that in Hebrew, the more I'm understanding what's going on. And it's not that I'm learning the language or anything. I mean, but I'm not a multilingual person except for with sign language.
You're learning what feels good for you to learn.
And to read
what
in
else
Hebrew
matters?
It's just mind blowing because it puts different pictures in your head. And I just find that fascinating. You know, what was it? Ve'amir Elohim. What was it? Ihi or va'ihi or.
Yeah. Va'ihi or. Yeah.
Right.
And I'm trying to remember the second one. I had it down, but I'm on the spot now, so I probably won't remember it.
That happens, doesn't it?
Isn't that cool, though? Just thinking about that. Yehi or. Wow. That's powerful stuff.
Yeah.
That's a good reminder that our words are powerful. You know, people don't have to agree with that, but I tell you, and I'll say this: we were talking earlier about prayer for other people, and what if we want something maybe they don't want? Because that can happen sometimes. When I would pray for my children, there were times that I won't go into specifics, but my one daughter wanted something, demanded it, said she was going to do something. And I knew it wouldn't be good. It would not be good for her. So I intervened. I prayed. And I prayed that it would stop. It would absolutely shut down. And it did. And she was beside herself, couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. Your prayers are powerful. They're important. And sometimes you just have to intervene in a way with your prayers because maybe as a father or a mother, a related person that loves a person, you see that it needs to go a little different way. They're not seeing it. Maybe they don't have the life experience or maturity, whatever it is, doesn't matter. But your ability as a powerful soul prayer person, you make it go a little bit different way. And it doesn't matter to me whether anybody believes it or agrees with it or whatever. I don't do that very often, very few times. But when it has to happen, I can get myself there. It's going to happen. You are a soul. You are in the spiritual realm, whether you like it or not. And sometimes it's just got to happen. And I take it really seriously. I really do, honestly.
That's true intercession.
Yeah.
Intercession.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like the other day, ran into an old buddy of mine. He came by the shop to say hi to me as he was walking to his daughter's house, and was telling me that his grandson was in an accident and he was in intensive care and this, that, and the other. And I told him, I said, well, buddy, I'll make sure I'll pray for him. And he got all, choked up and everything. He says, man, I really do appreciate that, And I mean, he worked on my crew for about a year before he left. And when I pray for somebody like that, it's like, I don't know if I'm trying to make an excuse for them or what, but I'm just always like, Father, I know they don't walk in your commandments. I know they don't walk with you, that they do their own thing or whatever, but I'm stepping in for them and praying for this.
There you go.
And so
you're interceding.
Yeah.
You're the guy. You're God's person on the spot. There you go. That's exactly what I was saying.
And there's another buddy of mine that I met him through my YouTube channel, and we've become friends and everything. And he texts me a lot. I text him a lot. And there's been a couple of times, just out of the blue, he'll just say, dude, can you please pray for me? I'm having some things going on right now. And I'm like, wow. Okay, and we never talk religion, nothing like that. I guess he just knows that at the end of every one of my videos, I always say, may the Father bless you and keep you.
Wow.
And that's on a fishing channel. But I just shared just that little bit. And you would be surprised at how many responses I've gotten over that. Where people say, hey, man, thanks for sharing your faith or this, that, and the other. Says, well, I really didn't. I'm just saying, may he bless you and keep you.
But you did,
Todd. I used to end with, in Yeshua's name, but she kind of talked me into, do you really think you ought to be ending it like that? I'm sort of going, probably not. So I've even quit doing that in my prayers. That I don't, all I say is, before I end it, I'm always saying, please teach me more about who Yeshua is. And then I end the prayer in Hebrew. I don't say in His name. I don't do any of that. I used to, up till recently. Like what?
So did I.
6 months ago, something like that. Because it made more sense. I was scared to do it. I was kind of like, but you're supposed to. And the more I thought about it, I'm like, but are you?
Well, but think it's helped so many people to do that. So for the people that need that, they can do that.
Yeah.
Because look at it this way. Let's just say that Yeshua is your rabbi. So the authority you're coming into that prayer with is based on that teaching, on his teaching. So in that you are praying. Look, there are people that pray in the name of their rabbi all the time. They're rabbis. It's a Jewish thing. A lot of people do that. In Sfat, I could walk past 3 or 4 people maybe doing that down by the cemetery. It happens. Rabbi Akiva or Ishmael, these people, but so let's just say though, but you have developed your connection with Hashem. So now you see that you've got that connection solidified, and okay, so you can still be thankful that your rabbi has led you to a place where now you have that connection. And when you didn't, and you were developing it, you had the other. You could do it, and that's a very genuine, beautiful thing. I'm totally Jewish. I'm not Christian. Okay, I mean, you guys know me for a couple of years. You know what I'm talking about.
Right.
I'm just saying, there are Jewish people that I've seen do it in Sfat, not in the name of Yeshua. That Yeshua means salvation or your salvation. It depends how you use it, but it means salvation is what that, as a word, but also as a name, it means the same thing. But so in a way, if somebody approaches it like that, whoever the rabbi is, their rabbi, there's that connection. They want to help you, their talmidim, their student, get to a place where now you have that connection. So you're going right there, and you don't need to do it in that name because you've established you are praying and Hashem is you're connected. Is what I'm trying to say.
So can I ask you a question? So is that to say you're praying in the merit of your rabbi?
That's an interesting word right there.
Well,
you could, especially with somebody like this, because, well, okay, this is one of those things where maybe we should or we shouldn't talk about this, but this is a tzaddik, right? And in the merit of that tzaddik, there is power, there is connection. It's just the way it works. That tzaddik took upon himself, at least if you go by what the Gospels say, and this is a that's a Jewish concept, right? It's Yisurin, it's a difficulties, it's going through suffering, and the tzaddik, and this is what Isaiah, oh my gosh, I'm sitting here about to say it in Hebrew, 53 is saying. That'd be like Nun Gimel, okay? That's what was coming to my mind.
Nun Gimel, okay.
In Hebrew, that's what it would be. Forget that, 53. And that's what it's talking about, a suffering servant. Yes, they could be talking about this other person, but it's talking about the whole nation of Israel too. And it's reflections both ways. You can look at it that way. And I don't know of any rabbi that would disagree with that. Although I shouldn't say that, because rabbis would disagree with almost anything.
They do. Well, one of the reasons I ask is my friend whose daughter is getting ready to have brain surgery, converted years and years and years ago. She lives a very Orthodox lifestyle, much more so than I do. But when she loses something, she prays in the merit of a certain rabbi that she'll find it. Okay? So that kind of makes me uncomfortable, but maybe I didn't understand it. So yesterday, and I've been running myself ragged all week, going back and forth to my daughter Amy's house to take care of everything like 3 or 4 times a day. And yesterday I got ready to go and I couldn't find Braca. And I thought maybe she went out the door with me when I went to get the mail. I looked everywhere. I was crying. I was running down the street with her leash, asking everybody if they'd seen her. I thought, what am I going to do? I've lost my baby. And I said to Hashem, I can't pray in the name of that rabbi because I don't know that it's the right thing to do. But I prayed to you and you helped me find my phone and you've helped me find my keys, and my bracha is so much more important. Okay, so I went back in and I looked under the beds and everything. I opened the laundry room door where I had gone to put something in the refrigerator, and out comes Braca. She was only lost to me.
It's okay.
So I was so relieved, and I said Baruch Hashem probably 10 times over and over and over. But I thought to myself, well, I could pray in the name of that rabbi. I don't even know his name, but my friend always does it, and she always finds things. But I can't.
But that's superstitious.
I thought it was superstitious, and I just said to Hashem, I trust you. I don't want to pray in the name of this rabbi. So,
in this case, you are the rabbi. You're praying. You're praying in your regard. You're praying because of your connection.
Right.
And it doesn't matter if it's a simple thing. Maybe it was something like an imsa'i. It's something that happens for a purpose. We don't know the purpose, but you prayed that you'd find your dog Braca, and you did.
And I did. I opened the door, and there she was.
There you go. It doesn't get more simple than that.
You said something I found to be very interesting, and it had never occurred to me like that.
Okay.
That's now 2 weeks in a row you've done this.
Okay.
I never really thought about that, but yeah, Yeshua is our rabbi because he teaches Torah, and we go by his teachings. to learn more about what
That's
Torah says. And when you said
that's the
that,
way it
I was
used to
thinking,
be. Yeah.
that never really occurred to me.
Yeah. And look, um, when you read the Isaiah 53, I'm sure it's the same in the Christian Bible or any Bible you find. It's within 40 verses of there, okay?
Yeah.
But you'll find it, and it's an interesting thing because it talks about a suffering. It talks about that word. It uses the word yeshur, and that indicating it's not going to be easy for this person to achieve that. But I'm going to tell you, this is a very Jewish concept. It's a very biblical concept, Hebrew concept. And that's why it's there to let you know it exists. Isaiah is wonderful. And as you know, within the last month, I actually got to see that scroll with my own eyes, and I looked at that verse, and that's, wow, it's an amazing thing. But that's the whole key. There are rabbis that, and I would definitely say Yeshua of Galilee or Nazareth was definitely one. Yeshua ben Yosef, but even that name, think about that name for a second. I mean, are you familiar with the concepts of messianic figures? What's the first Mashiach that's supposed to come? Not just regular Mashiachs, like there's a lot of those in every generation. There's at least one. Whoops, sorry, hold on. Okay. Oh, it's telling me I had 10% battery. It's a sign.
It's a sign.
But
that's a sign.
When you have a major Mashiach person that comes along, well, you couldn't get more perfect than somebody whose name is Ben Yosef, because the name of the first Mashiach that comes is Mashiach ben Yosef, and then Mashiach ben David comes. And look, I'm not making a case for anybody or anything. I'm not trying to convert anybody to anything. I'm very Jewish. I go to synagogue. I'm just saying, when you look at who that person is and what they were talking about, and you look at it from his point of view as a Jewish rabbi of the first century, there's no question what's going on. I mean, it's very powerful. And he intended to go to Jerusalem and he knew what was going to happen. He didn't have to do that. He could have gone somewhere else for a while. He was in Tyre and Sidon within the last 6 months before that or something. I mean, that's north of me, 50 miles, that's a long way away from Jerusalem. Safe there is all I'm trying to say. But instead, what does he do? He goes down there and he prepares himself and he goes through this. This is the merit of the Tzaddik. We can talk about that another time, because with 10% battery and 10:45 at night, it's maybe not the best time. But
no coffee.
I'm heading out too. And I thank all you guys for the great commentary on prayers. Thank you guys.
Sure.
Yay.
I just have one thing to say to that. We also have modern day teachers like Ross Nichols and James Tabor, and so if you pray in one rabbi's name, why wouldn't you pray in another teacher's name?
Well, I told Ross Nichols, I said, you are a good Rebbe. You are a good teacher to the people that follow your teaching, and I meant that. And it sounded so Jewish, but he liked what I said to him. It was actually recorded on one of his things, and he got a big smile. But I told him sincerely, he is, and he helps people, and he helps show them something to get where he is in his soul journey. Man, that takes a lot of work. Wow. I have nothing but admiration for him for that. And, it takes that. And also, I told him it takes guts to even be able to say something like that. It just does, and good for him. But I agree with you. Hold on one second. I'm going to try to get my battery before it goes totally out. Excuse me one second.
Please do.
What I was saying earlier to Valentine about, some of the doctrine that's in the Siddur, I'm not sure that I agree with, but at the same time, they're beautiful to read. And one of them is, I think Patty was talking about this a couple of weeks ago. They're not marked; they're just page marked. So I got to find where it is. But it was it's ironic. JJ's here, and there's a prayer for travelers right there. That's a sign, dude. It's a sign.
That's the sign of traveling. Hey, don't forget that prayer then. Hey, don't forget that prayer.
See, it was the blessing for the lighting of the candles, and there's a part in there that I don't really.
Yeah, that's why Patty changed the blessing of the candles.
But
because he didn't command us. Is that you're talking about?
I can't find it right off the top of my head, right off the bat, but
that's it.
Because it was like, as you have commanded us. I'm still going, what commandment? You mean the one the priests put in there?
I prayed that for years because I was a good Jewish woman. And then it dawned on me, well, wait, he didn't command that. What did he command? Well, he commanded us to keep and remember the Sabbath. And so that's what I pray, to Shemor Vezakor, to keep or guard and remember the Sabbath. And I want to add in there, and who brings us light, because that's to me, this lighting the candles, the whole thing is that the light will spread from our hearts and our homes to each heart and home, not just of the Jewish people, but throughout the world. And that's my prayer every Friday night.
We watched a video today about light, the pharmacy of light, and it talked about how the plants have their own light. And, the human, when the male sperm fertilizes the egg, there's a spark of light. And when the Father spoke everything into being, he spoke the light first. And I really think that is connected.
I do too. I think that's beautiful. I watched about half of it, and then I hope it's still on today and I can watch the other half. But what I watched, it was talking about when we eat plants freshly grown, not shipped clear across the country and organic with no pesticides, we're eating part of that light, and it becomes a part of us. And to me, that's amazing.
That is
just amazing. It makes me want to grow my own veggies, but I really don't. I don't know that I can do it where I live.
Did you hear that lettuce crunch when the dude took a bite out of it? I was like, holy cow, I never heard lettuce sound like that.
Yeah.
I didn't see it, but that's intriguing. I do want to show you guys something, though. This is a much coveted item. This is bread from Sammy's Cafe Bakery. And my wife and I get 2 of these a week. It's sourdough. And, look at that.
Oh.
It looks like a anyway. But anyway, it
don't let your wife see you do that.
No. But it's so yummy, and it's just I love this stuff. I wanted to show you before I tore it apart.
Before you eat it all.
Oh man, it's good stuff. Guys, I'm gonna have to go.
Wait, Valentine. Wait, did you just do that 11. To tease us? Is that what you did, Valentine?
To tease you?
Yeah, we're showing about the bread.
Oh man, you know what on Shabbat you do it when you're praying, and I'll tell you something really funny. When it's kind of funny, but it's real. When I was teaching over all these, they were called the Cellar Group, the group of people that are from Russia, Ukraine, and all that, and they were like 18 and 20 and all this, and they would come to these Kabbalat Shabbat. Welcoming the Shabbat on Friday night, I would do the bracha for the challah, and so I would always have a thing over the top of it, and I would say, I would say, "Okay, ready," and go, "Ta-da!" and they would all clap, and then we would do the blessing, and oh man, that one loaf I was handling at the time would get just consumed within a moment. There were others at the back, but they loved that, and that's really, really cool. But I still do it sometimes. I'll be doing the blessing like last night, and my wife will go, "Wait," and she'll take like something to put over the top. She'll go, "Ta-da!"
There it is.
That's so cute.
But okay. What was that Charles a minute ago or Ronnie? Who was that? Somebody asked me about, was I teasing about the bread?
I did. I said
Ronnie,
that.
Ronnie.
There he
He's
is.
showing the bread. We can't get a bite of it.
I know. I'm sorry.
I can imagine what it smells like.
Listen to that. You're teasing us.
It's so good. I was so hungry too.
Thank you, Valentine. Thank you. Now you're making me hungry.
But it's a blessing. See, I got to inspire you for something good, and of course the bracha on that would be Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hamotzi lechem. All right, so there we go. Did it correctly.
Amen.
And that's a really good one. Okay, now here's the funny thing about the kids. It was so funny. They stopped me one day and they said, "Well, how do we pray over food?" And they said, "It just sounds so complicated." And I said, "It doesn't need to be complicated." And they said, "Well, but we asked this other rabbi that comes in and teaches classes sometimes, and he gave us this long thing. I mean, I don't even know how to remember that." And I told him, "Well, okay, there's two things you could do." And I said, "I'll show you both. One, there's an app you can get. It's called Blessings. It's called iBlessing. Okay, that it'll tell you the whole thing." I said, "But look, it's so simple. You say Baruch Hashem, Todah Rabbah, meaning praise be to Hashem or blessed be Hashem, and Todah Rabbah means thank you very much. There you go, complete blessing." Now, here's a funny thing. This involves Betty's brother. So one time, a year and a half ago, I wasn't feeling really good. I was having a hard time because a family member died. I mean, I was like mentally distraught, but I was he was doing a class and I was in it, and it kind of caught me off guard, but he asked me if I would do this blessing for food, which normally I could have done it in my sleep or upside down or backwards. But at that moment, the only one I could remember was that one I just told you, which was Baruch Hashem, Todah Rabbah. I said, "Oh my gosh, I better not do that." I stopped myself. I said, "I'm sorry. It's kind of putting me on the spot. I'm sorry." I felt so bad, but I was just so tired and kind of traumatized by the events of that day. And it's the only one I could think about. It was horrible.
That's a good one.
It was good, but it was like, sweet. Oh man!
I'm sitting here. I'm getting ready to look up on ChatGPT how to say "good food, good meat, good God. Let's eat" in Hebrew.
Oh,
that's funny.
Here you go. So on this app, I don't know if you can hear this. It's an Ashkenazi kind of. But here, let's see what they got here. Here we go.
Can you send us the app?
Atah Adonai.
Can you hear that?
Eloheinu.
It's that good Yiddish thing.
Olam. Bayrei. Mine. Mezdainais.
So anyway, it's real. He does it at a slow pace, but you can pick any of these different things you want it to do, and it tells you in English after. It's called Say a Blessing or I Blessing. Let's go back to hold on, so I can show it to you. Let's see. It looks like that. Well, it's hard to see. Anyway, I Blessing. And I wanted to tell you also, before I forget this, somebody was talking about gematria, and gematria can be complicated with some people, but it doesn't have to be. Basically, every letter, that's an Aleph, this is handwriting. Aleph is 1, Bet's 2, Gimel 3, And it goes on. When you get to 10, then you start going to 20, 30, 40, 50, and all the way to 400. And if you want to use the Safat, the last form of the letter, there's 5 of those, then you could do that, and you can even go to 800, or 900, sorry. But gematria it can be a mystical thing. It can be a very beautiful thing. You can also get an app for it on your phone, on the iPhone, at least I know. And you can it's very who makes that? Hold on. Because it's the TES people, TES makes that, and it's really interesting, and it would help a person using it. I mean, I was taught it by a person who is a rabbi, a very heavy Kabbalistic rabbi, and that's where I learned it. But it can be as simple as this: one word. Let's say, I think I used this one time, Moshiach, the term Moshiach. Then you find that it has the same numeric value as Nachash, which means the serpent. And so a person might ponder, why would those have the same kind of numeric value? If you look on the app, it'll give you all kinds of stuff. You can stay busy all afternoon, but I would just say it can be as simple as helping you reflect on something, and for meditative purposes on the Hebrew letters and the words. But I didn't get in on the whole thing at the very first when I came in the room. But I can tell you this: if somebody is using that for prophecy or divinity or trying to forecast something, don't walk, run, get away from that. Right. You don't need that. I would bet my bread on it.
Hey, I got it here. By the way, Okel Tov, Aser Tov, Elohim Tov, Bu Nakal.
Wow, there you go.
Okay, we'll take it from here.
Let's eat.
Well, with gematria, I read quite some time ago, and I thought it was interesting to me because you think of Sinai and Horeb as like way up high, right? That's like a big mountain. Actually, Sinai is not supposed to have been that huge. But the gematria for Sinai and ladder are the same.
Ooh.
And I thought, that's kind of interesting.
Never really thought of that before.
I forgot what they are. I did put it in my book because I thought that was kind of interesting.
We'll look that up.
It's the same number.
That's really cool. Like the ladder, okay, here's something for you. Check this out. Maybe you thought of this, maybe you haven't. I don't know. But so you read that story about Jacob, and and there's this ladder. He sees it in vision. His head's on the rock. He's asleep. He sees the angels ascending and descending, right? Now, I know people who would suggest that was the angels were ascending and descending by way of his prayers and his, well, I'll leave it with prayers, but they were doing this by what he was praying with Hashem. But now think of something. Wasn't prepared for this, but John, the book of John, the Gospel of John, Gospel of John, the last verse and the first chapter, okay? You got Nathan. He's sitting under a tree, and then he gets to meet his new rabbi, right? And what does Yeshua Jesus say to Nathan? He says, when it reveals that he has that he saw him sitting underneath that tree, he says, I tell you for sure, my word for sure. Anyway, I tell you, you will see the angels ascending and descending upon the Son of Man. Check it, make sure, because I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but what is so interesting there is that is a way of praying. And by your prayers, you're making static angels be able to ascend and descend from the higher worlds. That's big stuff. That'll give you something to think about for at least 2 days. But anyway,
well,
good
supposed
stuff.
that's supposed to relate to Shabbat evening, Shabbat dinner, when
It
you
can.
invite
Yeah.
the angels to come and to bless
Yeah.
you, and then
Yeah.
to bless you as they depart. However you want to think of angels, and my mind is still kind of foggy. I don't know.
Angels
But
are other dimensional.
right.
You don't
I
want to
don't
see
think
them.
I don't think we're supposed to understand. It's just a presence to come and be with you and bless you, and a presence from Hashem, actually.
Yeah. I mean, you
So
read Ezekiel, the opening of
mhm,
Ezekiel, what he saw in the heavens. You really want to
mm,
see that? I don't think you'll
no,
sleep at all for years,
no, I
possibly.
don't want to see anything. I have
You
bad
know?
dreams.
Well, I'm just saying that's some heavy stuff.
It
I mean,
is.
yeah, it's a lot of symbolism and people done what they wanted with those words, but really, when you think about that, that is some heavy stuff right there. And, personally, I can wait for that. I don't need to see that right now. Life is complicated enough without seeing that kind of stuff.
We saw a video last week of a guy who did an AI video on what Ezekiel saw, and that was pretty cool.
I think I've seen something like that.
That was pretty. It's just one guy's version
on YouTube, right?
It was on YouTube, yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
It was interesting.
That was like, wow.
I mean, the way he did the eyes on the wheels and everything, I was like, that's cool.
Wow.
That was. I agree. I even told my wife, I said, look at this. This is amazing.
Well, now, I need to look that up.
As an artist, I can appreciate the whole AI thing, but at the same time, I'm repulsed by it. I don't use it. I don't like it. I don't agree with using it. And I have copyrighted images that I have seen reproduced through AI. And I think, now, how do you do it with this? I mean, copyright infringement with AI. Wow. Okay. Anyway, it's just the world turning. Keep going. It's okay.
I like playing on AI as far as like doing pictures and things like that. And I've gotten out of where I use them for my thumbnails all the time for my videos.
Do you?
I mean, I even did a.
It is cool.
I did this one right here. This is I said make my image as a Pixar animation, and that's what it gave me.
Wow.
There you go. That's it.
That's kind of cute.
Man, you're the guy.
It is, I'm learning more about it, as far as everything. I mean, here's a I told it to make me in a cartoon image. And that's what it did right there.
Wow. That's
look at those.
That's pretty awesome
eyes.
Stuff.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, it's like,
what eyes you have.
No, that's cool.
Like I'm crazy, but this is
no,
the one. This
you
is
could
the
be
one
like
I normally use.
Disney character easily.
Look
at that.
More of an AI version of me.
That's pretty cool.
That is awesome stuff.
But it's I have fun with it, and like the one I showed Libby a little while ago. This is the one I have of the twins. I had done in pixel formation. So I enjoy playing on it.
Funny.
Oh my goodness.
It's so good to laugh, y'all.
This is the great part about being up at 11 o'clock, which I'm normally never.
Well, you're just starting to get delirious now.
Yeah,
Valentine, before you go, I just got a text from my daughter they were in Panama Beach, Florida, watching her grandchildren, 2 of my 11 great grandchildren, in their national dance recitals.
Oh, nice.
And they made the national finals, and I'm so proud of them.
Wow.
With their little dance routines. They're so cute. They are, how old are they? They're 8 and 10. Anyway, beautiful girls.
Beautiful. Wonderful.
So they're just over the moon excited.
That's good. That was worth staying and getting to hear. I love that. I love that.
And their dad sent a picture of them eating. You can't see my video. My camera's broken again. But I mean, they had ice cream cones like 4 inches high. The cone, the ice cream was like 4 inches high, and big smiles and ice cream all over their lips. So excited. I'm so happy for them. They've worked hard. They practice.
That is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, just two little girls from Podunk, Louisiana. Lake Charles, Louisiana.
and Louisiana, Podunk, it means a lot.
Yeah.
When you're there, you'll know it.
Oh, hey, I'm there.
Oh my gosh.
So I guess your phrase, Valentine, should be, it's 11 o'clock, roses are red, violets are blue, I'm feeling delirious, and so am I.
I'm actually awake, but I know that I'll regret it tomorrow because I'm going to wake up at 5 o'clock no matter what. I just wake up and it's just like, all right, and I get up and I do my prayers and then, all that. But sometimes if I get up like that and I go to sleep late, I'm so tired and I don't really want to be tired. That's okay. It's been a beautiful day, a great visit with all of you, and I'm glad I got to show you my bread, and that was, I didn't
enjoy it, and don't feel bad that you didn't share it.
No, it'll be okay. You guys come to Israel sometime, and I'll buy you a loaf over there at Sammy's. They have they used to donate a challah for the Kabbalah Shabbat every week. And they'd say, okay, here's, and they'd give it to me. I didn't even have to ask them for it. They're like, take that. Now they could watch me. I would send them a video because everything was videoed, but I could send them the video and say, hey, here's what happened. And they get to see their challah on there. And that was kind of cool. But, such nice people. I mean, I didn't ask them for it. They just said, you know what? Wait a minute. You take this and use it with those kids. That was so nice. I really wish they had given me 2 of them, but that's okay. One word.
Just make sure tomorrow when you eat your first piece of bread, you can say, Ronnie, this is for you.
God, I thought you were my friend.
Oh, guys, I've enjoyed our talk. And, I tell you what, I believe in prayer. When it comes to talking about that stuff, I'm not fooling around. Absolutely what I was sharing with you. Absolutely believe it. I've seen it work. I know it's real, and I would encourage you. The only thing I would also say is there are some people that want to fool around with your offer to prayer. There are people that want to mess with you and say, well, would you just pray that I have good reception or that I have a good internet connection? I would just say to them, don't mess with me. Don't even go there. Just your prayers are sanctified and holy, and you're using that ruach through your mouth, and you are creating that connection, and you're helping people. And if somebody really needs the internet service, and I know somebody that actually asked me for that one time, I did pray for that, and it worked out. I was there. I saw them. They got to use it, and that's good. But basically, prayers are so powerful, and you guys are powerful prayer people, and I appreciate that about all of you. And I say good week, blessings to you. I'll see you another time, okay?
Blessings to you too. Shavua Tov, have a good one.
Thank you, and enjoy the last parts of Shabbat.
Yeah, enjoy. Have a good sleep tonight.
Thank you.
Lila Tov to you.
Ronnie, it's a shame you left a little while ago. We got on a really good conversation.
I had a guy that came by. I haven't seen him in probably 30 years.
Oh, wow.
And he wanted to come by, and he was the manager at a Wendy's here. We'd go there. And he wanted to come by and say how that I had affected his life. I said, well, give the credit to God, because I've said, look, well, if I gave you anything at all, it's something God gave me, But he just said I felt like I needed to do that, and it just made my day.
Wow.
You know, because how many people really react on when God tells them they go ahead and do it. You know, I've been guilty of not doing it in the past, so I try to do it, and get it. I mean, like if I feel an inkling, I try to. Okay, God, is this you or is it butter beans? You know, I mean, I'm not trying to be funny there, but what's motivating me to do it? You know, I mean, like what's well, Betty knows this. Betty and I, for some reason, she'll be thinking about something. I say, I need to call Betty. And guess what? I need to call Betty, or Betty called me, or Clody's called me, or something like that. I'm going like, if we could act upon those things as God moved upon us, maybe the world be a better place. I don't know. I'm just trying to get better, like David said a while ago. I just want to get better. I want to evolve to what God wants me to be. So what did y'all discuss? I know y'all been here all day.
We're talking about prayers. Steve asked a question about the effects of prayer and is it worth one person doing it or is it a multitude that needs to do it and everything else, and we all have some good ideas on the stuff, but I wanted Valentine to get in that discussion because he does the prayers all the time and everything, and he made a lot of sense with it, and I think it helped Steve out a little bit. So that's what matters. Of course, Chuck said something earlier that made me remember when he said that he used to get quite aggravated at understanding things and this, that, and the other, and I can remember quite a while back, especially some of the after classes and stuff that he kind of sounded aggravated, when he was asking Ross questions. And then we ended up texting each other because he said, I kind of need some help with this. And we would text back and forth a little bit. And then all of a sudden he just came on one day and said, I'm good. So, not sure what Charles did, but, he's at least he got everything figured out.
Well, Ross teaches at such a high level. I mean, no offense at all. Yeah. I mean, his knowledge base is unreal, right? And we come in there sometimes and we're not there. That knowledge base of, I mean, I've had trouble at Ross. I'd call him, what in the world are you talking about? You lost me, brother. Because I didn't get it, but he would take the time and explain it to me. I said, oh, yeah. I mean, if he's teaching at a PhD level, we walk in there and we got a high school education, we're not going to understand all this stuff. I mean, look at Dave Tyler. He's got a master's degree. He does all this math stuff. He talks about stuff I'm going all over my head. But, he will explain it, if you ask him, because he's so used to saying it that he doesn't think about stuff like that. I mean, look at the stuff that you and I talk about, how some people, if we were around Todd, they look at us like, what in the world are y'all talking about? And we're not trying to be detrimental to them. And I'm not putting nobody down, please. I'm not, but they're not who we are. I'm not saying we're better or worse than them. That's not what I'm saying. Like y'all talked about the path a while ago. I told a lady this week, I said, we're on a path to God. You may be coming from Chicago and I may be coming from Mississippi, but the destination is the same. We're taking different routes, maybe, but we're trying to get to the same location. That's what I think, anyway.
Charles, I think he meant that you had whatever it was that was bothering you figured out, not that you have everything figured out.
Yeah, because
Charles, if you got everything, I want to come see you.
Well, he sent me a text. I remember you sent me a text about a year ago, or whatever, and you were kind of like as if you're telling me it. I think I'm good now. I mean, it's not that you were understanding everything. It's just I just don't think that you were as angry as you used to be.
That's it right there. I was very angry about my Bible getting corrupted, and
right, I remember that.
And then Ross pointed out that in fact he may not even know he did it, but I caught a clue listening to him and Jono that because this was a Ross and Jono where it cleared up for me that there were people who were writing from memory And so some of these stories may have gotten passed down through the priest, and some of them may have been passed down through a different group, a different well, like Ronnie might say something today that we all hear, but people that are not with us didn't hear, but it might stick with me, and then I might write that down as gospel at some point, and then so Steve's not here right now, and Steve would have missed it, and so that's quit being angry about it and just go ahead and figure out the best you can with what you've got, and quit being so mad that I'm tempted to walk away from it all. That's
not too bad. I mean, there's some teachings that Ross was doing on Saturdays like that on Sundays, and on Sundays even now, that sometimes I'm lost, and it's not his fault.
No.
It's just that I get lost, and I'm kind of like, and when I get like that, I'm just hearing words at that point, and it's kind of like.
Words out.
Yeah, and it's like I said, it's not his fault. It's just the way my brain's programmed, and it's other times I'm kind of like just riveted to what he's saying because it's making me think a little bit. Not that I always agree with him, but it makes me think. But there are times where he does lose me quite a few times. And
sometimes I wish he gave us a read ahead. The thing is like, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and read these, pre-read this section, and I'm still gonna dig in deeper. But if he gave us a pre-read, sometimes that'd be awesome. Yeah, we get the title. Title.
JJ, yeah. Why don't you email him and ask him for that? See what he says.
Hey, yeah. See, I missed the. I've been just busy with a lot of things, and I missed that. With the the Zoom call that he had a few weeks ago. Is he still doing the after class things, or is that on pause for a while? Do you know?
He hasn't done them he did one the week before last week, and then the week 3 weeks ago he also didn't do it,
but not last week.
Over the last couple of months, there's been a couple of weeks where he didn't do anything.
Okay. All right, that's what I was figuring. Yeah, maybe it was worth saying. Hey, man, can you give us a read? I mean, one of the other things I said to him was like, "Hey, what page number are you talking about?" So I know he mentions that every once in a while. That when he has those page numbers for the books.
So, is there any way you can give us a cheat sheet?
Yeah, can we get a pre? Give us the pre cheat sheet when you send out the weekly newsletter.
Teacher's notes.
Say, study this.
Well, Charles, let me bring this up since you said that what you did. My faith was so much in the text that when Ross started teaching things it was factual, no doubt, but he destroyed my faith in the text to being exactly perfect. It blew me out of the water, literally. And I had to go back and put my faith strictly on Jehovah and get it off the written word, because all the translational issues and the adds and takes away, because you talked about you don't add to or take away, and guess what they did? They did it.
They did both.
Yeah, they did both. I'm like, why do this? But Miss Betty, you told me something. The truth's still there.
Yeah.
You told me you just got to figure it out. What is Jehovah trying to tell us? What's the example here, or whatever he's trying to do? That's what
even in Jeremiah, right? He says at the end there, it's like he wrote those things. Oh, and more.
Yep.
He wrote all those things and more. Okay. Did he add?
No, I know. I see. But but you start looking at some of these other books that are left out, whether they're right or not, it's still, starts adding. You start questioning more and more.
Yeah. Well, the Father did say He would test us, and why wouldn't the Bible be the test?
Woo, that's a mouthful right there, Todd.
Well, think about it.
Hey, I like it. I like it.
It's like, do you believe in what man has given you, or do you believe what I'm whispering in your ear of that's not my character?
No, I agree, brother.
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%.
Wow.
They're trying to figure all this stuff out, and what do I need to do?
And it didn't bother me that when I found out that the text had been messed with and this, that, and the other, I didn't react to that the way y'all did, where it's just, and everything. I was just more like, I've got some work cut out here.
Yeah.
I didn't get upset by it. I was just kind of, it's almost like I wasn't surprised for some reason, but I don't think she was either. I mean, neither one of us were like, screw it. No, we weren't like that.
Paul broke us in pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say, that. And, it's interesting that, like I said earlier, that we all come from different backgrounds, but we're on the same path together. And, we don't disagree with each other. We don't, we all, seems like everybody here is interested in the path that everybody else is in because we learn from it. And it was interesting when we first came here, and especially in the Zoom after classes and everything. It's like whenever Paul was brought up, and I would start hearing this person that also didn't agree with Paul and everything, I would just kind of look at her and go, "There's another one. There's another one. There's another one. We're not alone here."
Y'all, I've lost track. How long have y'all been part of?
Years.
Several years, huh?
I'd say we've been coming to the classes
2 or 3.
About 2 or 3 years. Yeah, we've been. We watched Ross off and on, and I'm not even sure how we found him. I think he just popped up in a YouTube feed one time. We were probably intrigued with the title of it, and started watching. And we're like, hey, this guy's on to something here, But we still didn't participate in anything or nothing like that. And I think what started doing it was actually just doing the classes on Saturday.
Yeah.
And we did that for several months until we realized, hey, maybe we should join an after class and see what goes on. And then what led to this that we're doing now is, and Betty, you probably remember this, and there was a few others here that was on these calls too, that all of a sudden Seth would just leave the mic on as Ross would either end it or take off to get some coffee or whatever, and we would just start talking. And
also the calls on Discord.
And Claudia invited me to a call on Discord one night, and it was like 7 or 8 of us on the call, and we enjoyed that. And when Ross, and several other times we've had conversations like this on Zoom, but it was always the after class that a lot of times Ross would just he would end it, but Seth would leave it up. And we would all just start talking and everything. And, man, we loved that. And that's when we realized,
people are hungry for connection.
Well, not only that, not so much the connection, but I was even telling her, I was like, it would be nice to actually get to know some of these people.
That's what I was talking about.
And
what she means, connection.
Well, yeah, and I guess. And
listen to your wife, hon.
Huh? Oh.
Sorry.
What? I wasn't listening. What? Oh.
She said exactly the same thing that you did. That's so funny. I'm sorry.
When Ross decided to go to Sundays, I was like, well, that's not going to fly for us.
Yeah.
How about we do a Sabbath call? And we talked about it, and we're kind of like, why not? And and we look forward to it every week, and it's I can remember it was about a month ago, and it was Betty and Miriam and Baxter that was left. Well, then you two left, and next thing I know, we're talking to Baxter for a long time. Before we knew it, it was already 7 o'clock. And it's like, dude, we got to eat dinner.
Yeah, the time kind of goes.
It just flies. I mean, it really does. And like right now, I can't believe it's been 4.5 hours and we've been on here because it don't feel like it. Because you just get involved in hearing everybody and everything, and it's just fascinating.
Community is a better word for
community. Yeah. Why not us? Why not us?
Well, it's one thing. The after class is really good because we all get to bring in thoughts and ask questions and whatever. but we don't learn much about one another like we do here. And I think that's important for community, for getting to know each other. Angel, community, getting to know each other. Todd, I'm sorry, I'm making fun of y'all, but I love you.
I'm so offended. I'm going to dye my hair blue and put a cattle ring in my nose.
Hey, Todd,
then it'll match
cry
your
me a
kippah.
handful. Cry me a handful, Todd.
Funny.
Man, JJ, we're really going to miss you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
There he is.
You're muted.
So, Todd, JJ, when you leaving?
Well, you're muted, JJ.
Left.
You're
JJ.
muted.
Mute.
Hey, sorry about that. Like I'm an amateur. Hey, August 10th. I'm supposed to be on the plane August 10th. I'm still. I just got because I took a job with the Navy. They just issued me like orders, like whatever the documentation, so I can schedule my flights and schedule my movers and things like that. So, but they said we want you on a plane to Japan on August 10th, that Monday. So whatever that is, 6-7 weeks probably, and then I'll be out, and then it's so right now. So in Central Time it's what 3:30 in the afternoon. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it's 5:30 in the morning Japan time right now. So
you probably won't be on with us then.
Yeah,
when you're in Japan.
So that's why I was like today. It's like I got stuff to do. I got to get in the house. I got to organize. I got to figure out what I need to throw away. So when I move, right? So I was like, I'm just gonna get on and listen, So I was just had you guys in my back pocket for a while, and then I was sitting down. I was like, well, I'm in one place right now. Let me just go ahead and turn the video on or whatever, or add something in there, because these have the mic in them. So I can still talk, but I have to go back to my phone, or I'll take the phone on my back pocket to do that. But so the Friday, like I mentioned yesterday, so the Friday evening Erev Shabbat talk with the Tylers. So that's 7 at night on Friday, which is 9 in the morning on Shabbat for me, 9 in the morning on the 7th day, Yom Shabbat. So I should be able to attend those. Cool. But then the Sunday school, which is now 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. So that'd be 4 in the morning on Monday. Woo. So I usually get up at like 4:20, 4:30. So I might be able to watch the live. I may be able to watch the premiere, but I'll be on the train probably on the way to work, in the morning, and won't be able to focus too much for the after class. So that's the kind of things that'll suck. Is I'll have to just make sure I really honor the Erev Shabbat talk with the Tylers just to stay up with everybody. So
what do your
go ahead?
What do your kids think about your moving to Japan?
They love it.
Oh,
they
good.
They don't like where I'm at, where I'm at right now, because it seems like, you have no connection, you're not by the ocean or anything. But I just like the spot where I'm at, I like the spot where I'm at. But my oldest is.
Where are you?
So I'm on the Illinois side of St. Louis, pretty much. Not East St. Louis, but yes,
back where you were near Belleville and
near O'Fallon. So I'm still close to O'Fallon, Illinois. Yeah, so I'm still close to O'Fallon, Illinois.
How about that?
The alma mater of your brother there. So
Yep. James graduated from high school there.
Yeah. So
that's cool.
So I'm just right down the way from there. I'm a stone's throw from the a slingshot's distance from the world's largest bottle of ketchup. So I'm not a ketchup person, but everyone who swings by, they're like, let's go have a
Go to Japan to eat what's that, wasabi or something?
What's that?
Oh, wasabi, yeah.
Oh, wasabi.
You go to Japan and eat wasabi.
Yeah, I have some wasabi. I have the real deal wasabi, not that green horseradish.
Yeah.
That they serve out here. Yeah, the real deal. Last time I went back, so finding it. So it's not as because I hear most of the time we get wasabi. If you read the package, it says it's horseradish with green food coloring, more or less. So, which is not bad. It's not bad.
But horseradish actually gives you a different burn.
Yeah. Yeah. The wasabi's not as spicy as the horseradish. Yeah. But it's good. It's a flavor. But the funny thing is about that horseradish. I'm in Collinsville, Illinois, which is I guess the horseradish capital of America or something. So I moved over here and they're like, "Are you going to the horseradish festival?" Like,
no.
Oh man, it's wild. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to stay involved as much as I can once I move over there, and I'll probably only over there for probably about 4 years. So I'll be over there for 3, and then I'll start looking for another job to come back in here. So
at least you can have some real sake.
Yeah, well, I'm a recovering alcoholic, so I'll get to sit next to somebody. who's drinking some real sake. Yeah, so
that sounds pretty cool.
Are your kids going to come visit you?
Yeah, they're actually because one lives there right now, and so he's stoked that his dad's moving, at least to the country. I may not be, near. I can't drive, not driving distance. But the other two, I think, are going to come out later on this fall. They were talking about September or October or something coming out for a little bit.
Cool.
So yeah, I have a spot where I can hang out with them, enjoy.
That's good. That's good.
And everything. So yeah, so right now it's just me in the house and just trying to figure out what I can do to, because figure out what I can just throw away or donate and everything. So, but I got a few road trips. I can't remember if anybody else is close to St. Louis. I know Valentine is absolutely not close to St. Louis. but if Ross and Jonah quit canceling their daggone trips, we'll go visit him one of these days. But yeah, I don't know how close anyone is, but y'all are close. If anybody's within 3 or 4 hours, let me know. I'll see if I got a weekend.
We're in Virginia. No, I was thinking Libby's in Missouri, but not probably southern Missouri, not close to you.
Right, in Mississippi.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I'll keep in touch with the group as best as I can. And pay a little bit more attention to Facebook. I've been slowly adding people to the Facebook thing and read Discord a little bit more. Where I would have been doing Sunday school, maybe that's my time to engage on Discord.
There doesn't seem to be a lot of activity on Discord anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah,
it kind of seems like since Ross went to Sundays, there's just not much going on anymore on Discord.
Oh yeah.
Of course, I don't.
That's probably because we're all meeting here and talking it out instead of.
Could be. I mean, it could be. I mean, I don't know.
This is nice.
I didn't do anything on Discord either, so I just deleted the app. So I didn't.
Oh wow.
Because every time I tried to post something, it wouldn't do it, and then it would give me different directions every time. I'm like, screw it.
Oh yeah, it's so I had to have my kids show me how to work it. Just like I'm sure Seth, set up Roth,
Yeah.
For it, so
probably.
And then Seth set up a channel for me for a different group, so he hooked me up.
You're going to find your people and your place over there, JJ.
What's that?
I feel confident that you'll find our people and your place over there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I told Ross and Dave, I said I would make a little either Horeb or UIW Asia Pacific or something.
That's great.
Let's see what I can do. To be a light, shine light. It was good. I love the group we got. People are, we're not too offended on, I think we're pretty respectful in our differences and everything. And, we just don't come across that a whole lot, in normal things. So it's what we have is special. What this group has is very special, I think, in the different iterations that we have, whether it's the Friday night thing or this, the Saturday talk or the Sunday school or after class. And I haven't been to any of Joe Dell's talks. It's just one more of those like it's just like I got 1,000 things going on right now. So
JJ,
me too.
JJ.
Yeah.
The class she taught today.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Oh wow!
I gotta say that it was one of the best I've heard. I mean, I've heard a bunch of her stuff. I know she'll post it, on YouTube, but it was really good today. The way she explained some stuff, it made, at least to me, it made sense to me. It's a lot of lights were going off, click, 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 click in my head. Like, yeah, that makes sense. Why ain't nobody told us this?
Yeah, she's good. I've heard a couple. Yeah, I've heard a couple of her talks, including over at the UIW conferences.
Yeah,
she's talked a couple times. So, yeah.
Well, you look at all the different teachers, whether it's Ross or Dr. Tabor, her, whoever, and we keep gleaning all this information, and more and more stuff makes sense. We get all these different inputs.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like if we wanted to get a PhD in whatever, you got to have a lot of input, right?
Yeah.
So, the diversification of different subjects you got to take to get a college degree. So, with all these different sources we've got available. So that's what I think.
Yeah, no, it's great. Yeah, it's a great group. Thanks.
Said that we're all a group of teachers.
We really are.
Yeah.
We really are.
Take a lot from all of our experiences, all the different things that, that we've come across in our own paths to get where we are today. Whether it's getting, being a little bit too abrasive at church, asking too many questions that they don't want to ask. And, I talked to a pastor a few weeks ago about something that happened, 6-8 months ago with it's some study that I was doing a couple, 6-8 months ago. And I was like, hey, isn't Bible study the time to work this stuff out, not Sunday morning? And that pastor had told me, so I haven't been back to that place since, but he goes, well, this other guy, I mean, he signed the paper saying that he understands what the church beliefs are. So I was really surprised that he was saying what he said. I was like, he's trying to work it out. He understands what the church's perspective is, but he's trying to work this stuff out. And if you're not, helping him out, even agreeing to disagree with his thing, the issue that he was having, I said, well, I don't know. You're the right, you're the right teacher,
And with some preachers, JJ, they use their pulpit as a whipping post.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes, they do. We are victims of that.
Yeah. So, so I just like, more compassion, more understanding folks. And I think that's the group we have now. And, I would, I guess I'm trading the group in for a few years in Japan, but that's not really what I'm doing. I'm just trying to go spend some time with family that my son lives over there. So it's the easiest way for me to do it for right now.
Well, I think there's a lot of respect here on this group here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We respect each other as human beings, and we may not agree on the little bitty things, but the big things we do. I see that in everybody I talk with on this group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not only that, we all have a good sense of humor.
That's true.
Some people do.
Yeah, some of us got good beards too.
Some of us can't.
Don't hate me because I'm pretty.
Oh man, everyone's like, "Are you going to shave your beard when you go over to Japan?" Because it's culturally I wouldn't say taboo, but it's definitely culturally that people don't grow their beards like that, like this. So
are you going to shave it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I would.
We'll see. Yeah. I'm not going to it first, so I already got a concert. I got my first concert scheduled over there. that I'm going to. Not playing. I'm not a musician. Not a very good musician. But I'm going. Yeah, I got a concert. This is a Japanese guitarist, rock star guitarist from the. I guess it came out in the '80s probably. That I'm going to see his 50th anniversary concert in Yokohama, like a week after I get there.
I can't think of his name, but is it the guy from Loudness?
No, it's not the guy from Loudness, but his name is Char, Char. So, but yeah, Loudness is a great group, and no, that's a back then band, for sure. Yeah, different guy.
That's the only Japanese one I can think of.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, this guy's played. He plays either solo or he plays a lot of like project bands. He did one with the old band. Was it Beck, Bogart, and Appice?
No.
BBA. So it's like Jeff Beck, Carmen Appice, Jeff Beck, Bogart. Right. So he did an album with taking Jeff Beck's place and played with the other two guys.
Okay.
I mean, so he's
that's
well
hard shoes to fill right there. If you're trying to take over Jeff Beck's place, buddy, good luck.
Yeah. So he did some of their songs and they did some of his songs together. It was a pretty good. So he does like some project bands every once in a while, and but yeah, I don't know. I think he's a great guitarist, great musician. So
yeah,
and it's not pop, So
right.
So that's good stuff.
Not the pop is bad. There's a lot of great classical guitarists in Japan too.
Yeah, because they're very technical. Players. Yeah, so I love it. I didn't mean to turn the conversation going, but
oh yeah, all right.
But yeah, going, just getting ready just doing all the preps, doing all my preps to move. So hopefully it all goes well.
Yeah.
So. I appreciate that.
And also the food's good there too.
Food's good there too. Yeah, somebody at work yesterday, they were like, what food are you going to miss from here? And I was like, I don't know, man. I said, probably just a good old, a local barbecue place, I said, that's the only thing I could really think of that I'm going to miss. Because, I can get almost everything there that I can get here.
Have you seen that video that went viral of the Japanese guy that was over here for the soccer games, and he was in Texas and tried barbecue for the first time? Have you seen that video?
No.
Oh, he went nuts.
Yeah.
He took the first bite out of it. He says, "This is so good." He was all excited about it and everything.
Oh man,
I was like, that's cool.
I'll have to check it out. Yeah.
So that was cool.
Because I love it. There's some spots. I'm in St. Louis. It's good. St. Louis got some good barbecue. We're not that far from Kansas City. We're not that far from Nashville or Memphis. So there's a lot of good barbecue places.
I can still remember being like 10 or 12 years old in the motorhome, and we're driving through St. Louis, and I remember looking out the window at the arch. I'm like, that's huge.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
It's one of the few things I remember on the trip.
Yeah, and I don't know how many times people come to visit. I've been up and down that thing, but it still just seems crazy that there's an elevator that takes you to the top of it. So.
Shoot. Have you been up on top of it?
Oh, on the inside.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not on the outside. That's one
of those literal things where you can say, I can see my house from here.
Yeah. They got windows up there, so at the very top you can look out.
See you, Ronnie.
See
you, Ronnie.
Bye, Ronnie. Have a good week.
All right. Take care. Yeah, Shavuot Tov, right? All right. I'm gonna go off video and get back to working here. So I'm just gonna listen in for a little bit. All right.
All righty.
Okay.
Oh, JJ, Betty was wanting to know the names of your children so she can pray for them.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. I should probably type them in. It's probably better if I say them than type them.
Okay.
So, okay. In order of oldest to youngest, it's Keisuke.
What? I'm sorry.
Keisuke.
Case. Like a case of
Oh, case?
Like a case of water and the letter K.
Okay, case. Okay, got that.
K. Yeah, case K. And the middle one is Kaito.
And what's that like?
What do you mean? Kaito.
T or K? I couldn't understand.
Okay, K-A, like K-A-I-T-O, Kaito.
Kaito. Okay.
Yeah, Kaito. Like a kite and a toe. And
Got
a big toe.
Okay.
And the youngest is the easiest one to pronounce because that's diver.
Diver,
like a scuba.
I gotcha.
Diver. Yeah. So
diver,
that's my boys.
Kaito, and case.
Yeah, case K. It's not plural. Yeah, case K. Just the letter K at the end.
Case.
That's how you spell it. That's how you say it.
Case K.
Yeah,
case K.
Yeah.
Okay,
case of beer and the letter K. Case of
I gotcha.
Whatever your favorite beer is. Case of diapers.
A case of K.
Yeah.
A case of K.
Yeah, case of K.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's them. Yeah, that's the voice. So thank you, Betty. Yeah.
Thank you, and thanks, Angel, for bringing it up again.
Yeah, because I'm on my phone right now, guys, so I'm not so you ask the age. Take a look. Let me see what's going on here. So, but yeah. All right, I'm gonna go off video for real. Put it back in my pocket. Just listen in until it's time for me to
Have a good
again.
one.
All right.
Shavua Tov.
Don't everybody talk at once.
Yeah, everybody chill now.
And JJ goes off. It happens the same way as about when Valentine.
As when Valentine signs off, like everybody's like, "What now?"
Yeah.
What are we supposed to do now? Well,
I want to know how's Miriam's little baby doing?
That's what I was getting ready to ask. How's her little babies?
Are you there, Miriam?
Oh, Miriam.
She just unmuted.
Can you hear me?
No.
Okay.
Yes. They're teasing you.
Oh, come on. All right.
Oh, shucks.
Did I say I have 2 babies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got 2 babies.
And they're both boys, right?
They're both boys.
They're both
sleep. They're both asleep now. Hallelujah. I love it. Look like they go to sleep just when it's time for rest. You know?
Well,
say,
because
Lord.
they're babies. When they get a little older, it ain't gonna be quite that way.
Oh, it's gonna change. Okay.
You'll be late. You'll be as bad as us. I mean, it never fails. We'll lay down in the bed, and all of a sudden we hear, BAM!
Yes.
Like, well, let's go see who's. Well, I guess we're gonna draw straws and see who goes to see what the noise was, and we never find out what it is.
You never find out. They're both just sitting there looking at you.
You hear this explosion in the house. You're like, oh my gosh, what did they do now? But you can't find anything.
And you don't see who did
How do y'all do that?
Who did it? They just both sitting there looking innocent and sweet.
It's a family thing because Gideon and Sammy, the uncles of everybody, showed us that cats can blow up the house, but yet you won't find any signs of what happened. They taught us that. Well, apparently it runs in the family because the kids do the exact same thing. Their little nieces and nephews can blow up half the house, and you can't figure out what happened.
But cats do have their same terrible twos.
Yeah.
They're really cute when they're kittens. It's like, and they're really calm when they're adults. But it's that in between.
Yes.
That's what we're dealing with right now with the 6 kids. Is the terrible twos.
I know about the terrible twos. Thank you.
They are wide open.
Yes. And that's what they are to me.
I wanted to ask JJ if he's going to be able to take his dog with them.
Oh, he might. He might do that.
Oh, he has to fly, right? Overseas.
Yeah, he's moving overseas.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just trying to unmute. Yep. So this little critter right here.
Oh my God!
Is he going with you?
Is he going with you?
Yeah, she's going with me. So
cool.
I originally thought I was going to take a job somewhere else. So I got her a blood test in February. I got the rabies shots that she needed in February. So this is the amazing thing. This is I just say this is how God works. It's like the day that I got her second rabies shot, or the day that I got her blood draw. So I needed like one rabies shot, and then I needed to wait a period of time, and they needed to get a second rabies shot. And then at some point after that, they were like, okay, we have to do the blood test now. And they still got to send it to the labs, and it's like $500. It was super expensive.
Yes.
At least for me it is. I don't know about for anybody else. For me, that was very expensive. So, and then to take her to Japan, after she takes the blood draw that's tested for the rabies, you have to wait there's like 180-day quarantine. The day that they want me to leave America and get to Japan, when I get to Japan, it'll literally be on the 180th day.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So all they're going to do is check my paperwork. Like I have to have like right before she leaves, I do something. I have to get like a certificate from my vet saying that she's good, she's healthy. But yeah, it's literally the 180th day is exactly the day that they want me to arrive in Japan.
Wow.
So
That's great.
so she's coming. She's checked out. She's ready to go.
Oh, what's her picture again? I want to see her.
Oh, that wasn't a picture. That was her.
That's her right there.
I know.
Oh, so sweet looking.
Oh, you'd have been heartbroken to have to leave her.
Oh yeah. So
what kind of dog is she? She looks.
So she's a Cavapoo.
Oh, Cavapoo.
She's a Cavapoo.
What's her name?
Annie, like the little orphan.
Yes.
Oh, little Annie.
Her mom
so
picked her out. Right. Yeah, so she's a sweet little dog. So
yes.
So yeah, she's gonna be good. It'll be a different environment for her over there.
She's really hyper.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, she's pretty hyper. So she's chilling right now. And if she gets excited, she gets excited.
She needs a companion.
She's 9. She turns 10. She turns 10 in November. October and November.
Oh.
Yeah, she turns 10, so she's middle-aged. Pretty much middle-aged, huh?
Yeah.
So so it's crazy. I just happened to like feel like I was moved to start getting I was like, I need to start getting blood work done just in case I go.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And then yeah.
Wow.
You got to have the papers in order.
Yeah. So I sent like to the vet because I'm going to work on the Navy base and everything is just how whatever the Department of Defense like status of forces agreement that I'll fall under because I'll work for the Navy is everything's going to go through the base vet essentially. But I sent the paperwork to the base vet and they were like, oh, I'm glad you sent us this in advance because it looks like on the papers that you sent us that she got microchipped sometime between her first and her second rabies shot. And I was like, nope, she got a rabies shot or microchip like whatever when you're like 6 months old or whatever the age for dogs is.
Right.
And they're like, you need to change your paperwork.
Oh wow.
To make sure it shows that. Yeah. So I called my vet and they're like, oh yeah, we'll knock it out. They already sent the email back. So yeah. So it's so it's just crazy. Yeah, that's my 3 boys right there. Boom. We took that a few years ago.
Oh, okay.
Handsome. Yeah.
I don't know how they came in. I just realized that it was in the background. So
it's nice.
Yeah.
Wasn't intentional at all, huh?
No. Yeah, good boys. They all love skateboarding, and I love them. So it's all good. We're enjoying it. So
well, after you settle, you need to get her a companion. Yes.
Oh man, I don't know if I can do that. It's gonna be hard. So
oh my.
So in America, it's like if you're going to rent a house or anything, you just add it on the lease, as long as it's not like a, pit bull or something where they're like, oh, I can't be an aggressive breed.
Oh, okay.
Right. So, but in Japan, there's so many places where like, oh, we don't want to rent to anybody who has a dog or a cat.
Oh my. Okay.
Yeah. So even like, I mean, and I think, like, how will they know unless my dog's like really crazy, and I mean, you can hear how loud she is.
Yeah.
But so that'll be the difficult thing. So
Well, just declare her emotional support.
yeah, it's you're funny you say that. So it doesn't work for the planes, but it works for the hotel.
Okay.
I signed her up. I got her certified as a psychiatric support dog. So at the hotels they buy it because she's quiet, right?
Okay.
But the airline, I tried to take her on the airline one time. They're like, "Oh, you need this form, whatever." I'm like, "Oh, I must have forgot it."
Yeah, you need the service.
Wait, where's this?
dog.
You're not posting this to YouTube later, are you?
No.
No.
Cut that part out.
For $20, no.
Yeah. So, yeah, but we're so we're just so we'll so it's gonna be tough to get her another dog. Yeah. So and I like to travel a lot. I like to travel a lot too. So having one dog in a car or on a train or in a plane is going to be expensive enough. But yeah, it's like cats. I mean, you guys can leave for 2 or 3 days and they're fine.
Yeah.
I mean, allegedly, as long as you're not pissed off.
We would come home to the house half tore up.
Yeah. But they would be fed. They'd find something to eat and drink, and they know where to poop. So, but dogs, man, you can't do that for a few days. One day is. If I have a long day at work, I feel guilty when I come home. Like, oh man, I get that dog out.
Yeah. Well, she's probably used to being by herself too. Huh?
Yeah. She's been by herself for most of the last 4 years. So
yeah.
I had back when I had Chester, my Dalmatian. When we found Sheba, she was probably 4 weeks old. I mean, just weaned as a stray. And I basically said, "Hey, dude, you want a cat?" He just kind of looked at me and said, "Here, you raise her." And so he did. He raised her, and so she had. I didn't realize that she was developing separation anxiety.
Oh yeah.
And because they were so tight. I mean, when you saw one, you saw the other. And I can remember here at the house, Chester used to like to go to the pond with me when I went fishing. Well, the first time I took him, of course, she stayed here. When I got back, when we both came back to the house, she was at the door.
Oh, wow.
Was spitting nails at the fact that we were both gone, especially him.
Oh, my.
And as soon as he come in, he came first in the door, and she lit him up. I mean, smacking and hissing and clawing. He's kind of like, whoa, get off me, get off me. This 110-pound dog sitting there going, no, get off me, cat.
Oh,
and she wouldn't have anything to do with him or me for like an hour.
Wow.
And I'm sitting there going, holy cow, man, we're only gone like 2 or 3 hours. Chill out, cat. But that's just the way she was. And she had, apparently she had separation anxiety, and she didn't like both of us leaving at the same time. But we still went to the pond. She still got mad. Yeah. She got over it.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll figure it out. They can let you know they're not happy, but
oh yeah, she was no happy.
Yeah. She's no happy.
She was no happy. And it was so cute. When she was real little, he used to walk around the house and carry her in his mouth, and all you would see was a head sticking out of his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't scare her a bit. Didn't scare her at all. She just knew that's the way it was. Until she got too big, then sometimes he'd carry her by the back of her neck,
Oh man.
In the house. But he was so gentle with her, so that was just kind of funny. I was like, "Hey man, you want a cat? Here, raise it."
Yeah.
I've already showed her a litter box and where the food bowl is, so you're good. Gosh,
but cats do learn where the litter box are quicker, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, cats learn.
Yeah.
They learn the litter box real quick.
Mm.
And it's interesting that they've learned it didn't take him long to learn the litter boxes that we got for him. You know, the automatic rotating ones.
Yes.
You could set it on a timer for like 5 minutes after they come out. Then it'll time it 5 minutes. Then it'll circulate, and some of them have actually learned that. So.
Yeah. They'll sit there and wait for it.
Yeah, they'll wait for it. Of
course, there's some that will wait until it gets almost straight, and then she'll just climb right in there anyway.
Rena. Very impatient.
By this weekend. If it arrives, expect hazier sky and more colorful.
I wouldn't be able to have this many cats without
suspended in the atmosphere.
Without the automatic litter boxes.
Oh
though.
yeah.
That's my next goal. Yes.
It makes it so much easier because all we do is get up in the mornings and we just pull the tray out, cinch the bag up, put another bag in there, slide it back underneath the thing, and we're done. Makes it so much nicer.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And man, them bags are heavy. I told her, she handed me a bag one time. I went to pick it up. It was like almost like 20 pounds. I was trying to hold in my hand. Tori says, "Man, these cats are full of crap."
Oh wow!
So how in the world does this much come from all these cats?
Yeah.
Especially some of them being so tiny.
Well, mine are tiny, and I wonder that as well. You know, when I'm scooping for now. That's my next goal. Get that rotating thing.
Yeah, they're expensive, but they're worth it.
With 2 cats, it's not that hard to scoop the litter.
It's not that bad.
But with 13, that would be a lot of scoop.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a lot of cats. Holy moly.
Yeah,
it is.
And unfortunately, we can't rescue them all. She's got her eye on 2 of them in the backyard. I'm like, honey, no. Granted, they are rare. But still.
They're, it's a different breed of Siamese.
Yeah.
I've never seen... Siamese are always white. They're always white with their different colored tips, and
then they grow into the colors.
And then they grow into the colors. But these are actually chocolate with black tips.
Wow.
One is chocolate, and one is more like a coffee color. But I've never seen Siamese this color before.
Yeah,
I told him, I was like, honey, we don't have those kind for our collection.
Yeah. It sounds beautiful.
We saw the lighter colored one, which is more of a mocha maybe, or like if you put cream in your coffee, it's kind of that color a little bit.
Yeah.
Still kind of dark, but it turned its head earlier, and we saw it, and it had the brightest blue eyes, and we're looking at this thing from 50 feet away, and we can just see the blue eyes glowing on this thing. I was like, look at that, he's got blue eyes. So check that out.
Siamese do have blue eyes.
You know, I was like, that's crazy looking.
Oh, that's rare. Okay.
Well, yeah, because they're all born white. But then
their body color is rare, but they all the Siamese have blue eyes.
Blue eyes.
Y'all seen Bibbles, the ones that lays on her all the time, that dark brown color that she is. She was bleached white.
Yeah, she was bleached
white. She was 3 months old.
Yeah. Wow.
She was white until she was almost a year old.
Yeah, about a year old. But she was getting darker as time went on, and that's when we learned that not all Siamese, but like the seal point, which is what she is, their body temperature is what changes their coat color. Mm-hmm. Which is why they have which is why they have black ears, black tail, black feet, because that's the coldest part of their body. And as it like in the wintertime, she'll get a little bit lighter in color, and in the summertime she darkens up. Where Sammy doesn't quite do that. But what his is since he's a tabby point, his color will change where you'll see his tabby stripes, but then you won't see his tabby stripes, but the coloring is still there. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of interesting how his is. And his 2 nephews are the exact same way, but their coats are a little bit longer, so you don't see the tabby stripes.
So but you know they're tabby for sure by those ears, right?
Well, no.
That's the Siamese.
It's, there's so many different variations of Siamese now, and thank goodness they're actually allowing them to be considered Siamese. Mm-hmm. But his sister is a perfect example of a tabby Siamese because she's got a little bit of light brown in her, but she's mostly gray and white.
That's what I got. Yeah.
And Sammy is just gray and white, but he's a tabby Siamese. That's her younger brother. But his nephews, one is a tabby point just like him. Matter of fact, he's colored identically like him. And his brother, Micah, is a chocolate point. So he's got the real dark black. They're not black, but they're very dark, like a fudge color. Very, very dark chocolate kind of color. And that's his tail, his feet, and his ears, and his face. But he still has that tabby shading, just like his uncle, his brother does.
So tabby is not determined the arch they have in their back?
No, all Siamese have a tabby in them. It's just that, of course, they're all mutts. All cats are mutts. All dogs are mutts.
Yeah.
But they all come from somewhere else. But like Bibbles, we never really paid attention to it until a few years ago. But she's got that tabby M in her forehead, which I think yours probably do too. I'm sure.
Yes, that's what I got.
And Sammy has a little bit of that M, and the same thing for his two nephews. But you have to look to see it. And there was one at the shop that was. I had never seen one like this. He had the head of a tabby. His whole head was the markings of like a tabby cat. His paws were that way. His tail was that way, but he was white and he had blue eyes.
White.
That's a crazy looking tabby.
He was white. What, on top or under or what?
No, his body was white, but
the whole body. Wow.
But his head and his feet and his tail were actual tabby. Let's see if I can find that picture.
That is unique there.
He was. I'd never seen one like that, and he's not related to anybody in the alley at work, so I don't know where he came from. And the last I saw him was across the street, and his hip was dislocated, so I don't know what happened to him. But
so he came and went.
So they can see his body.
Right, but this is just his face.
Oh, I see it. Yes.
Yeah. That was just his face.
That's what I have. That looks just like my babies.
See if I can get this to.
Exactly. Yes.
There we go.
See,
his legs are tabby. His head is tabby. He's got blue eyes, but he still has the white body. And I have never seen one like that. That was crazy. And
so what makes a tabby? I don't know.
Well, tabbies are
tabbies are the ones with the stripes.
Yeah. The stripes, yes. Yeah. Well, mine got stripes everywhere.
Yeah. Well, yours are tabby.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have two of them here, and which we have to do a double take sometimes because they're colored almost identical.
Well, we have two gray tabbies and we have two orange tabbies.
And two orange tabbies.
Oh, we got orange too. Okay.
Which orange tabbies are crazy because a majority of all orange tabbies are male.
Oh, really?
A majority of all of them. Yeah, because when we took Abby to the vet, they're like, "That's a female? We haven't seen a female orange tabby in here in a long time."
Wow.
Why is that? That's when I found out. Just like all calicos and tortoiseshells are all female.
Wow.
Every one of them. And so I find it to be fascinating. Just like with Dalmatians, the very first one in the litter born is a male.
And
he's always the biggest.
Tortoiseshells are always female.
Yeah, tortoiseshells and calicos. But it's interesting that tortoiseshells, because I've seen this proven at work and I've seen it proven here, that tortoiseshells will have 5 different kind of kittens. It could either be a Siamese, some kind of Siamese, black, gray, tortoiseshell, and orange tabby.
Wow.
And we've seen that in the backyard. We've seen
that's a big variety there, yeah.
I've seen it at work. Because at work, we call her Big Mama. She's a tortoiseshell, and she's the mother of all the alley back there.
Oh, okay.
And what's in the alley?
She's the Eve, the mother of them all.
Yeah. in the alley, every cat is a Siamese, black, gray. Abby and one other one is the only orange tabbies I've seen back there from the family, and tortoiseshell.
And it's mainly one mama, right?
Yeah, one mama, and we've seen that in the backyard. One tortoiseshell mother has this whole family back here, and we have Siamese, black, gray, tortoiseshell, orange tabbies. I'm telling you, that's you can't argue with with that.
Yes.
I mean, it's just crazy, but that's just the way it works, and I'm thankful that we were able to rescue what we could after what happened to Mini-Me last weekend. So that's
Well, I'm happy to have my babies. I don't have no complaints. They're just a joy to me, Especially them having companion with each other, look like,
And you're probably asking yourself, why did you wait so long?
Why did I wait so long when I've been wanting a baby for years? I'm telling you, for years. And I finally got one.
I know Baxter's the same way. Baxter's got several dogs and several cats. So he's got him a little kennel going on there too.
So so y'all just have cats, no other animals.
Yeah, just cats.
Yeah. Libby's got a farm.
Yeah, Libby's got a farm.
Oh wow.
A torture shell? No, a tortoise shell.
Tortoise shell.
Oh, okay.
Which Sarah's not around.
You
here
got
right
pictures
now.
of her though.
Yeah. She's not up here now, but she was my Shabbat buddy a little while ago. That's Sarah. She's a tortoise shell.
They're the ones that look like
patchwork. Oh.
Yeah, she looks like she got into a fight with a paintbrush.
Wow. Sure did, huh?
But she's beautiful. I mean,
She is.
And she's so tiny. She only weighs like 3.5 pounds.
Oh, she stayed small?
And she's over a year old.
Really? That small?
Well, Baxter, I've actually had a calico. I grew up with a calico, and she was mostly white, but she had the patchworks of the brown, and the orange, and stuff like that. That's a calico. Tortoiseshell is completely covered.
Yeah, they don't have any white.
We have a tortoiseshell, and she was a feral cat hanging out at the post office, and our postal lady brought her to. She was the only cat we had here for a while, and now she's not happy about all these new cats around, so we don't see her real often. She basically takes care of herself. But what I found with them is they are rather aloof anyway, just by nature. Is yours a friendly cat or aloof?
Yeah, she's affectionate and she's friendly and everything.
She's talking about the calico.
Are you talking about the one I grew up with, or?
No, the tortoise shell.
The one we have now, Sarah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she kind of does her own thing, kind of keeps to herself.
She's kind of aloof. She attaches to him sometimes, but there's a tortoise shell that her mama, it's her sister, had in her first litter that is outside, and she is so affectionate. She's
like violently affectionate.
Yeah, wow. Violently affectionate.
When it was just us, she would come up and let you pet her and stuff, but now she'll kind of stay back and look, watch everybody, but she's gone for a week or two at a time, and then here she comes back. But she lives at the barn, and she feels like that those cats took her barn over, so she don't show up real often.
Oh.
Mad at y'all.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, she probably is pretty mad at us. Her name is Olive because she has really pretty green eyes.
Oh, yeah. She definitely has her mother's eyes, but Shadow just has these eyes that just glow in the dark. I mean, I've never seen eyes like that, and her kids almost have them, especially Sarah. But it took Sarah's a long time to turn because they were originally gold, and they eventually just started turning. But she is. I'll give her credit. When she wants attention, she'll let you know, because especially in the afternoons when I come home from work, after everybody's done eating, I'll go back there and start changing clothes, and she'll come flying in there, jumping on the bed, spread her paws out, look at me, and go,
wow,
and start, you know, she'll start wiggling that butt, like almost like she's saying, "Come get some."
Oh my!
She's a tiger kitten too, so
yeah,
it's so
she's
funny.
so tiny. So I'll just like start scratching at the bed, the bedspread and stuff, and she'll just like start rolling and just flipping out, you know, 'cause she wants to play. But other than that, she's very quiet. You rarely ever hear her make noises unless she jumps up and unless somebody jumps up, you know, she'll jump up and kind of coo at you when she jumps. That's about all you ever hear out of her, except for when she screams bloody murder because her sister's beating her up. She's twice her size. But you know, of course, I have to get up and separate them. But
so it's good to separate them when you hear screaming, right?
Well, we do for her because that's what she's doing. She's basically screaming, "Daddy!"
Yeah, that's what I be doing when I hear it. I separate.
But what she does is she starts this with her sister or her brother. She starts this, but because it's not going her way, she screams bloody murder.
Because she knows
wow.
He'll rescue her.
Yeah. But she instigates it almost every time, but it never goes her way. And
the interesting thing is she doesn't instigate anything when you're gone to work.
Oh, that I didn't know.
What?
Only when you're home.
Oh my!
Oh, okay.
It's all timed.
Okay. Smart little booger, isn't she?
Yes. She knows how to take care of business. Okay. Oh, that's so cute.
And in the mornings, I've got one of the beds right up here above my head. Well, you know, it collects cat hair and stuff. You know, I try to clean it out, whatever. Every morning, Becca comes flying in here like a band of horses, jumps up in that basket while I'm here putting my phone stuff on the table, and starts flinging the hair at me out of the basket, and then peeks over the basket to see if it got me.
Whoa!
I'm like, thanks a lot. I really appreciate that. And she jumps down and runs in the kitchen. Like, thanks a lot. Love you too.
She's wide open though. She is.
Oh man.
She is the most active of all of the kittens.
And that
the
girl.
Younger ones.
And that girl can run. Good grief.
Yeah, like lightning, huh? Just a streak.
Yeah, and she doesn't know how to stop.
That's what mine on.
She waits until she runs into something to stop her.
And I have to always look down before I walk. You know?
Well, in the kitchen we do, you know, especially if we're making food and stuff, we really have to watch where we step.
Yeah, they're all under you. They just be there.
Yeah. They don't give you a warning either. You just turn around. Oh, cat.
and then I hear meow, you know.
And I gotta tell her every time when we're in the kitchen, said, honey, because she'll run into one of the cats. I'm like, honey, you got to turn around and look before you step.
That's right.
They're gonna be right at your feet because they know there's food involved.
Yeah.
And they eat pretty much anything. I mean, no
and
matter
everything
what we
you
fix,
give them.
no matter what we fix it. We fixed like a chili type thing one time, and I had a bowl of it sitting on the table that
spicy. What?
No, it wasn't spicy.
Oh, okay.
It was very very mild type.
Okay,
it didn't have any peppers in it.
Okay.
Because she can't have them. But I had my bowl sitting there, and I had come in here to do something, and I came back, and two of them were eating out of the bowl. Jelly beans. I'm sitting going, "What y'all get out of here?" Like, what's wrong with y'all? You can't leave nothing out. Salads, none of that stuff.
Isn't there tomato sauce in it? You know.
Yeah, well, I mean, they don't care. They eat tomatoes too.
Oh, they can eat that. Okay.
They eat tomatoes. I mean, good grief, man.
I didn't know. Okay.
I mean, it's just like, I mean, you can take a banana and like cutting a banana to put in cereal. And there's two or three of them already on the counter waiting to get that banana. I'm like, y'all back off, man.
So I don't have to just give them canned cat food or the kibbles.
No, you can give them the treats from the food you eat and stuff.
Oh.
Our cats really love beans.
Oh man.
Cereal or what? I'm gonna have to try that.
They love beans.
I love beans too.
They love pumpkin. They love rice,
sweet potato,
oatmeal. They love oatmeal.
Oh, but when you start feeding them human food, they don't want to go back to the canned stuff, right?
No, they should.
They should. Okay.
I mean, ours. We have food that we feed the outside cats, and we call them cookies, because every morning we get a handful of it out and just throw it in the kitchen floor to all of them, and they just absolutely just go ballistic over it.
Cookies?
That's all you get, because that's processed food. It's got stuff in it. We don't want y'all eating that all the time.
That's sweet, right? Cookies?
No,
it's actual cat food.
Oh, it's cat cookies.
Yeah, it's
okay.
It's hard cat food. We just call it cookies because they all.
Oh, okay.
They all act like it's a treat.
Yeah. And we just give it to them one time a day, because I told her, I said, that's processed. I don't want them to have that all the time. It's going to make them sick. So.
And they love it. Yeah. Okay.
But it's a treat to them. But other things are treats too. I mean, especially if
tofu.
Oh yeah. If we're cutting tofu, you better be looking before you.
Oh, I love tofu.
Because there's going to be about 10
can eat
cats.
That. I didn't know that. Okay.
Some of them don't eat it. Sammy doesn't like tofu. I mean, but he kills it in the food.
Mm-hmm.
But Nene doesn't care for it.
But Nene will eat it when it's been soaked in vinegar.
Yes, she will eat
it.
Soaked in vinegar. Yeah.
We just discovered that yesterday.
Bitter vinegar. Okay, you serious?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. It was a sweet vinegar.
Yes.
But yeah, she ate it. I mean, and we were both just kind of like, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, she doesn't do that. But the other 9 or 10 will sit right at your feet as you're cutting it, and we'll just be begging.
Oh.
So I'll just cut some pieces for them, just throw them behind my back, and you hear going across the kitchen floor. Everybody's trying to chase after it, and you hear a lot of growling and a lot of fussing because they're fighting over it.
But don't those sad eyes get to you when they sitting there begging, crying, begging? Okay, baby, I'm hurrying.
I'm gonna put the casserole in.
Oh my! You got 13, I got 2, and they be crying. They'll say, "Okay, I'm going." Oh, sound like you need a pacifier.
Yeah, 25.
Okay, I think I got some good information at the last minute, and I sure love it, so I can apply it. So it's not just pet food, they can eat the human stuff. Mouse stuff.
Yes. Leave the paper and the I'm sorry, leave the paper and the lid on it, hon.
Yeah. Well,
I'm trying to reheat the casserole.
Oh, well, that's good. It's time to go eat. Shabbat Shalom. Shavua Tov.
We're not leaving. We're not closing it.
Oh, y'all not leaving yet. Well, I'm going to go leave because I hear some meowing. And they once they start, they don't stop. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Talk to y'all tomorrow. Yeah. Have a good afternoon. God bless you. Thank you so much. Love y'all.
Love you too.
Love you, Miriam. Shavua Tov, honey.
Shavua Tov, Elisheva. My baby, my sweet lady. Bye-bye.
Say bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, stretch.
Betty, how much longer are you taking care of your daughter's pets?
Oh, I dropped the pet off today. I dropped her off today. They're home.
Oh, okay.
And so I'm. And part of what was wrong with me last night, I was aching. I was aching all over, and I had a sore throat. I think I was just tired.
Yeah,
I think I was just exhausted. Yeah. So anyway, that's when I realized that I'm not as young as I think I am.
I get reminded of that a lot, Betty.
Yeah. I mean, I've gone a long time thinking I'm invincible. I can do this, I can do that, and no way I was going to tell my daughter no. But I had no idea. See, we can't have extra dogs in our apartment. So I actually sneaked her in every night and got up early and took her home every morning before the office opened. So, because I didn't want to, I didn't want to sleep over there. So, but then that made lots of trips to go back and forth to, I don't want her to be home all day alone by herself. So
what you're saying is you were being lawless. You were disobeying the office's commandments.
I was. That's very true. You got me there. But you know what? I mean, hey, sometimes doing the right thing is not always obeying the law.
Right.
Yeah, that's just my humble opinion. Anyway, but my daughter just texted a little bit ago, and they just got home. So,
well, good.
Yeah, she has a cockapoo. Huh?
You're gonna sleep this week?
Oh, I am. I'm gonna just enjoy it so much and see. Amy and her family are on a completely different schedule than mine. Not quite like yours, but they normally go to bed at 8:30, and they get up at the crack of dawn. Well, that's what their dog was wanting to do, and so I'm
that's
not a crack of the dawn person.
Does.
Yeah.
don't let this sweet little face fool you.
He's like, what are you
doing?
Oh yeah, because he's always climbing on top of you at like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Hi.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he likes to like tap me on the chest or whatever and goes,
hi.
Yeah, like, it's time to get up.
Real quiet, like he's like, I'm trying to wake you up. I'm not trying to wake you up. And then if you don't answer him,
just checking.
Yeah. Then if you don't answer him, he digs his head up underneath your arm and lifts your arm up, so he does wake you up. And all of a sudden, he's like,
"Oh, hi!"
Like, dude,
that's too funny.
That's what he does. The sweet little Sammy here. That's what he does.
My dog does that sometimes.
Does he? Or does she?
Yeah.
He does that sometimes.
I can honestly say I never had Chester do that. I mean, when he slept with me in the bed.
But you had him sit on your face and fart.
Oh gosh.
On your face.
That. I will never forget that. He was laying on top of. He was a smart aleck. All right. We played jokes on each other all the time. I mean, he'd get me, then I would get him. And he was laying on me I was on a weekend, and when I woke up, I realized I hadn't opened my eyes yet, and I realized his tail was going across my head.
Uh-oh.
And I was like, and I knew he was laying on me. I mean, you can't miss 110 pounds laying on you.
But his tail's on your head, so
his tail was on my head, which means his butt was right here. And I kind of opened my eyes, and I seen that, and all of a sudden he realized I was awake, and he started to stretch, and I seen it flinch. And the only thing that came in my head was, no. It was like in slow motion. There it was. And I was like, ah! And I couldn't move. He had me pinned. And I'm sitting there, my head going like this, going, oh, come on, man, seriously, and everything. And he's up there laughing. Gosh. And I was just like, because I was under the blankets too, so I literally was pinned. I couldn't move. And Tommy heard me in his bedroom. He come in and he goes, what's wrong? And he saw him laying on top of me. I said, get him off! He said, what happened? I told him, and he started busting out laughing. I said, laugh later. Get him off me. I was like,
that is too funny.
I wouldn't have been able to get him off of you because I'd have been laughing too hard.
You just had to know him. He was just, yeah, he was a smart aleck. I mean, great sense of humor. He had a good sense of humor.
What kind of dog was he?
He was a Dalmatian.
Oh, okay.
Way too smart for his own good.
Big, yeah.
Big boy. There's two different kinds. There's a big frame and a small frame, and most everybody's familiar with the small frame. Which the small frames are still like 40, 50 pounds.
Yeah.
Those are the ones you see at the dog show that are everybody's so pretty. It's like if you see a big, because his dad was 125.
Wow, that's a big
dog.
A
horse. He was a horse. And his mama was big frame, but she was around 75 or 80. And she was short, but really wide. And that's kind of the way he was. He wasn't really short, but he had her wide chest. I mean, he wore a harness that goes on a Great Dane. That's how big his chest was.
Oh, wow.
And his neck was 24 inches. And he really had no neck. I just kind of slid the collar over his head. Because he was when he was younger, me and Tommy used to wrestle with him a lot, and one of our favorite things was getting him in a full Nelson. So if you get him on the floor, get your arms up underneath him, get behind his head and get in that full Nelson. He just got to where he just kept fighting, and that neck would just get bigger and bigger and bigger. And eventually it got to where it was impossible for either one of us to get him in a full Nelson. So that stopped. But the muscles never went away. I mean, he was always, he'd be walking down the road, and when the sunlight would hit him, you could see the veins popping out in his neck and his chest, where he was just ripped. I was like, dang, But he was a sweetheart. He loved everybody. Unless you showed him weakness or you didn't respect him, then he had nothing to do with you. But
unless you didn't give him cookies when he wanted cookies.
Yeah, but if you did show him fear, he would mess with you. He wasn't going to hurt you, but he'd mess with you, which I thought was kind of funny. I remember there was a guy used to come by the house who was a musician. He would tease him a lot, and I'm like, dude, he understands what you're saying to him. I mean, me and Tommy can have full conversations with him. He knows everything we're saying to him, and he answers back with body language and everything else. And I said, dude, he's kind of revengeful. Don't. So he kept messing. Bye, Libby.
Bye, Libby. Shavuot.
Bye, Libby. Shavuot, honey.
He kept messing with him. Well, I was in the kitchen making chili beans, and I was cutting up habaneros. Well, Chester loved habaneros, and I was sitting there cutting them, and I was throw him half a pepper, stuff, and I'm sitting there cutting, and he'd still be sitting there. I threw him half a pepper. I probably throw him couple 3 halves, and all of a sudden he goes running off in the living room, and I was like, "What is he doing?" And I heard screaming, and he jumped up on the chair that Kevin was sitting in and licked him right in the face with the habaneros on his tongue.
Oh my God!
And so I immediately felt I felt so bad, and I rushed Kevin over to the bathroom, and I was like, rinsing his eyes out and stuff, and everything, and flushing him out and stuff, and all that kind of and everything. A few minutes goes by. He's like, I think I'm okay now and everything. I was like, oh, great, I was worried about him getting mad or something, and so he goes, sits down in the chair. I said, dude, are you sure you're okay? He goes, yeah. I said, you're not mad, are you? He goes, no, but I learned one very important lesson. I said, what's that? He goes, to listen to you and not pick on him.
Oh.
I said, I told you, dude, he's going to get revenge. It might not be today, but he'll get revenge on you. He just chose to do it then. And if you think about it, dude, that was pretty smart. He goes, oh, I'll give him credit. That was genius. So at least he wasn't mad, but he was kind of like, I'm never picking on him again. I said,
smart dog.
Should have learned your lesson, dude.
Tell him about the pull you pull.
Oh, yeah, he used to do the stuff he did. I never trained him. I never.
He had to have caught this one from somebody.
Yeah, he caught this one from somebody because he watches. He watched people, and he would mimic a lot of the things that he saw. Well, one of the things he did, and me and Tommy figured this out, he would sit in front of us, put his paw on our knee, and just look at us. And it's like, what are you doing? And he starts squeezing your knee. And I went to pull his paw off of my knee, and all of a sudden just goes, huh? And I was like, what in the world? And then he goes over to Tommy and does the same thing to him. So Tommy goes, what? I said, I don't know. Pull his paw, see what happens. Pull his paw, and he ripped another one. And I was like, because me and Tommy sometimes would do the pull my finger. You know, we were single dudes. You know, of course we're going to do stupid stuff like that. So we would do the pull, and that's what he was doing, pull my paw. So we figured that out. Well, he goes over to my mom's house one day and sits in front of her and puts his paw on her knee. And she goes, "What is he doing? What does he want?" I said, "Why don't you pull his paw and find out?"
Oh, no.
And she pulled his paw, and that was a good one. And she just starts laughing. She goes, "Did he just do what I think he did?" I said, "Yep, you just pulled his paw."
That's too funny.
You just pulled his paw. And I also told her, too, I said, because she used to babysit him during the day when we were at work, just to give him some company, you know, and give her some company. I did this for a couple of months. And I told her, I said, "Look, when you're doing stuff around the house, don't let him watch you, because he learns." She goes, "Well, he lays in the living room love seat all day anyway," which it literally is the center of the house. So that's where he laid. And she had got him some dog treats, cookies and stuff that was in a cabinet. Well, he was opening the door to get the boxes out. And she kept telling him, she goes, "No, don't do that." Well, 2 instances happened with these cookies, and the first one, because it was on a Saturday, I was over there, and he kept opening the door, and getting the box out and everything else. She kept smacking him in the nose and everything. No. Finally, he did it and ripped the box open to get the cookies, and the cookies went all over the floor. Well, she put them in a baggie, and she looked at him. She goes, "No!" Smacked him in the nose and everything. Oh man, I seen the hair rise up on his back, and the way he mumbled, it sounded just like he said "F you."
Oh no.
And she looked at me. She goes, "Did he just say what I thought he said?" I said, "I didn't teach him that. Tommy says that to him all the time." I said, "So apparently he picked that up." And she walked over to the sink, pushed some hand soap in her hand, walked over to him, grabbed him by his bottom jaw, and went right across his tongue. He never did
wash.
He never did it again. But he goes for the cookies again at another time. Apparently, because I came home to pick him up, she was off at church. I came home on a Wednesday to pick him up, and I kept smelling something burning. I was like, "What's burning?" He had cut on every eye on the stove, wide open, and they were just glowing red. I'm like, "Dude, what are you doing?" And I cut them all off, and he started fussing and walked over to the cookies. I'm like, okay. So later that night, I called her. I said, "What did you do to make Chester mad?" She goes, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Well, I came home and your stove was wide open. I know it wasn't you. He had all 4 eyes glowing red." And she says, "Well, right before I left, he was trying to get to the cookies, and I told him no. I gave him a couple of cookies, and I said, 'That's all you're getting.'" And she said, "And then I put the rubber band around the doorknobs." I was like, "Oh." "Well, he tried to burn your house down." She goes, "What?" I said, "Don't do that. Just give him the cookies." She says, "But that's spoiling him." I said, "He spoils himself. It's not you. Because if he wants them, he'll get them." I mean, the dude knew how to operate doorknobs. I mean, come on. Those little, you know how some doors have that little twist lock?
Yeah.
Oh, he knew how to do that. He would take his paw and rotate it, and then he'd open the door. I mean, dude was not dumb. But because I think I said it before, but I used to have a 5-gallon bucket outside of my bedroom window. Because if he got an inkling in him, and me and Tommy went outside to go do something, or if I went outside to go do something, he'd shut the front door and I'd hear it lock. Because he knew how to do the deadbolt on top too. Because the chair, his lazy boy was right by the front door, so he knew how to get up there and turn all the locks and everything. And I would just get on the pickle bucket, open my window up, climb in the bedroom. And I lost count how many times I would do that just when a police officer's driving by the house.
Yeah.
And of course, I only lived
my dog locked me out.
I lived two blocks, if it was even 2 blocks from the police station and the fire department. But they would always stop and go, "Chester lock you out again?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's a smart dog, dude." They'd drive off, I was like, They knew the routine. If they saw me climbing in my bedroom, they knew that he locked me out of the house.
It's a good thing he didn't learn how to lock the window.
I don't think he knew about that. But that's probably a little too tall for him to reach.
Yeah.
Now, he could stand on his hind legs and hit the deadbolt. I mean, it didn't bother him a bit. But yeah, that was just kind of. And every morning, and this went on for several months, but every morning, we had cable TV, and for some reason I was like flipping through channels just before we left, and Flipper was on. Well, everybody remembers Flipper, and he was fascinated by that. I mean, just fascinated. I don't know if it was the sound the dolphin made or what, but his eyes would stay glued to that TV. So now he became a routine. He would jump in his chair, he'd get relaxed, and he would look at me and then look at the remote and then look at the TV. I was like, "Do you want it back on Animal Planet for today?" And he's like, "No." I was like, "All right." Cut on Animal Planet, and we walk. Me and Tommy worked together. So I'd put on Animal Planet, it'd be on Flipper, and he would just lay there, and I'd be like, "See you later, dude." And he would just like stare at TV set us and going, "All right, man, well, whatever, dude. I'll see you when I get home."
Oh, gosh.
And when we come home, he'd still be on the chair watching Animal Planet.
When we first started dating, everybody who ever met that dog had a story about that dog.
I bet.
And just have her laughing. This was like, that's crazy. It's like, he was another person.
I wish I'd have met him.
He was another person. And all of my buddies just loved him. You know, and
how long did he live?
He lived to be 14.
Wow.
And as soon as he turned 14, it's like his whole entire body just shut down overnight.
Oh.
Bless his heart. So yeah, I had to put him down, which I had to have Tommy go with me. We carried him in the vets in a blanket because he was just so heavy.
Yeah,
it was hard for one of us to try to carry him. So, but you know, it's the way it was. But yeah, I mean, there's so many guys have so many stories about him. It's just, and you know, I used to
You're the pizza guy that come here and delivered a pizza.
I think I told that story. I'm pretty sure I did, but yeah, the other house we used to live in, he knew when I would order pizza, and he always got the pizza bones, the crust on the outside is what we call them, the pizza bones. And I would just stick, the money, cash in his collar, and just sit him on the front porch.
Yeah.
And the guy would bring the pizza, and hey Chester, how you doing? He'd take the money out, whatever, and he'd come in the house, bring the pizza to us, and Chester would follow him, and everything. That was his buddy, the pizza guy was his best friend. And I don't know, years and years go by, and we ordered one from the same place. And the guy came to the door, and I was giving the money. He was giving me the change and everything. And he just looked at me. He goes, "You look familiar." This is before I had the beard. I said, "You do too." And we got talking a little bit. He goes, "Did I used to deliver to you?" I said, "I think so, over on Walnut."
Oh.
He goes, "Chester!" And I was like, "Wait a minute, you're the guy that used to come up?" He goes, "Yeah." Because, several years have gone by, so it's, we both got a little bit older. But yeah, he's still working. He was the manager there, actually, but he was just driving that night. But yeah, he was like, "Dude, I still talk about him to people." I said, "Really?" He goes, "Man," he said, to this day, I've never met a dog like that. To sit there on the porch and wait for me to pull up with the money stuck in his collar. He goes, all he wanted was the pizza. He says, "I still talk about him." I'm like, "Well, I'm glad he's living on then." But yeah, it used to be I couldn't even tell you, I couldn't even talk about him up to just a few years ago because I was still in mourning. I mean, that was my best friend.
Yeah, and he got stuck in mourning for about 6 years.
Oh no, longer than that. He's been gone 17 years.
Oh.
So yeah, about 15 years or so. I mean, I mourned him. I couldn't even talk about him without crying. But
that's hard.
Now I think back and I laugh.
You have to, yeah.
But I mean, tell you how me and him was when I got married the second time. We got married at the same church me and her got married at, but he was my best man.
Okay.
So there he was. He had his little bow tie on and everything, looking all handsome, and stood right beside me. And I think what it was is I was letting her know who number one was. I think that was my way of just saying he's number one.
See, that wouldn't have flown with me.
Yeah, but see, I guess even back then I was rebelling, I guess, but that's kind of why I did it. I mean, I think that's the reason why. But I figured, hey man, I'm getting married again. He's gonna be my best man, and the church was like, okay. Yep, didn't bother them a bit because a lot of them already knew him, so they were just kind of like, he's cool. If he wants to take him to church, he's cool. Don't worry about him, because he was always well behaved. But he was also very.
He even got his picture in the paper because he would always sit with his elbow out on the
van window.
On the van window. And he had sunglasses on, and he got his picture in the paper.
Mm-hmm.
That was him. That's cute.
I can still remember, right just within earshot here, there's a convenience store. And I pulled up there one day. It's when I had my Tahoe. And, of course, that was his car. That was his truck. And he was sitting in the front seat, and I went inside real quick to get something, which a lot of times I took him in there with me. Because they didn't mind, they all loved him. But this time I let them in the truck. Well, I had a key fob and everything. Well, I came out, and as I went to grab the door, I heard click. And I was like, punk? I unlocked the door, went to grab it again, click. I was like, dude, this isn't funny, man. Let me in the truck. Key fob, click, key fob, click. And I'm out here for like a couple of minutes fighting with him, trying to beat him to the punch, to get key fob, grab the door up.
Yeah.
And he was hitting that lock button way too quick. And this woman's out there, she's like, that's the most adorable thing I've ever seen. I looked at her and said, you don't live with them.
Yeah.
I got to deal with this every day.
That's too funny.
I mean, we would be in the living room after eating dinner or whatever, and got the lights off in the kitchen, but we could see the kitchen, from the living room, because it was a real small house. And all of a sudden, you see a light come on in the kitchen. It's like, dude, close the refrigerator. Close the door. And a few minutes later, I see that light again. He was so quiet, you would never hear the door open. I think he learned that from me, because I'm kind of a quiet person anyway.
But the light, yeah.
But the light gave him away, and I'm always like, shut the door! He always had to backtalk you.
That's too funny.
That's just the way he was. I mean, it's just he was fun to live with, but sometimes he was irritating to live with because he was just way too smart. I'm just thankful he didn't open the doors in the house when we were gone and just decide to go for a walk or whatever. I mean,
Well, yeah.
But he didn't. I mean, he never would. He stayed in the house, and sometimes I would get the strange suspicion that he might be in something, and I would literally call the house. And I had one of those phones that it was a cordless phone, but it was it had this little pad that it sat on.
Yeah.
And I would call just out of curiosity, and all of a sudden I'd hear the phone flip over. And I hear in the receiver. I'm like, dude, are you okay? I said, are you all right? All right, well, just calling to check. I don't know what made me do that. But of course, we come home, and it'll still be sitting upside down. I'll come and say, dude, I got to teach you how to put the phone back. All right?
Yeah.
We're going to work on this. But every once in a while, I would call him up. Sometimes we wouldn't be doing much at the shop, and Tommy would be like, hey, man, let's call Chester. So, all right. Call him up, and flip. You hear it flipping over, and step back in the phone. Tommy just be back there rolling, laughing.
Too funny.
He says you're going to call one day. He's going to be having a party with the dogs in that house.
Well, yeah, he could open the door.
I can't see him doing that. He's already already had 3 dogs when I rescued him, when I adopted him. So he already knows what it's like to have a bunch of dogs in the house. Yeah, he enjoyed being by himself. So
we enjoyed himself, and knowing it was his safe place, he didn't need to go anywhere.
Well, the other 3 I put up in an adoption home, so the other 3 got adopted.
Yeah,
and, which is good. But yeah, he enjoyed just being me and him. He was and Tommy and everything. But one thing you didn't say, the one question you did not ask him was, "You want to go fishing?" You did not ask him that because he held you to it.
Okay.
I mean, he held you to it. because he loved it. He loved going fishing. Didn't matter if it was in the boat or at the pond. He didn't care. He just loved going. So you didn't mess with him. Tommy did one time. He messed with him. We used to have these handheld fishing games, and we got at Walmart. And he had one. I had one. Well, he teased him and ended up not taking them. And on the way up there, I told him, I said, dude, he's going to find some way to pay you back for that. He'll be all right, everything. We come home, found one of the fishing toys torn in a million pieces in the living room floor. And Tommy got laughing. He goes, ha, 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 he got your game. I walked in there and said, dude, my game's still sitting on the bed. He goes, well, I put mine in the dresser, in my dresser drawer. I said, you might want to go check. He goes, check it in there. It wasn't there. Chester knew how to find it. He opened the drawer, took the game out, closed the drawer back, and then left it in a million pieces for Tommy to find on the floor. I told Tommy, so you going to tease him about fishing from now on? He goes, no. Punk. I was like, well, you did it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah, you can trust him, man. Oh, man. I mean, that was the most fascinating 14 years I've ever had.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, that's the last dog I'll ever have.
So Angel never met him?
Nope, she never met him. He passed away in 2009. We got together in 2013.
Okay.
So, but yeah, so she never got to meet him. But I mean, there were stores that I went to. There was a tackle shop I went to all the time, and if I didn't bring him, the guy's wife would get mad because she loved him to death. And there was a Army-Navy store I used to go to all the time, and you know, every time I would leave, she'd be like, "Don't forget to bring him next week." I'm like, all right.
Do you have a picture of him?
Oh yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to find one that. Let's see. Yeah, here's one at Christmas time. He was probably about.
Hold it back. Just hold it a little bit further back. Oh.
Well, I'm trying to get to where you can actually see the picture. You can see how stocky he is.
Yeah.
And show you how gentle he is. This is the only picture of her that I have, but this was my stepdaughter in my second marriage.
Oh. And how old was she?
She was right around 3 years old at that time.
Oh.
My mom was babysitting her during the day, but she absolutely loved him, and he
I
loved her.
bet.
She used to ride him like a horse around the house.
Yeah.
And he didn't care. He liked it. So that was, and she would laugh because he would stop, sit down, she'd slide off his back because he had a real slick coat, and she'd just start laughing. She goes, "I fell on my butt." Start laughing. I said, well, get on him again, try it again. So she'd get on him again, he'd walk for a couple of minutes, stop, slam his butt down real quick, and she would just go, whoop. That was like their little game until she just got too big for it. But yeah, he loved it. Yeah, he thought it was great. Didn't care much for her brother because her brother was kind of wimpy. Yeah, he didn't care much for him, but he loved her to death. And I remember I was already out of the house when he passed away, and I had called. We were separated at the time, but I'd called her. I said, I'm calling to let you know that Chester just passed away, and I figured you might want to tell Brianna. And she said that Brianna cried for like 2 or 3 days. And I was like, well, your mother kicked me out, so oh well. It is what it is. But yeah, she was like, I just wanted to see him one more time. I'm like, well, sorry, gone now. So it's kind of sad, but at least she still felt the same for him when she got when she got older. So that's pretty good. That's pretty cool. That means he left.
See her? Do you still see her? No.
No. We were down in Radford several years ago. I think we're waiting. Oh, we had to go down to. There was something we went to the park or something.
Yeah.
And we were there for a meeting, but we had to wait for the meeting to start. So we stopped at was it a Tractor Supply or something? Some store, and I parked beside this car. Well, there was this young girl getting in the car, And I didn't think anything about it. I pulled up beside the car. Now, we're talking a place that's like an hour and 15 minutes away from here. And I had heard she had gone to Radford College, but I didn't put two and two together. Mm-hmm. And so I'm getting out of the car and just happen to look at this girl in the car, and she's looking at me kind of strange, and I'm just kind of like glanced at her. I was like, and as we started walking to the store, I looked at her, I looked at Angel, and I was like, I think that was Brianna. She goes, in the car back there? I said, I'm pretty sure that's who that was.
Oh, wow. Huh.
And, you know, and I hadn't seen her in several years. I mean, she was in high school last I saw her. And, or had just started high school. So, yeah, that was kind of, I'm pretty daggone sure that was her. Mm-hmm. You want some advice before we sign off? What's that?
It's semi deep, and I don't want to mess up the conversation, but anyway.
Go ahead.
Okay, and this is, and I kind of, y'all were the three people that I would ask for your phone number and ask you this question. Okay, was it Ronnie that talked about somebody that came by that he hadn't seen in 35 years?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I had a guy call me the other day, and an ex-girlfriend of mine that we dated for 3 years, she passed away this past week, and it was about 35 years ago when we were dating. And if I regret something, it's, you know, I could have been a better friend the last however many years, blah, blah, blah. She died of a brain aneurysm, blah, blah, blah. And I'm getting to my point, but it ain't going to come out real easy. And I have mentioned something to my sister, and they've been on me about a will, and so finally I went to somebody and I just said, hey, put everything in my brother and sister's name. I don't have any children. I've been married for 33 years. We got a great relationship. We're good. But I don't know how to say it, but just to come out and say it and ask y'all for advice. If I've got a child, I don't know. But it's possible. I was at a party, and I hadn't drank in over 7 months, and this was less than 7 months ago, around Christmas. And this girl that I was with before I started dating my wife, we were together. Well, it was kind of a one-night thing, and 9-10 months later, she had a child. Now, I asked around, and they said, well, that was her, you know, so-and-so. I've never been approached by her. I've never approached her. I don't know whether to... I can get something worked up in my mind. I can way overthink things. But we were at a get-together over Christmas, and I hadn't celebrated Christmas in 25 years or more. So it wasn't that, but there was just a function in town. A bunch of us got together. And I've seen this girl there over the past 10 years a couple of times, and we're always friendly. And, man, this time there were 6 of us that stayed up till about 2 a.m, just sitting around. And her and her husband, nice fella, she came up and she got my phone and she put her phone number in. She said, call me sometime. And anyway, should I approach that or not? And if I don't care to get involved if I'm not supposed to, I don't know that I'm being vain by even asking her. If I do, but I don't want to leave this planet with too much unfinished business and this potential unfinished business. Do y'all have a comment or anything? And y'all were,
are you thinking that her daughter is your daughter?
Or she's got a son. Could be biologically, yeah. And I'll tell you, you can't make this stuff up. She was babysitting my brother about probably, I'm 68, my brother's 56, so there's a 12-year-old difference. He was probably 10, and this girl was probably 15. And when we were 28 and 33 is when we got together. Mm-hmm. And that was, like I say, 35 years ago. But I mean, am I overthinking it? But I'm, if I do a will, I would, and if I am part of that, I would want them to have some stuff, and I could do it, and it wouldn't hurt anybody else. But am I overthinking it? Did that girl just happen to give me her? I mean,
well, I would be curious about why I mean, if that was your son, why would she wait until now to want to tell you if that's what she's
Yes.
on, or is she wanting to hook up with you behind your wife's back?
no, and
does your wife know about this?
No, and she would be fine. I mean, I'm not saying she'd be cool with it, but we're pretty open. I have not brought this up, and there wouldn't be that motivation, I don't think. This is a small town. There's less than 20,000 people in this town. I don't know, but I'll tell you, she went to school real quick and got her nursing degree and raised that child by herself, probably with her mother's help. And I don't know that the child went through college, and he said, I spent $100,000 getting him through school, and now he's driving a bus. Well, he's doing something, and I'm not sure what his orientation is or whatever. I mean, I heard some stuff on the side that she was saying, but that's neither here nor there. Just, I don't know if I'm overthinking it but I need to work on this will and some stuff, and I don't want to leave somebody out. And again, I don't want to, if and they're moving close to a house that I have that I lived in for 38 years where me and her were at. And they're moving from town to that. What does that have to do with anything? Not too much, but they're moving from the country to the city. I've moved from the city to the country, but that's overstating stuff. Am I just thinking too much, overthinking it?
Well, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, if something like that happened to me, I would immediately let her know about it.
I was going to say the same thing, Baxter. I think you should talk to your wife.
Especially
talk it over.
When eventually, because we're all going to die, but when eventually something does happen to you, and they go to the reading of the will, and all of a sudden she finds out that you left there some stuff to these people.
Oh yeah,
she had
you
no
can't
clue
do
what
that.
Just happened, and that's going to be big.
You could always, talk to your wife and say, what would you think about it if I called her and see what it was she wanted, and if she's claiming that this child is mine. Would you be opposed to us doing DNA tests? Because that can prove or disprove.
Yep.
I don't think you need to go on without knowing. That's just my opinion. But your wife definitely would need to be brought in.
Muted. You're muted, Baxter.
Am I okay now?
Yeah, you're good.
You're muted again.
Watch that thumb.
Okay, and you can hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I get talking to her, and we can, and I'll tell you, we've got, I said we got a good relationship. We do. Her husband, his house burnt down probably 25 years ago. And I said, hey, man, just come stay with us. We got to, blah, blah, blah. Make a long story short, him, her daughter, we all lived together for 13 years. And so they got to raise their younger daughter. They have two other children that were kind of already grown or, teenagers. And so we lived together for 13 years. So we're not, we're all pretty close, and it enabled us to go to Israel on these digs and do other things, go to Africa, go to whatever, because somebody was there at the house looking after. We might only had a dog or two, what does that have to do with what I'm talking about? Mostly, I get, hey, talk to your wife about it. If it showed up on the wheel sometime, it wouldn't affect, it wouldn't like kick other people out of stuff. And I'm not making too much sense, but
I think Todd was talking about it would shock your wife and she would wonder about it.
Yeah, especially I'm leaving such and such to so and so, and like, who's that? It's. I mean, she's already mourning over you.
Or why that?
And all of a sudden this pops up. It's like, I did not know anything about this. I mean, you kind of got to look at it from her perspective.
Okay, and thank you. All right, but what should I mean, and everybody was drinking, have a good time. I mean, I wasn't, but I mean, this girl came up and put her phone number in there, and we're all kind of good old boys stuff from old town. I mean, I don't know how to say it. I'm not saying it right, but I'm doing it justice. But I don't know. She wasn't trying to do anything behind anybody's back. I don't think at all. I don't think that. But again, I
don't think that. I don't think that matters. I think the thing that matters is that you need to talk to your wife and you need to find out. Those are the two things.
Okay. I was dead set against doing DNA tests or throwing my stuff out to the thing. Well, I did it about a year and a half ago. Ancestry, whatever. I'm like, hey, if it's out there, let's see. And so, I mean, should I go to that girl? Should I?
See what she says first.
I would talk to your wife first and see what your wife, because you're partners.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What you do affects her. What she does affects you. I mean,
if something like that happened to me, first thing I would do when I came home, I would just look at her and go, "You'll never guess what happened, or who I ran into, or whatever." I mean, she's not going to know who I'm talking about, but still,
yeah.
And it says, and she wants me to call her and this, that, and the other. In terms of
no, and let me say this. Let me fill in another blank. Let's see. I texted her probably a month ago, and I texted her anyway. Her husband's mother lives up near where my mother lives, up toward Virginia way, and we had talked at that get together about a certain building. I texted a picture of that building. She said, "Oh yeah, very familiar." Like I said, this is about a month ago, and just a little bit of small talk, and then something about the beach, and they were going to the beach that weekend. And anyway, so there was some communication, and anyway, and I get that about saying something to my wife. I don't have as much a problem as doing that as you would think I would. But should I go to that girl, or am I reading too much into it?
First things first, I talk to your wife, because that's kind of. I mean, if it turns out that's your son, that's going to be life changing right there for both of you.
Well, maybe not.
Wife. That's going to be life changing right there.
Well, what if they wouldn't want me to be involved anyway, which is fine. I don't know, but I want to.
If they didn't want you to be involved, why would they be letting you know now?
True.
Well, they hadn't let me know. No, I don't know. I'm speculating. I am totally speculating that this is possible, because supposedly the guy that she was dating, some military guy, that's the father. So that's what the story was back then. I'm just reading between the lines and wondering, wait a minute now, this is possible, because I was with her that night. But no, she's never said, hey, this or that. And I don't know if I would be being vain.
She may not even want to talk to you about that. Maybe she just wants to get with you. And then you could just stamp that out right there. But I would not talk to her at all until you talk to your wife.
Yeah, that's what
No more texting. No more. That's how people get in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Innocently, and then all of a sudden you're in deep.
Yeah. I was That's what my woman's instinct is saying. So there were people drinking. She grabs your phone and puts her number in. That's a
little.
That's
forward.
Yeah, that makes me think she's wanting more than just friendship. She's wanting to hook up on the side.
Yep.
If she was drunk, if she was drinking a lot,
yeah.
If she was drinking a lot, maybe she just did that without fully thinking. I mean, you never know.
Because drinking does lower your inhibitions.
Right. But I just strongly urge you to talk to your wife. Tell her.
Yep.
And say, how would you feel if I called her?
Even if you talk to her, even have your wife there, because if it happened between us, I'd want to be right there.
Yeah. I'd want her there, just like she knows that I'll be. If something like that happened with her, I'll be standing right there.
Actually, it has happened with us that one of my exes contacted me, a couple different exes.
Oh,
yeah.
I told him what I thought real quick.
Yeah. You're muted, Baxter. Baxter, you're muted.
Get your thumb off the button. You're muted again. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Now you're muted again. Yeah. You're muted again. Muted again.
There's your mute button.
You gotta watch that thumb, man, to get you in trouble.
Remove your finger from the button.
Okay, so you're hearing me now.
We can hear you now.
Yep.
And we hear you now. And we all want you to talk to your wife. And even more so.
Even JJ agrees. Yep.
Even more so when you talk to your wife, say, I'd like you to be there when I call her or whatever.
All right, let me ask you this. Am I being vain or am I being whatever, even thinking?
You're not being anything. You know what you're doing? Yeah. Let me tell you, because I do it all the time. You're making up a scenario. You have no idea what's going to happen. You're thinking of all these things. What if this? What if this? What if this? What if this? Well, you know what? It doesn't matter. It is going to be what it is. Mm-hmm. And I can say this because I used to do that all the time. And I used to get so not mad, but kind of upset. My husband would say, Betty, you're making up a scenario again. And I didn't even realize it. Yeah. But that's what you're doing. You can't do the what if. And I'm sorry, I'm being really bossy. But it's just because we care about you.
The best thing is, rather than doing scenarios, look at it this way. You tell your wife what's going on, and then you can breathe easy. Yeah. Because as long as you tell her first what's going on and what happened, and that you want her involved in this, don't leave her out. Tell us, if you want to get involved in this, I'd appreciate it if you did. And then you can breathe. You're not worried about scenarios. At that point, anything can happen, and you can just let it go.
That's it. That's a good way to put it.
That way you're not stressed out. You're taking care of it right off the bat. So if anything crazy does happen, doesn't matter. She already knows about it.
Yeah. And that may be an uncomfortable conversation with your wife as well.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
I don't think any of us are thinking that might be an easy conversation.
No.
I mean, I'm not a female, but I've been married to a female before. So, I know it might not be the most, the easiest conversation to have, but man, I just think how many times did I not have a conversation? Well, I have never had something similar to that, but something come up where I was like, I'm just not going to mention it for a while. And then when it comes out,
it bites you.
It was like, it's worse. Every time it's worse,
Oh, yeah.
So.
I agree.
By the way, both of our phone numbers are in the chat. You guys are all welcome to contact us if you want.
let's just okay. So I mentioned something earlier. We get whatever. That's not as big a deal as you think it is. But then would I go to that? Would I call that person up? Would I go see them? Am I overthinking it at that point?
You talk to your wife and y'all come up with.
You and your wife come up.
Y'all come up with that.
To respond.
You really need to involve her in this.
Yeah.
Because it could blow up in your face if you don't.
Yeah, it will absolutely blow up in your face if it doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've also known friends who have gone through this too, and it blew up. Matter of fact, one of them's divorced because of that. His ex-girlfriend. It wasn't the same scenario. It wasn't kids involved, nothing like that. She was just wanting to hook back up again. And he never
I don't think. I mean, at 68, we're in our mid 60s, and not that we don't have sex lives, but I don't think that was it. I don't want to overread it, but at the same time, I'm at a point in my life where I'm like, well, if I've got a stone unturned, let me turn it over, and if I'm supposed to leave somebody something, I want to do it.
Don't want to.
That's the way to look at it. I think that's the way to look at it. You can't look at it like, oh, it's going to be no big deal talking to my wife, or I don't think she meant it like that, because you don't know.
Yeah, you don't.
You don't know.
Because y'all been married, 35 years, and you got the home and the barn and the the cats and the dogs and everything. You're settled in life, and you don't want something like that jeopardizing any of that.
Mm-hmm. The reason why would it jeopardize it? Because I threw a curveball or didn't throw a curveball.
You didn't include her into what happened. I mean, this is another woman you're talking about.
Somebody that you've been intimate with before.
Yep. And if she's trying to get you to contact her or whatever, whether you ever do or not is your choice. But you need to let your wife know first,
all right,
so you can breathe easy.
We have.
See, right now you're all twisted, and well, what if, and what if, and what if, and what if, and this is all because you haven't told your wife. As soon as you tell her, then you can breathe easy, and you're not worried about what if. Because now you've done clear the path, and anything, and now you can just let anything happen, if it even happens.
Well, not anything.
Well,
I'm not.
But you need to do that first before you do anything. Because because otherwise, I mean, I know you don't sleep much anyway, but
I do. I sleep pretty good. I take Ambien and Xanax. I sleep great.
Well, what I'm saying is, though, I mean,
and
if you keep this under wraps, you're gonna have a hard time falling asleep because your brain's gonna be just constantly going.
Well,
if you tell her,
and you're
can breathe easier.
It's not. Golly, I'm not.
Well, that's just like the perfect example.
Why
are
you resistant to telling her?
Yeah.
I'm not. I would like to know the answer before I told her, but we've got a pretty solid relationship. And you said, well, why didn't you told her? Okay, I get that. But let's just assume that we'd had the talk. What would be the next step? Would I contact the girl? Would I not contact her? Just assume that we've already had the conversation.
Well, if it was us, and there was a woman that he had been with in the past, and there was possibly a child involved, even though the child is now an adult, I would want to be there when he made the call.
I'd want her there. Well, it's just, like I was talking about earlier, we were at that store, and I could have sworn that was Brianna in the car. Was the very first thing I did. I think that was Brianna in the car. I mean, I told her right off the bat, because what if 5 minutes down the road she followed us into the store and approached me? I think she'd be a little surprised. I mean, she already knew about Brianna and kids and this, that, and the other, but at least I turned around and said, I think that was Brianna. So basically, what I did right there is, if she does approach us, the cat's out of the bag. That's not what I was doing intentionally. I was literally just telling her. I said, "Hey,
that's the kind of relationship we have, though. We share everything, so."
And we hadn't been together that long at that point. What, a couple of years?
Yeah.
A couple, 3 years. We were already married at that time, but still. But that's bottom line, dude. All three of us are.
All right.
All four of us are telling you. Tell your wife first before you do.
All right.
Before you go any further.
And I know I'm beating a dead horse, but her and I, we talk. We have that. Then what would you? Do I call her? Do I text her? Do I make contact? Do I not make contact?
I would let her tell you what you need to do.
Your wife, yeah.
Yes.
That way she's in control of the situation. That way you're letting her know you trust what you think, or you honor what she thinks. So you ask her. So what do you think I should do? Should I call her? That she's the one you need to be asking those questions, because you want her to make that decision. I mean, she might say, "I don't want you contacting her," and then you honor.
No, she will.
Yeah.
I don't think
but
she do that.
But you never know. She might appreciate the fact that you told her, and now you can have a conversation about it. And then she's the one you should ask, "What should I do here?" And let her tell you, because you don't want to go against her.
And she may grab your phone and delete the number off. I mean,
no, we're.
I'm just saying, that she
would.
has.
She would do that.
Well, not if there was a possible of a child involved. But no, I wouldn't. I would just say if you pursue that, it's over. Period.
And I'm going to tell you what.
Yeah.
I am too old and too spent to try something else. I'm very comfortable where I'm at.
And me too. And my wife and I are comfortable. And we're good. And this wouldn't throw a monkey wrench into things. I mean, it may make things interesting for a little while, but I mean, she would want me to give these people, and they hadn't asked for anything. She would want me to reciprocate in kindness in whatever way. So.
Well, again, I'd let her make that decision.
Yeah. Because right now, all you know is she grabbed your phone, put her number in, and I mean, did she say anything when she did that?
I mean, we were all together, and it wasn't anything hidden. We were just all talking, and she said, "Hey, call us sometime." I mean, I kind of forgot what she said, but I just thought, this is pretty interesting, and I'm capable of overthinking things.
Yeah.
And
so it's possible that you and her and your wife had a relationship even after the child was born, correct?
No.
Okay.
They don't know. They don't know each other. But that would be all right.
I'm sorry. I thought you said she watched the animals while you and your wife.
No, that was her husband when her husband lived with us, or her ex-husband lived with us for 13 years, and they raised their daughter together, and did high school band together, and it allowed us to travel when we were younger, and we haven't been able to travel since then now. So we haven't traveled in 15 years, but
okay. So my biggest question is, why would she want to tell you that the child is yours after all this? I mean, how old is the child? I'm assuming
probably 33, 34.
That's what I was guessing about, adult, 33, 34. Yeah. Why would she be wanting to open that whole can of worms now after that length of time?
That's why I think I'm overthinking it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
got another motive.
You seem pretty stressed out over it, though, with the what ifs and the scenarios. Talk to your wife, and that scenario and the what ifs will stop.
It won't.
You're getting worried. You're getting worried over something that hasn't even happened yet.
If you're that concerned that the man may be your child, why don't you just get a bottle that he's drank out of and have the DNA test run separately?
Still talk to the wife first, though.
They lives in a different town, never seen him before, don't know where he's at. Then you're getting into private investigator stuff, which I'm not going that route.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, I mean, apparently he's already got his life going.
Yeah.
Right.
Everything.
Right.
So why would she want to throw a monkey wrench in that?
I don't think this has anything to do with the child. I think it's her. I think it's her.
Yeah.
Tell your wife. You'll breathe better. You won't have to worry about the scenarios. Because right now they're just scenarios.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm overthinking it. And again, I appreciate y'all's time. And I've talked to my sister about it, and that's it. And then I don't consider y'all strangers, but you got to admit, this is pretty crazy, but I trust y'all. And I'm like, there can't be any repercussions from y'all. It's not like y'all gonna come to town and tell, So that's why I feel like I could.
I'm gonna tell your wife.
I'm like, I can tell these people. And thank you. But
just tell your wife.
I can do that, and I will.
Don't make me sick Betty on you.
It's.
I'll sick Betty on you if you don't listen. You don't want Betty coming on you.
No, you don't. I'll get you. I seem like I'm really nice mannered and all that kind of business, but you haven't seen me.
She's probably thinking, North Carolina ain't that far away. My brother lives there. I get there now. I can quick.
Oh, hey, that's right. My brother's right down the road from you.
Oh my goodness.
She might sick James on you. Who knows?
Well, Betty, what's your email? I don't want to mess with your phone number in case I do need talk to somebody. What's your email?
It's just the easiest one to remember is just my name, Betty Given, GIVIN @gmail.com.
That's pretty
okay.
Yeah, but I'm not. I would not say anything to James, and I would not sick James on you.
Oh, I don't. I'm not worried about that.
I think he's a little too timid to do something like that anyway. He's pretty.
He'd look at her like, "What's this got to do with me?"
He's pretty laid back.
Yeah, he's pretty laid back. He's got lots of people already attacking him.
Oh, I bet.
And I get saying, I'm trying to think a few steps ahead, and tell them why it isn't as big a deal as you think it is. But after that, I'm just wondering if I'm way overthinking it, if I should approach the person, and my wife is going to tell me do whatever I think I should do, and so I know her. We've known each other since we were 14 years old.
Well, at least that way you're getting her involved.
Yeah, but she's going to tell me.
But trust me, dude, she's going to want to know.
Yeah. Yeah, but she's going to tell me to do what I think is right or whatever. She's not going to call. She's very. But anyway, so what would be your move after that? And don't say whatever she would do, because I'm very aggressive. She's very passive.
Let her tell you.
She's not going to tell me. She's going to tell me to do what I want to do.
If she's going to tell me, if she says do what you want to do, then you.
So then the question is, what do you want to do?
That's what I'm asking y'all. Thank you. Now you're ding, ding, ding. Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah. Then you make up your mind. What's important to you, and what do you want to do?
Yeah.
And because I don't know how old you are. You said you're 68?
I'm 68. My wife's 68. Yeah. 58. And this girl's 63. And the son and the
age doesn't make any difference. Believe it or not, okay, I'm 83. I've had people try to hit on me, okay? I'm 83, good grief. And I didn't even know it. I'm stupid. I'm telling you.
No, you're naive, Betty. You're not.
You're still good looking. You can't help it. So they're going to do that.
What?
Yeah. I said, you got to quit wearing them mini skirts and high heels.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my. Anyway,
Say, look at that mini skirt. Looks like two puppies fighting in a blanket.
Oh my gosh! No.
Daughter,
Todd, calm down, Todd.
Daughter.
I have never in my life heard such.
Welcome to my world.
I couldn't help that.
Anyway, I'm just thinking, like, if it's me, and my wife were to say, do whatever you think is right. I'm just thinking, I'm gonna add some text to that name, and then then in the contact, I'll keep the contact, but I'll hide it or whatever, ignore whatever. I'll put whatever. I'll put it in whatever category I don't remember what I think. You can push, like when you get people randomly calling you or texting, you can just like block. So I would just like put the number in there and put it as a block, and then like it's gone. So
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm sure there's enough you're in enough circles, close enough that if she wanted to contact you, she could, find you somewhere, or like wherever you at before. So I mean, that's what I would do. I just like I ain't gonna risk nothing crazy like that. I'm not gonna put myself. I know myself well enough that I'm not gonna put myself in that type of situation. So I'm just gonna block and just like call it a day.
Well, I agree.
Yeah. And again, that's good advice.
She hadn't contacted me. I'm the one drilling it up in my mind or whatever, and then I did make a contact by whatever, and she's responded. But so say I've told my wife, and she says, "Do what you think you ought to do." What do you think I ought to do? Yeah. Contact the person or not contact?
Nope. Block it like it never happened.
I would
block it, and I'm done.
I would delete the text messages that you got with her, and then block the number. That way, it's over and done. Like you said, if she wanted to find you that bad, she could.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm fairly easy to find.
Yeah. So, and you used to live with her ex-husband, so
No. My wife and I lived with her ex-husband.
Oh,
my wife and her ex-husband, and we're all very good friends. It sounds odd. That's why when y'all tell me, "Hey, you got to tell your wife," I can tell her. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about what I need to do after that. Yeah. Do I need to contact this person or not, or should I?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I just cut it off, nip it in the bud.
Yeah.
And move along smartly.
After 33 years, I don't think she would be contacting you or wanting to talk to you about a child.
Yeah.
So most likely I'm not, and I've just created a bunch of stuff in my mind, probably.
Yeah.
Just like JJ said, you got to Barney Fife that thing, nip it in the bud.
And it's human behavior. It's human nature to want to
find out,
to pass on, what you have, your knowledge, your possessions, whatever, to offspring. That's human nature. But that doesn't make it true.
Right.
That doesn't make, just because it happened 30 some years ago, she's had 30 some years to tell you if it was yours, or if there was even a possibility it was yours.
Right.
She farted on you.
Yes, she did.
So leave it alone.
Yeah.
Other than the wife thing. Okay. Thank you. That's
nip it.
And I wouldn't say anything earlier today when there was a lot of people, but y'all are the people that I'm very comfortable with everybody, but
good.
That's some dirty laundry, and I didn't want to throw it everywhere, but I appreciate I trust y'all's consultation, and thank you.
I'll say for all
had the best answer. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
Barney
I don't know about that.
Barney Fife it.
Barney Fife.
Okay.
Yeah, nip it in the bud.
Yeah,
you gotta nip it.
Well, that was a North Carolina program, and I used to work for a man, and he when he was in high school, Andy Griffith was his theater teacher in Goldsboro, North Carolina, and then he went to Chapel Hill. He had a station wagon that he'd go around. My dad was at Chapel Hill, and he said that Andy would come around in a station wagon, sleep in his car, and play the guitar at places. And but there's no town called Mayberry. It was kind of Pilot. Mount Pilot was the closest thing, I think. But
yeah.
I figured back in the day, I thought everybody ought to have to watch Sesame Street and Andy Griffith, and then Sesame Street got weird, so I thought you don't need to watch that.
Yeah.
But
anyway. Well, I hope
All right. Well, again,
I hope you make the right decision. Tell your wife, dude.
Yeah.
Well, I want the 3-step ahead answer. That one's not that hard, but thank you.
Well, it's time for dinner.
Yeah, it's time for dinner. It's been
time
great
for
talking
dinner.
to you all.
Well,
yeah, good talking to
again,
y'all.
I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate
JJ, great to see you, buddy. Hope you show up next week.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Alrighty.
It's our blessing that you would even ask us.
Yeah.
I would say our pleasure.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen.
Okay, you take care. Have a good one.
All right, guys.
All right, we'll see you guys.
Shavuot tov.
See y'all next week.
Shavuot tov.